Welcome to America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Kentucky Derby week continues. It is Oaks Day, and great to have you with us. 3-year-old fillies in the big one later to come this afternoon. We'll have a big stakes race as well with last year's Kentucky Derby winner back in action at his favorite track in Rich Strike. Greg Wolf alongside Acacia Clement. Good to see you for what is going to be a fantastic weekend.
Absolutely. Looking ahead to the Kentucky Oaks today. It's not quite pink, but I do have the red on for Oaks Day. So hoping to feel the spring in the air and all of the excitement with those talented 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight, and a great card top to bottom at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, we're going to get right to it. Live action kicking off here in just a moment. First on the card at Churchill, mile and a 16th. It is a maiden group of fillies and mares, 3 and up. Let's go live to Louisville. Paul LaDuca, take it away. What do you got for us?
Oh, happy Oaks Day to both of you, Greg and Acacia. A beautiful day here in Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, we're about ready to kick off an amazing Oaks card. And in race number 1, if you're playing this early pick 5, I was using 5, 6, 8, and 12 in here. I know I'm giving you all the favorites in here. I thought the 8 looked tremendous for Chad Brown and the horse on a stretch out. The crazy part, when you look at this race, has ever been in front, not ever gone to the lead, has never poked his head in front. So it's going to be very interesting. The 6 destined to race, 22-1 last time out to 2-1 today. Wolfie back to gridlock. And I also think the 5 beach walking looked tremendous on.
Paulie, thanks. That's short to put anybody at 2-1 in this race. Form a little bit lacking. Destined to race, though. Short price, the 6, Irad Ortiz Jr., Michelle Lovell.
Yeah, I think that this is a horse that has plenty of bottom underneath of her. I agree with Paulie, though. I think back to gridlock, getting a little bit more distance should be interesting.
Oaks Day card begins right here. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Here in the gate. And they're off. Destined to Race bounces out on top. Back to gridlock is there. And from that far outside post, Forever After All races up to join the leaders as well. Clubhouse turn. Destined to Race down toward the inside shows the way. Forever After All's prompting while second. Lady Samaritan comes away toward the inside third. Back to gridlock is out in fourth. And then it's Beach Walkin' 3 wide racing up into fifth. 2-minute lick is reserved at the inside. Wow, sixth. I had that one too. Seventh. Heart-Headed Woman is racing in eighth. Magic Palace is ninth by 2. And Origami Girls to trailer to the backstretch run. And the leader is Destined to Race through an opening quarter in a moderate 24 seconds flat. 5 furlongs to go. It's Destined to Race to leader. Forever After All, mild pressure from second, inching a little bit forward now. They're heading for the half-mile pull. Back to gridlock is set up 3 wide for the far turn run. Lady Samaritan is tucked away fourth and toward the inside. Beach Walkin' has been wide throughout, going past 2-minute lick. They're on the far turn. Destined to Race extends the lead, opens up a length and a quarter now. Back to gridlock is revving up 3 wide. Forever After All is coming under pressure between them as they round the turn. 3 lengths back. Beach Walkin' takes over fourth, heading for the quarter pole. Destined to Race by the quarter pole in front. Back to gridlock, set down for the drive, and Forever After All dives to the rail for the final furlong. But Destined to Race is digging in and is holding on. Destined to Race by 2. Forever After All's coming up the rail. Oh, hit the rail there. Hit the rail right inside the 8th pole. Destined to Race is holding the lead. Forever After All's trying to come through, but is second best. Destined to Race and Irad Ortiz go wire to wire. Forever After All was second. Back to gridlock was third.
Irad Ortiz Jr., the aggressor, Destined to Race, and able to go gate to wire for the win. You heard from Travis Stone. Forever After All, the 12, hitting the fence in the stretch.
Yeah, a little scary moments there. Corey Lannery trying to come up the inside with that filly by Connect on the rail. You've seen the shadow roll with the blinkers going on her. She's actually the half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Tom Stay-Ta, so a huge pedigree on that filly for trainer Al Stahl. And she ran well. You and I were discussing, Greg, that it seems like the horses that stay off the rail a little bit over the last few days at Churchill have had a better go of it. I thought Forever After All ran well, even still coming in up the inside, but could not get past that pace setter Destined to Race.
Brad Ortiz Jr. on the board to kick off this Kentucky Oaks Friday card for Michelle Lovell, Irvin Rodriguez, and a filly by Cairo Prince, Maiden Breaker, start number 7 to kick things off. I believe 9-5 favorite to start things. So form holds here in the first on the card. We're sure to get a little bit of chaos later on in the day. Some big favorites though later on in the card, including Caravel back, Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner. Outside post to deal with. Looks very tough in that race, though.
Yeah, she does, but it should be a great day. Of course, the Kentucky Oaks, the highlight this afternoon, but a lot of other really good races. We'll have the Alysheba on our show, Paul, and you've got some tough, hard-knocking older horses with the likes of Pegasus World Cup winner Art Collector and last year's Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike, which is pretty cool to see him back at Churchill this weekend.
Let's take a look at it. Race 5. 12:43 Eastern start time. West Will Power, Flavien Prat, the 2-1 morning line favorite. Brad Cox, Flavien Prat, dominant win last time out in New Orleans Classic at Fairgrounds with a 109 buyer. That is big time.
That's now 4 straight triple-digit buyer speed figures, which is pretty impressive. This horse has been in tremendous form for Brad Cox. Kind of found his home going the 1.125 too. That is the distance that he does seem to prefer. He'll cut back a little bit to the 1.16 last time he tried this distance. Was off of a layoff, and he was second behind First Last Samurai in the Razorback as they'll rematch. But West Will Power beating Art Collector in this New Orleans Classic. Brad Cox running about 850 horses this weekend.
Is this going to be a big year for Art Collector? We saw him start off the year with a Pegasus World Cup Invitational victory. Then he was beat by West Will Power last time out. What are we going to get from him?
You know, I think it's interesting because you saw the connections be rewarded for bringing him back as a 6-year-old. He's a horse that's already a Grade 1 winner. He won our Woodward at Belmont back in 2021. Then he picked up the second Grade 1 of his career in this Pegasus World Cup to start off the year. Yes, he was second best in the New Orleans Classic. We'll see how things play out. He's obviously a very talented horse.
Last year's Kentucky Derby winner, back at the site of his best moment. There was all that talk about he's just a different horse. He blossoms at Churchill. Sort of proved that wrong. He ran some very big races outside of Louisville as well.
He really did. Second in the Lucas Classic and that duel with Hot Rod Charlie, also at Churchill. Fourth in the Travers, where he actually ran a very strong race that afternoon. His 2 wins, though, have come at Churchill Downs in his maiden race, in that maiden claiming back in September of 2021, and when he won the Kentucky Derby at 81-1.
It's an incredible, incredible ride as well. You feel that last start, was that just the result perhaps of a long campaign for him?
It could have been, and you know, they were pretty careful about where they spotted Rich Strike, taking time in between races, and then it kind of turned out wanting to strike while the iron was hot at the end of the year after trying the Breeders' Cup Classic and finishing 4th behind the likes of Flightline. So maybe the Breeders' Cup Classic took a little bit of the starch out, and then we saw him disappointing in the Clark because, as you said, that's the race where we typically see him do his best running at Churchill, but he was running against Proxy, who's been in terrific form, West Will Power we just talked about. I think he definitely has an opportunity to maybe turn things around.
He'll get a little bit of pace, too. Maybe not quite the pace he got in the Derby, but a couple seem they want to be forward in that race. Take a look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We are busy today. Belmont races 1 through 9, fast and good. 3 races early on come off the grass at Belmont. That went away too quick for me. Churchill Downs, Oaklawn as well. That was a lot to digest. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Here's the offer, that $25 Derby free play and a $200 sign-up bonus when you deposit right away. The code to use for new members to take advantage of that, Derby25 at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Just in time for Oaks and Derby Friday, Saturday. So get started. And a familiar name in the winner's circle to kick things off. Brad Ortiz Jr. with Michelle Lovell, destined to race, goes gate to wire.
He has a date with Gambling Girl a little bit later on in the Kentucky Oaks for Todd Pletcher. He'll ride Todd Pletcher's Forte, the likely favorite tomorrow in the Kentucky Derby as well. Could be a big weekend for Brad Ortiz. He moves aboard, but at the end of the day, Greg, he wins races.
$5.86 for the victory, Forever After All. Hit that fence coming up the stretch. Back to Gridlock, complete the trifecta. Pays over $100 for $2. So destined to race kicks things off in this first on the card. Up next, $100,000 optional claiming race, 6.5 furlongs. Meanwhile, New York, we got some big names coming back as well. Zandon returns, who was so good as a 3-year-old last year, Grade 1 Bluegrass winner. He's got a stablemate who's in pretty good form, though, as well, and Dr. Ardito, who we'll get to. But Zandon, it's going to be his first race back. That Cigar Mile last time out, Chad Brown had talked about maybe the wet track, not to his liking.
Yes, and we did see him entered in an allowance closing weekend at Aqueduct. He was scratched, and it was a pretty wet track that we saw him. He would have had to navigate that day. He will get to come back here in the Westchester. It came up a salty race, but this is a very talented horse. Here he is second behind Epicenter last year in the Travers. Second in the Jim Dandy, third in the Travers. He was a horse that ran really well, just had some other really good 3-year-olds to deal with.
Maybe just too classy for this group.
He might be. We'll see what he does off the bench, though.
Dr. Ardito, his stablemates, won 6 in a row. That's coming up later today. Right now, it's back to Churchill with Paulie.
Yeah, I'm with winning jockey Irad Ortiz Jr., who just went with Destined to Race. You took the initiative. There was no speed in the race, Irad, and you just went to the front end.
Last time we had an outside post at Kinlan, and she broke good, and I take a little hold of her. I don't think she was comfortable with that, and we stuck right behind the speed. She doing a good race. She got beat by a nice filly too. She finished second. So today, say she broke like that, she was in front. Can't take a long hold of her. She relaxed, wait for me, and she gave me everything on the stretch, and that's what we was looking for, and she got the job done.
Well, it's always good to get one on a big card, get one out of the way, right? Okay, let's get to the big race today, Gambling Girl. Now, I know you were on her 2 races ago. Your brother was on her last start. What have you learned from her?
She's a nice filly since she did do her first start, and she always look for a little more distance. So I think she's okay with the distance. I think that's on her side, and hopefully we have some speed in front of her, some good pace, and she can close because that's her team close.
What do you think is the best part of the racetrack right now, Irad?
It's pretty fair. I was on the rail today, and the rail looked much better than yesterday, I think, and
okay.
It's in good shape, the track. It's been like this since I get here Tuesday. It was pretty fair. Today, the rail, to me, look a little faster, so why not?
Okay.
Save some ground, and she's a little closer today.
Okay, let's get to the big boy, Forte. Been making a great impression in the morning. There was all rumors about that stumble yesterday. You want to clear all that up for us?
I mean, I don't talk to Todd or Mike yet, but I'm positive and leave everything in God's hands. Whatever happens, the way he wants to be, and until Todd don't call me and tell me we are not on the race, so I'm positive. I know what he can do. I know if he runs the horse, he's gonna bring the horse ready. So I'm not afraid of anything. Just stay positive and wait for tomorrow.
You know, the Florida Derby, a lot of people will think it was confusing. Were you ever worried that you were going to get there?
Man, for a second, it's hard to come from way back over there. And the first 10, I break good, but I ended up a little too far back, and I have to start working on it a little earlier than usually. All the first turn, backside, and he's responding. But I say, it's no way he's gonna finish like that. And try to give him a little chance by the half a mile, and then make his move. I gotta go after him, and everything he just keep giving to me, and he get there. He got the job done, and just the point that he just get there on time is, for me, was a big race. It was a big challenge, and he take it. I mean, and got big confidence in him.
Well, hopefully he gets there first on the line for you tomorrow, and you have a good day today. Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the first win of the day and might be one of many here. He's got a ton of chances all day through today and tomorrow as well.
He shines all the time, but he especially seems to shine on these big days. We had some big news, too, before we even came on the air. Skinner, third in the Santa Anita Derby, coming out of the race. All the also eligibles now are in. We have 19 runners, not even a field of 20 for the Derby. So post 13 now for Forte.
Yes, and yesterday with the scratches, the practical move, Lord Miles and Continuar meant all 3 of the also eligibles going to be in. Now Skinner out as well. Forte, as Irad Ortiz was mentioning. Last time out in the Florida Derby, you could have come up with at least 4 excuses if he hadn't won that race. And I do think that he's the horse to beat. I'm going to try to beat him tomorrow, Greg, but I think that if he had gotten beaten in the Florida Derby, you would have heard a lot more people saying, well, he had an outside post, it's a speed favoring track, he was moving wide, he was maybe it took a little bit out of him, not 100% cranked up after the Fountain of Youth. There could have been all these excuses, and I think he would have even been a shorter price coming into this Kentucky Derby. He's the horse to beat. Todd Pletcher's always going to do right by his horse, and I think we're going to see a big performance from Forte tomorrow. Can he handle the distance? That's what we'll find out.
Overcame all that, really only ran for about 100 yards, and you still won pretty easily in the end, despite all that. We're looking forward to it. Of course, Kentucky Oaks. Wet Paint, she's the one to beat. She has never lost on dirt. She answered that huge question in her final Oaks audition. Could she do it on a fast main track? She looked even better on the fast going. We'll talk about her chances in the Oaks when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, Kentucky Oaks Day on FS2. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started. Go to nairabets.com. That's the offer, the $25 Derby play, plus that $200 sign-up bonus with the promo code Derby25. Perfect time to get started. And the big one for 3-year-old fillies later today. 149th running of the Kentucky Oaks in Wet Paint, as we talked about going to break, obviously is the one to beat going, and she's never lost 4 tries on a main track, 3 of those on off tracks. She looked very good on a fast track last start.
She did. I think as we saw so much rain down at Oaklawn Park this winter, as Paul can certainly attest to, it was kind of the, well, she has just been handling it the best of all. And yet, last time out in the Fantasy, she had a fast main track. There were questions as to whether she was still going to run as big a race as she had recently. She improved her buyer speed figure 6 points, kicking away from the rest of the field. Now, this is a group of fillies that I think Wet Paint has definitely been the most consistent. She definitely has the strongest resume. She's not really the fastest filly overall as she comes in here, and yet it's an evenly matched bunch. There really isn't kind of a big breakout star with gaudy buyer speed figures coming into this race. So at this point, which is what makes it interesting and what makes it a fun handicapping and betting race, is who do you think is going to step forward at this time? Because so much can happen as far as development for these 3-year-old fillies.
And to throw even more of a wrench into your handicapping, how about a filly who's never even been on a dirt surface before from the same barn for Brad Cox, who's put up some impressive performances and looks like potentially she could be the fastest on the lead in the race. We don't know how quick she is on dirt, but she's been forward on synthetic.
Yeah, and she has run some of the fastest buyer speed figures too, with 90 and 91 in her last 2 wins. She's won 4 in a row, but all of those on synthetic. And that is the question. She has speed, and you wonder if Brad Cox really thought she was such a big Kentucky Oaks player, why wouldn't he try to run her in a prep race on the dirt? That said, there's all this talk of Brad Cox having 4 in the Derby. He has 3 in the Oaks, and I'm sure he had to do some careful planning as a trainer to keep his fillies separate to get them into this starting gate.
Yeah, I actually like quite a bit, too. The one no one's talking about, the Allie's Look, who's going to have post, too, has run some very big races as well.
She has. She is coming out of a 3rd-place finish behind Southlawn and Pretty Mischievous. And I think with those two kind of being a little bit some bigger names in the Oaks, the Allie's Look going to be one that's kind of floating beneath the surface. But Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano picking up the mount in what could be a very big weekend for the Brad Cox barn.
Race 11 on the card today, 5:51 Eastern time. That Kentucky Oaks. You could celebrate Oaks Day with a $30 bonus by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $150 each at Churchill Downs and Belmont Park today, Oaks Day. You'll get that $40 bonus whether you win or lose. Don't forget, you got to opt in for that bonus, though. Go to NairaBets.com to opt in. It's $30? Did I lie? Okay, so it's $30.
Nice.
Sorry, I said 40 on my promo. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Second, coming out from Churchill Downs, early pick 4 when we return.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, and never gonna $50,000,000, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, and never gonna $50,000,000, and never gonna $50,000,000. We're $1,950,000, and $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million one, $2 million one, $2 million. Hold on, $2 million, $2 million 50, all through, and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers way. Good luck.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Talent. Standing at Gainesway.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage on Kentucky Oaks Friday. On the Twin Spires, race 2 starts a pick 4, 6.5 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming field, 3-year-old fillies will line up in this group. As we get a quick look at the current odds, Vava, Cherie DeVaux, Luis Saez at 2-1 right now.
Yeah, this filly in post number 11 ran a good race last time out when she cut back to sprinting. Tried the likes of Pretty Mischievous and the Rachel Alexandra prior to that. And I can understand when you have a filly that has talent wanting to try and stretch her out. It looks like she's better going shorter.
There she is. Call to post. We hear in the background, approaching the 4-minute mark, 2 posts, and there's the 13. A couple of also eligibles, both draw in here. Secret Statement, that 13, and the 14, Personal Pursuit for Mark Casse. And Florent Giroux will be aboard. So post parade coming up, but I guess we'll look at Undervalued Asset while we have a moment for Chad Brown. Arad Ortiz Jr. took the opener. He'll be aboard here. And she won first time out. Got to see her here in New York when she looked pretty impressive in the debut.
She did, and then she wasn't seen again until February, and she went right into Graded Stakes Company, finishing second in the Forward Gal, and then disappointed when trying to go longer in the Devona Dale, and that was at a mile. So she'll cut back in distance here. She is a filly that won by open lengths on debut. I wasn't 100% sure what to make of her. Is she just a better sprinter? We'll get a chance to find out here. Typically, throughout history, the Forward Gal is not the strongest 3-year-old filly race, and even in the Devona Dale there was a little bit of chaos with Dorth Vader being a big price, but she of course will try the big gals this afternoon for trainer Michael Yates in the Kentucky Oaks. And yesterday was the day for Dorth Vader, by the way, I saw, with May 4th, and May the 4th be with you. You know, it's a good weekend for her.
Yeah, it's ultimate hunch play coming up. Here's a look at Padma, who inherits the rail for Bill Mott.
I like her going back to dirt and shorter.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, by the way.
Yeah.
18-1, Margot in a bubble bath.
She won her last 2, but she's taking a big step up in class.
Jump to the 6 with the scratches here. Grove, Norm Casse.
She won impressively first time out. The 2 behind her both came back to win.
27-1 here. Dallas Stewart, this filly won the debut.
She did by a neck. She was able to hold on after opening a two-length lead.
Kenny McPeak with a filly who won first time out at Fairgrounds. Goodbye, Kyle went by.
In one of those restricted maiden races.
There's the favorite.
Undervalued Asset cutting back in distance. Irad Ortiz looking to sweep the early double.
Why not this filly? She was second to a really good one named Punch Bowl, and then she came back and broke her maiden.
Yeah, she's definitely improved race by race. She broke her maiden last time out. The best race she ran was that one behind Punch Bowl.
Vava, Cherie DeVoe just went by 2-1 there with Saez. Here's the 13 Secret Statement.
This filly would have to improve her races, just not nearly as quick as some of the other big players.
And Personal Pursuit draws in as well for Mark Casse.
I think she's actually a little bit interesting at a big price. Her form is pretty dirtied up, but her 2 races at Tampa were not bad. I remember speaking to Mark Casse about her at Tampa and saying, what's her best surface? He says, I really don't know. And that number 4, Fogo Island, was a late scratch, it looks like. So 8-5 on your favorite now.
All right, that was for Paolo Lobo, so you take out the 4 as well. 8-5 on Undervalued Asset. We showed you breaking her maiden, and she was off that 3-year-old debut, actually second to Red Carpet Ready, the grade 3 Forward Gal. I mean, she was on that Oaks path, and now finding a more realistic spot here. And looks pretty formidable at 8-5.
She does. And like I said, you know, we'll see if she's really just a better sprinter, cutting back in distance, coming out of some of those tough tries is what she needs to do. Like I touched on with Vava, at this stage of the year, if you have a 3-year-old filly that you think has some talent, I completely understand wanting to take a shot in some of those races, like the Rachel Alexandra for Vava, or like the Forward Gal and Devona Dale on the circuit down in Florida for Undervalued Asset. You have to find out, and if you don't, then you go back to sprinting and all is well. But since we have now the point system for the Oaks and Derby, you don't see horses kind of going into races where they don't necessarily belong.
Minute to post coming up. Paul, Undervalued Asset, 8-5. Is it all about her? Is this more wide open?
I thought it was more wide open than this, you know, to be honest with you. You can go to a couple other fillies in here. I thought the 11 on the outside, Vava, interesting filly because, you know, coming out of a 1.16 race, and basically you hit the front going 6 furlongs. But Positano Sunset is a very nice filly in her own right that went by her. So, you know, Cherie DeVoe and Louis Saez are a dangerous combination. And this horse did win from the 11 hole here at Churchill Downs. We've seen that multiple times, of all places. Again, I'm not a great horse for course type of person, but Churchill Downs, you just have to play it. And the 11 does have a win over the course. I can understand 2-1. You know, the Chad Brown charge at 9-5, you guys were talking about, does get Lasix for the first time. She's been working great at Payson down there in Florida. She did get a work here at Churchill Downs. I think that's very key. Chad's very good at doing that. So I wouldn't mind her. I thought the 10 at 17-1 was a ridiculous price. And the reason why is Johnny Ortiz did not have a great meet at Oaklawn, and he's a very good trainer. His horses have been firing a tiny bit here at Churchill Downs, and this horse won nicely. I get it, first time against winners, but the second place finisher, Into Love, was not that bad at all. And then the last horse, I'm kind of with Acacia here. I think Padma might run a big race. You know, the Lasix is on here. This horse on the cutback. It looks like that, you know, Billy Mott was trying to check some of the boxes. And taking a chance in a grade 3 is not really taking a chance. He obviously thought this horse could get the distance and was probably thinking, okay, maybe she can get the turf or not. I think she's a real player here on the cutback with Junior Alvarado, the 2. So I'll make her my top selection, although I do think the 11 might be a better value than the 9.
Yeah, not much value at all on this Chad Brown filly, who obviously this barn, this rider, those owners, they get heavily bet, and figure-wise, it's not some massive standout in here. But you see she was in that forward gal on that Oaks Path. That plays big.
No, and I completely agree with Paul with the 10 Unsung Melody, because she's coming in off a maiden race where her numbers are comparable to what you're seeing from Undervalued Asset. So I think Paul is absolutely right with Unsung Melody, who broke her maiden down at Oaklawn Park, and her last 2 races were strong. She is way too big a price at 17-1.
About to load up, and we'll see how hot this pace is here in this second. That was a great question from Paul, too. Talking to Irad Ortiz Jr., asking him about where the best part of the racetrack is, and the inside had not looked great first few days of this meet, but it sounds like, according to Irad, and I would trust him over just about anyone, he's on it. Feels like it's a lot better today. Yeah, that's a really, really good point, and something to watch leading into those big stakes coming up. Could be a good sign for Padma, who, as Paul mentioned, cuts back and back to the dirt. She'll break from the rail. And again, big price on Unsung Melody. Punch Bowl looked like such a good one for Brad Cox. Just missed to her. And they came back, broke her maiden next out. Raylu Gutierrez on board the 10. We're set for the second. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Unsung Melody bounces out on top. Irvadine is also there. Grove is showing speed down toward the rail. Those 3 scrimmaging for the lead as they cross over. Secret Statement joins them from the far outside in 4th. Undervalued Asset comes away 5th. Vava's in 6th. Margot in a bubble bath toward the inside 7th by 3. Padma's racing in 8th. Personal Pursuit is 9th, and it's 5 lengths back to Goodbye Kyle, who's the trailer wide and running awkwardly about 12 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter goes in 22-2. They're on the far turn. Unsung Melody with a short lead pressed along by Secret Statement. These 2 head-to-head. Vava's not far behind, 3 wide while 3rd. Undervalued Asset on the far outside is 4th. Irvadine is tucked away toward the inside 5th. Margot in a bubble bath comes alive with a wide sweeping move from 6th. As the field hits the top of the stretch, Secret Statement comes off the turn, short lead. Unsung Melody gives way. Vava coming on, and so too is Undervalued Asset. There's 1 furlong to go. Vava's in front. Undervalued Asset trying to get by Vava. Vava's leads half a length. Undervalued Asset trying to push on by. Time running out. Vava digs in. Vava digs in to win. Vava determined in the end. Undervalued Asset settles for second. Farther back it was Secret Statement. Then it was either Padma or Personal Pursuit.
Luis Saez on Vava, and former assistant to Chad Brown, Cherie DeVoe, gets the better of her former boss here.
And I'm sure that's always a little bit of a sweeter win, too. But Vava was incredibly game here, holding on with Undervalued Asset, charging on the outside. As I had remarked to you going into the turn, it looked like Undervalued Asset had a lot of horse coming around, and yet she had to be a little bit wide. Luis Saez did a great job with Vava, getting the right kind of trip and kind of a little bit of race riding there, drifting her out a little bit, but she was holding on and holding fast. Luis Saez, of course, with Darth Vader coming up a little bit later in the
Was it a night, I believe it was maybe November, and 5 stakes on the card, all won by gun runners. Are we going to see a gun runner procession again here?
It could be. I mean, I just finished up at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. We saw one by gun runner sell for $2.2 million, the highest priced 2-year-old we saw this year. So pretty incredible, and it's understandably so, given how sensational he's been as a stallion, which is interesting because he was the type of horse that got better as he got older, and yet his progeny are so precocious. And Steve Asmussen wanting to win the Derby with a son of gun runner.
Yeah. It'd be incredible. We got a gun runner on the board here with Vava for Cherie DeVaux, Luis Saez, Belladonna Racing. We'll have the prices when we come back. Closing in on the big one, the Run for the Roses. Less than 20, is it? Oh, just over 24 hours away. And that is the, I was right next to that trophy in Japan, that Husashi Pegasus one. It is impressive. We'll be back. You're watching Kentucky Oaks Day coverage from Churchill Downs. Toss of the crop from Luis Saez.
That was a good catch.
Yeah, it was. Nice toss, too. He knows it's picture time coming up. Vava out-dueling Undervalued Asset for the victory in race 2.
These two fillies put on a really nice race here. Undervalued Asset cutting back in distance. Your favorite, Vava, who had a nice sprint race last time out. Now, last time we saw Vava hit the lead at Keeneland, and then she got run down late. Today, she dug in and was really game. Clearly, Luis Saez was expecting that she had the ability to hold on and knew how to time the race right, and he picks up a nice win with her.
Kind of feel good, too, for these riders who have so many big mounts, you know, not just later today, but Derby as well, to get on the board early.
Oh, absolutely. It has to be so good for your confidence and your ego.
Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, I'm with winning jockey here, Luis Saez, who got Vava home. Man, she tried really hard for you today. What'd you learn from her last race to this race, Louis?
Yeah, well, last time was a layoff. She came for a layoff, and I feel like she got a little tired in the end. So today we just tried to follow the speed and make one move with her, and she responded pretty well.
Were you a little surprised that everybody started going after her? It was actually a pretty quick pace, and she rated pretty nicely.
Yeah, she's pretty nice. Actually, she pretty liked this track here.
Yeah.
Last year she won a stake, and she did it pretty impressed. So I was pretty confident with her.
Okay, let's talk about the big boy, Tapit Trice. Unbelievable ride that you had there at Keeneland. He can be a little quirky. A lot of people says he doesn't like it inside. Tell us about this horse.
You know, he's still a baby horse, but I feel like every time he be running, he be getting better and better. And in Tampa, he got pretty good at school. He was inside. He got a lot of dirt. Last time was pretty easy for him, and I think we're in good shape with him.
I mean, where do you think, or where would your ideal, where would you like to sit? In your dreams tonight, where would you like to be sitting in the 149th Kentucky Derby?
Well, I feel like we got to break from the running and try to pick a good position and follow the right horse. I think that's the key.
And just press the button whenever you got it, Louis?
Press the button, and we know he always came running, so I feel like we're pretty excited about that race.
Not only has Louis got one of the better smiles, turn to the left a little bit there, Louis. Mark, he's got an aerodynamic haircut. Might cut off a half a second and maybe get one of his charge home, Tapit Trice in the Derby, but he gets the job done here with Vava.
Aerodynamic, every fraction of a second counts. I like it, Luis Saez. That horse showed us such the biggest thing, I guess, was that he broke so much better in that last win.
Much better. When he drew post 1 in the Bluegrass at Keeneland, I think there were a lot of people who were very concerned given his running style, because I had noticed down in Florida and even in the Tampa Bay Derby too, when he broke and he kind of took himself out of the race, Luis Saez was very intentional about bringing Tapit Trice to the outside to keep him clear of kickback. And like Louis touched on, at Tampa Bay Downs, he had to take some dirt, and it was a really good schooling race for him, which showed in the improvement in the Bluegrass. I've said all along, he's my Belmont Stakes horse. I think he's one that's continuing to develop, but he has a lot of talent.
He can make that long, sustained move, too. I mean, he inhaled that field in that Tampa Bay Derby.
He did. And he faced much tougher last time in the Bluegrass and showed that he could do it. I think that there could be an argument that he might be the most talented horse in the field, but mentally he's still figuring things out. He is a great Tapit after all, and sometimes physically and mentally doesn't always match up, but I think he's getting there.
We'll talk about him and the rest of this field coming up tonight. Kentucky Derby preview show. You can catch it on FS2, 6 Eastern tonight. You don't want to miss it. Find out who the major players are and all the I mean, there's been so many changes. It's unlike anything we've really ever seen in the Kentucky Derby with all these late scratches.
Now a field of 19, all 3 of the also eligibles in, make things a little bit more interesting, especially I think with Mandarin Hero. I think he's kind of the key also eligible one who gets in. Finished just a nose behind Practical Move, and now with Practical Move and Skinner out, he's representing the Santa Anita Derby.
Yeah, he had a bit of a trouble trip at that Santa Anita Derby as well. And it seems like so many people believe if international horse is going to break through in the Derby, with the success they've had in the international stage, it's going to be Japan. Let's go back to Forte, the 2-year-old champ, and throwing his head around in the gate, had that far outside post, not a great place to be on this racetrack, overcame it all.
Yeah, and for somebody who spent 6 years working at Gulfstream, you can see it's something we talk about often, how quick it is into that first turn. And he's parked 4-5 wide, and he does not look comfortable into that first turn. Now he's going to follow Mage, and he's going to have to swing wide on the turn. Again, this is a track that typically you want to be forward, you want to save ground as much as possible. He's out in no man's land. These are all the things that you could say are excuses coming out. And this right here, I think, is what's causing Forte to get some criticism, because he didn't have that kind of big acceleration that we're used to seeing from him. He still won, and he ran down a horse that's still lightly raced, and I thought was going to be getting more buzz this week, by the way. Mage is not really being talked about hardly at all. But Forte's done nothing really wrong in his career. He's already outrun that pedigree with being by violence. Yes, he still has a lot of questions to answer this weekend, but he's a talented horse.
Anything to the fact, too, that he's by violence, sort of precocious pedigree, being by violence, and he was very, very good early.
He was a very talented 2-year-old champion, but coming back as a 3-year-old, again, like I said, I think he's already kind of outrun that pedigree. I think there was a big conversation a couple years ago as to whether a son of Into Mischief could win the Derby, and then we saw Authentic do it pretty impressively. One thing to watch, and I've been talking about it, and we've seen it schooling, Forte is a high-energy horse prior to his races. Yes, that's typical of him, but with such a big crowd, the walkover that's going to take place, hopefully he'll be able to keep it together and keep it under wraps before the big one.
Well, Two Pletchers are going to be right next door to each other in the starting gate. Capit Trice, we talked about, he'll be in post 5 right next door to Kingsbarns, who has never lost. He didn't debut until January 14th of his 3-year-old campaign, 3 for 3, and he did it differently in that Louisiana Derby. Took advantage of kind of a slow pace, went right to the front under Flavian Pratt. It'll be a Jose Ortiz aboard on Saturday.
Yeah, Justify broke that curse of no winners in the Derby that didn't run as 2-year-olds, and so now that's not even really been a conversation with Kingsbarns, and he's undefeated. He's 3 for 3. He did go to the Louisiana Derby, which was a mile and 3/16. He does have more of a pedigree to handle the distance. We'll see. For me, I always felt he was a little bit of an underwhelming type. He's my least favorite of the 3 Pletchers, but you can't knock anything he's done so far.
Typically, too, in a race like this, do you want to find someone who's a little more experienced than just 3 starts?
I do. I think for the likes of Kingsbarns and Mage, they are horses that I feel like we might see better second half of the year from them.
Thrilling edition of this Kentucky Derby coming up on Saturday. You can get started and get involved. Play that Oaks Derby double, one of our favorites, by getting signed up with NYRA Bets. That $25 free play for the Derby, plus a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code you see right there, Derby25 at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Got some big races coming up here in New York as well. In Elmont, it's opening weekend. Just had opening day yesterday. So good to be back at Belmont Park. Sun is shining. We'll be back right after this.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We can't wait. So excited for the first time ever. The third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Test of the Champion. The Belmont Stakes will be seen live on Fox Saturday, June 10th. I have one question for you.
Yeah.
Are we going to have a Triple Crown on the line?
We may. You know, I think this is such a evenly matched group of 3-year-olds that I think it's kind of anything can happen. It doesn't seem like there's one big star necessarily going into the Derby. Forte, the big name, but there are some questions about him. Of course, Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher or Rad Ortiz, they all teamed up to win the Belmont last year with Mo Donegal along with Donegal Stables.
Take a look at what's coming up this weekend. Sheepshead Bay, that'll be race 4 later this afternoon. Grade 2 at a mile and 3/8. And we're going to see Zandon back going up against stablemate Dr. Ardito, has won 6 in a row in that Grade 3 Westchester. Big day on Saturday as well, with 2 graded stakes on the card and then the license fee on Sunday. As for the Sheepshead Bay, Higher Truth, Virginia Joy in action in the very one.
Yeah, this was down at Gulfstream in the first week of March. My Lady is scratched out of the Sheepshead Bay, so we won't see all three from Chad Brown. But as far as Higher Truth and Virginia Joy was coming off of a layoff. She finished 4th in here. Higher Truth is one of those ones that just doesn't really run very often. And so the fact that she's putting back-to-back races together after finishing close second in that the very one down at Gulfstream, you can imagine that has to be a vote of confidence because she's coming back pretty consistently, though this 5-year-old has not raced a lot.
Christophe Clement with a 1-2 punch. Amazing Grace, Atomic Blonde. They were 1-3 in that Grade 3 Orchid at Gulfstream back on April 1st.
And both of these were purchased at the end of last year in the Deauville Arcana sale, and some good buys proving successful right away. I think you could argue that Atomic Blonde moved a little bit early in this race, and Amazing Grace was the one that was closing late and able to get the seam inside of her stablemate. Both of them are talented. They both ran strong races in their U.S. debuts, and the fact that they ran so well in their first start stateside, especially for the likes of Atomic Blonde too, you can imagine another step forward could take place.
Few in here that on occasion they've taken advantage and gone to the front of the race, but in a compact field like this as well, you think no one's going to let anyone get away?
Well, you look at Virginia Joy, and she was the one that wired the field in last year's Sheepshead Bay, but that was an absolute bog that afternoon, and nobody was able to make up ground on the turf. We do have 3 races off the grass today at Belmont, 2 including the Sheepshead Bay still on. Given the turf races we saw yesterday on the card, it's nowhere near like what Virginia Joy has handled before. I think even for the European fillies, for Christophe Clement, they're going to be fine with a little cut in the ground.
That's coming up 4th on the card today, 2:36 Eastern time. We'll have live coverage of that compact field as we get back to Churchill. Race 3 starts at pick 5. Mile on the turf. They're in lane 2, about 12 feet out that rail today on the grass. Allowance optional claiming group. As we take a look at Siege of Boston, Jimmy Toner, Junior Alvarado coming off a gate-to-wire win, but has to deal with the outside post today.
He does, and that was actually one of 3 wins on the day for Jimmy Toner that afternoon. This horse ran a huge race that afternoon. We did see Inflation Adjusted, and finished second to him, come back, and he was beaten yesterday at Belmont here, but Siege of Boston was able to wire the field. He's also won a race back at Aqueduct in the fall coming from off of it, so he's shown some versatility, which has to be encouraging. But look, he ran a big race this afternoon at Gulfstream.
It seems like he has an identity crisis when you look at his past performances. He can be forward, he can come from the clouds. I would expect we're going to try and see this today.
I would think so. Junior Alvarado's ridden him in the past, and typically when Junior rides him, he comes from off of it a little bit, but with the outside post, you've got to try and get some good position.
And there's other pace in the ride. I don't know if Rustler the 3 is going to be part of anything at all late in here, but that horse is very quick.
He does, and he's stretching out in distance. Norm Cassie's runner, Burning Bright, is not slow either. We'll see how good he is versus these. So he did run a good race getting back onto the turf last time. There he is, that Empire Maker out of Forever Together, actually. That horse has a huge pedigree as Norm looks to kick off his day in style. And that one's a big price, but could make things interesting as far as the pace.
Saya's aggressive next door as well on Burning Bright. Let's go back to Paul for more.
As a 10 here, Whisper Not. And this is a horse that was out in California, Brendan. Barn, what have you learned so far?
You know, enough horse, Paul. I feel we've got him going right now. He came to us last year. He had to have colic surgery, and it set him back a little bit. But, you know, he ran well off the layoff the last day, and I think he's sitting on a big one today.
Yeah, he had a lot of trouble last time out. Where do you feel like you want him to sit today?
Probably just in behind the pace. He's a horse that likes to go forward, so if we could sit just in behind the pace and get a little cover, it'd be ideal.
Okay, just short little questions. The big filly a little bit later on. She's run well. You're putting blinkers on. What kind of blinkers are you putting on? What are you trying to achieve there, Brendan?
Just a little set of cheater blinkers, just a little narrow set, just to get her to concentrate a little more towards the finish of the race than the beginning.
You think she might like Churchill more than she likes Fairgrounds?
Well, she didn't mind it too much last year.
Right. Well, good luck in the Oaks. He stands out pretty mischievous. And I think he's got a live horse in here in the 10 and Whisper Not. Brendan Walsh got enough to a hot start to this meet, guys.
Very sharp trainer. We were talking about pretty mischievous in the Oaks before we came on the air today. I like her quite a bit. Can she overcome that outside post?
That'll be the question, but I think given the fact that she's drawn outside, it will keep her price up a little bit, too. You might get a little bit more value on her, with some people being a little bit reticent to take one breaking from post position 14, but Brendan saying that mentally maybe she just hasn't completely figured things out, the blinkers to add a little bit of focus. She's won some big races, so I like her a lot this afternoon, too.
Post parade coming up for our third. Again, an early or middle pick 5 beginning in this race here coming up. Mile on the turf, 2-1 favor right now. Smokin' Tea from that inside for Shug McGahee.
You know, it's interesting that he's the favorite. Hasn't won in quite a while, too. He's run some good races, both on the Tapeta and on the turf in his last couple, including behind Up to the Mark, who has talent. Can he get back to the winner's circle with an inside draw today?
John Velasquez will be aboard. Here is Sutherland, Brett Calhoun.
That looks like the 3 Rustler.
Oh, excuse me.
No worries. He's got a nice stencil there in his coat. Rustler stretching out in distance will be a big key as far as the pace.
Yeah, he might be the quickest in this field, showing some ability sprinting on the grass. Here's the 2 as we back up to Sutherland, Raylo Gutierrez.
They're just keeping us on our toes today. Another one stretching out in distance. Looks like he's a better sprinter, though.
40 to on this Bullseye Bun, trained by Troy Green.
Distant 7th on the turf last time out. It's been a long time since he's in the winner's circle.
Background, Mike Pewich, first time on the grass.
First time on the grass as a 6-year-old. He does have pedigree for it, though, being by Kozan. The Dam was a 3-time turf winner.
Major play here, Point Me by Rat Ortiz Jr. for Eddie Keneally.
They went 1-2 around the track last time out, but he is a horse that often shows up on the grass.
First on turf for We All See at the 7.
Not much turf pedigree on the bottom side for that one.
Here's one stretching out as well, Sky and Sand.
I'm wondering what we'll see with him going longer, but he has been running against some good company sprinting.
Start number 2 in the States for Cowboy Justice.
I thought he was intriguing. Actually ran an okay race and a little bit tough to handle last time at Keeneland.
There's the Brendan Walsh runner, Whisper Not.
Great to hear from Brendan. Very open about the fact this horse had colic surgery, looking like he could take a step forward today, too.
Maybe another one part of the pace, the 11 Burning Bright.
Quick second last time out, going a mile and an 1/8.
And the versatile Siege of Boston coming off that gate-to-wire win we showed you.
Will he be on the lead? Will he come from off of it? The nice thing is he's shown he can do both.
3 minutes to post here. This third coming up at Churchill. And our first look at the turf on this Friday afternoon. Little surprising that Smokin' Tea is taking this much support. Would you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. I thought that we'd see a couple others be a bit shorter, but he's the favorite. Smokin' Tea, he was a horse that took a little bit of time to break his maiden. He ran against some good company back last year as a 3-year-old, but he hasn't really been close to the winner's circle yet. And like I said, Up to the Mark, I think, is talented for Todd Fletcher. Wolfie's Dynaghost loves the Tapeta down at Gulfstream. And this horse was drawn outside in both of those 2 races. Now he comes from the rail. I do think that on Derby weekend, though, people love to bet Shug McGahee and John Velasquez.
Let's get back to Paulie.
Yeah, you know, it's a little surprising that the 1 is 2-1. I thought Whisper Not, the 10, after that trouble trip, and the way that Brendan Walsh has been going, that, you know, when you look at Smokin' Tea, it 12-0, which is kind of not obviously a great post position at Gulfstream Park, going the mile 16th on that run-up. You know, he lost to Wolfie's Dynaghost 2 back. It seems like he might be a better synthetic horse than a turf horse. He's 1 for 9 over it. You know, he did run second here to Kitadan. You know, Kitadan was that horse at 40-1 that won the race before, then came back, won the Audubon. But this horse was disqualified from purse money that day. And the other race here in the American Turf was okay. So I don't really understand the 2-1, but you know, the board's been pretty good here. And like Acacia said, when you get Johnny V and Shug McGahee together, usually they're going to take money. Now the 6 in here, 2 for 14 lifetime. He just likes to check in second a little bit too much for me at 7-2. But you know, you do get Rat Ortiz Jr. first time aboard, so maybe he can make the difference. Again, you know, the 10 for Brendan Walsh, and Brendan said he thought this horse could fire big today too. You get Flavian Pratt. I just think this horse had some out of the gate around the whole racetrack. So 6-1 to me. I don't get. I can't tell if the horse is not getting bet and dead on the board. And I basically singled this horse in my pick. So I'm married to the 10, and then the 12 on the outside, Siege of Boston. I would think they'd have to send, especially from that position. But if you look back, this horse with Junior Alvarado aboard has taken back. So it's going to be very interesting whether the 12 does go or if Junior decides to take back in this race. The rails are completely in. So we're using most of the turf course today. So that will probably help the horses coming from behind. So with a 10 at 5-1, and I do think the 1's getting a little overbet at 2-1.
Yeah, you look back at the running lines, thanks, Paulie, to Siege of Boston on the outside. I mean, the horse was able to take advantage of pretty slow fractions on the front end in that rate. There's some quick sprint types in here stretching out. I think it'd be pretty hard-pressed to get to the front, so might be a tough trip early on to try and negotiate staying too wide early for Siege of Boston.
I do agree, and I think Paul's right. When Junior Alvarado has ridden this horse, it's been coming from off of it a bit. His one win with Junior when he broke his maiden was coming from off the pace, and then he did wire last time out. But as you said, he was able to get a pretty slow pace. Even the last time he was on the lead back in August at Colonial, it was a slow pace as well. That's not going to be the case in here today. But like I said, the nice thing about a horse like this is that he's versatile. You can do pretty much either. You also have some horses that are tried and true sprinters, including that horse right there with the likes of Sky and Sand. I know that he has not been forward when sprinting, but he's a horse that's been going shorter. These are horses that are going to naturally be a little bit more forward because they've been going shorter distances. Rustler going to be on the engine early on. We could see a pretty quick pace develop in here.
Yeah, we should point out, too, with the 6. I actually do like the 6. You see a lot of runner-up finishes that Paulie mentioned, but this horse brings it almost every time, but is a Grade 1 winner. Wasn't the most loaded Grade 1 of all time, but did overcome a little bit of trouble to win that Bruce D back as a 3-year-old back in 2021 at Arlington. 7-2 right now with a rad.
He did, and I do think that Point Me By will need to take a step forward. I know he ran a nice figure last time out, but they just went 1-2 around the track. Everybody kind of stayed in place, and that seems to be where he's comfortable running. I agree with Paul on that point. Irad Ortiz takes the call, though. That's always a good sign.
2 Sutherland steps in with Raylo Gutierrez. There's Cowboy Justice, Jimmy Graham. Set for a pick 5 that begins here on Oaks Day. This third from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Point Me By, Burning Bright, and Siege of Boston. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sutherland hustled out of there, so too is Rustler. Background is showing some speed. Burning Bright from the far outside with Siege of Boston. And trying to back out of there is Whisper Not. A scramble on for that early lead. They're stacked across. Sutherland down inside, short lead. Rustler right there, second. Burning Bright, 3 wide, third. Siege of Boston on the far outside, fourth. Smokin' Tea saving ground down inside, fifth. Background Racing, sixth. Whisper Not, hard to control, tugging at the rider from seventh. Bullseye Bun advancing inside, out of eighth. Cowboy Justice is ninth. We all see it's racing in 10th. Point Me By is 11th by 2. And the trailer is Sky and Sand. The opening quarter in 23-1. Down the back stretch they go, and Burning Bright takes over. Burning Bright steps on it early and comes out to grab the lead. Sutherland is back into second with a half mile to go. Rustler's in the clear, racing third. Another length back to Siege of Boston and Smokin' Tea. They're together fourth and fifth. 3 lengths off the lead for the far turn run. Then it's Bullseye Bun and Whisper Not. So round the far turn, Burning Bright steps on it. Burning Bright opens up to lead by 2.5, but Smokin' Tea has come up the rail now and angles outside. Smokin' Tea pops outside for the final quarter mile. Burning Bright to catch off the turn in front by 2. Confident ride from Johnny V on Smokin' Tea. Now sets that one down. These two head to head. Bullseye Bun, upset chance outside third. 1 furlong to go. Smokin' Tea takes over. Smokin' Tea takes over and takes off for the wire. Smokin' Tea, a perfect trip, 2.5 length winner. Burning Bright was second. It's tight for third amongst Whisper Not, Bullseye Bun, and Point Me By.
Smokin' Tea looked absolutely loaded. You heard Travis Stone say John Velasquez peeking back. He had plenty underneath him.
The proverbial, they knew, as this horse took all the money every step of the way, and he had a much better post position, drawing the inside today versus having the outside post in his last couple of races. Kicking away from the rest of this field, the number 11 in Burning Bright actually ran quite well to hold on for second. Siege of Boston was not able to clear into the first turn, parked very wide and ended up fading. Didn't get that comfortable, easy pace like he did last time.
Smokin' Tea picks up just his second win of his career on the grass at 2-1. We're going to take a timeout. They're making us work extra hard for this year's Kentucky Derby to handicap. 3 also eligibles drawing in Cyclone Mischief. A couple of thirds to Forte. Mandarin Hero just missed in a grade 1 in his state's debut. And King Russell. Second in the Arkansas Derby to Angel of Empire. All in.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Kentucky Oaks Day under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Smokin' Tea, first action on the lawn today. Hall of Famer John Velasquez, Shug McGahee team up with his son of Warfront, who picks up his second win on the grass.
Gets back to the winner's circle. Took him a while to get there after some wide posts in his last couple of races down at Gulfstream. Some near misses behind some good horses, but today was his day to shine. Got the right kind of setup, too, under John Velasquez.
So Smokin' Tea, yeah, plenty underneath Johnny V. Looked like an easy winner in this race. Picture time. Third win in 13 career starts. Take one more look here down the stretch, and as we thought, some of these sprinters stretching out, they were just too quick for Siege of Boston. It was tough for Junior Alvarado to try and get position early in this race, and when John Velasquez asked for more from Smokin' Tea, this race was over.
Indeed, he kicked away from the rest of the field. That number 4, Bullseye Bun, at a huge price underneath. He actually ran okay holding on there. The number 11, Burning Bright, was the one of the pace setters that hung in, but just second best. A Smokin' Tea gets the victory.
All right, so we'll have those prices coming up momentarily. We talked about those also eligibles in the Derby, all drawing in. We're going to get to more in depth with them in just a moment, but it makes this race a little more intriguing.
Got to put your extra handicapping hats on as all three of the also eligibles drawing in. I know there were quite a few people hoping that the likes of Mandarin Hero with that near miss in the Santa Anita Derby would have a chance to try out the Kentucky Derby field. As a result, with that nose defeat behind Practical Moo, he was not in the body of the field. He could actually be now Japan's strongest chance for the Derby.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, and that's saying something too. A lot of people extremely high on Derma Sotogake. 676 for the win. Smoking T. 111.10 as we're underway in a pick 5 here as well. So Johnny V aboard for the victory for Shug. And we'll continue along. We're going to get to Paulie coming up in a moment as we, look ahead to what's next on this card here. Fourth race will be 1 turn mile, allowance optional 80 race. There's some very wide open races to come on this card. I thought this race coming up next might be one of the most wide open of the whole day.
I agree. Very, very tricky race for sure. But John Velasquez picking up a win here. He'll be on Affirmative Lady a little bit later on. And just another big ride from the Hall of Famer who knows how to win the Kentucky Derby too. We'll see if he can keep that good momentum going through this weekend. He's on Reincarnate, a big price in the Derby tomorrow. Don't know if this year's going to be the year, but never underestimate Johnny.
Of course, a lot of people liked too and had some excuses. It's going to be way too big a price.
Yep.
We will see. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, with winning jockey here, Johnny V. He's got to get back to the jocks room. Wow, Smoking T was smoking today.
Man, he was something good. I know him from last year. He ran a good second here last year. I mean, going down to mile, talking to Reed. And I guess he's just like, so if I can cover him up, keep him covered up, because I know he gets pretty strong behind the horses. I think he'll be good. By the time I got to the backstretch, kind of got him off the bridle a little bit and worked out, got staying inside and got through in the 3/8 pole. And when I pulled him out with the quarter pole, he was fresh.
It's always good to get one on the board, right? Let's go to Affirmative Lady. This is a filly that you're riding in the Oaks that you've ridden in, beginning of her career. Now they put blinkers on, or you haven't rode her with blinkers. She seems like she's been a different horse.
Yeah, simple. I mean, we always liked her. She needed to put everything together. Obviously, after putting the blinkers on, she's put it together. She's more mature now, and she has a really good chance, So hopefully we get a good trip there, in the middle of the pack, and hopefully I get a clear trip.
And still the same plan with Reincarnate, forward, and improve your position?
Absolutely. I mean, it's like I don't see us worse than third, so that'll be our strategy, to come out running, and hopefully we'll be close to the lead, or being in third or second.
Well, congratulations on this one, and good luck on the rest of the Oaks in the Derby card. Johnny V, Hall of Famer, gets the job done here, and he's got a couple good chances in the Oaks and the Derby. It seems like the big boys came to play today. Irad, Louis, and Johnny V, the first three.
That's some big names on that board. Never count out the crafty Hall of Famer, too. Don't forget, no horse wound up getting DQ'd, but he put Medina Spirit on the front end when gate to wire. So a horse for the West Coast, maiden win, grade 3 sham, was on the front end, has that ability.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting the way Johnny was describing how he expects the pace to play out. He's one of those riders that never takes that away from his horse. He'll be forward, he'll be aggressive, especially when maybe some of the other riders would be a little bit reluctant to do so. You can count on that Hall of Famer, and he's won a lot of races that way by putting that horse, his horse forward, and then you have less trouble to navigate later in the race.
Indeed. Well, last year, it was a last-minute entrant getting into the race who wound up stealing the show. Rich Strike in the second biggest upset in Kentucky Derby history. We got 3 new late entrants in this year's race, with all 3 also eligibles getting into the race. We'll start with Cyclone Mischief, who is coming off back-to-back thirds behind the 2-year-old Champ Forte.
And I saw from trainer Dale Romans, he said, I think number 21's lucky given what we saw from Rich Strike last year with getting a chance to run in the Kentucky Derby. Cyclone Mischief, who was 3rd in that Florida Derby behind Forte, and Mage 3rd in the Fountain of Youth as well. He's a horse that has run some big races recently, and I know Dale Romans very excited to get him to go these further distance.
Japan now with 2 major players in this race. Dermis Sotogake, they will not have Continuar, but they do have Mandarin Hero, missed by a nose in the State's debut in the Santa Anita Derby.
We're at a huge race this day, too. Not the easiest trip for him this afternoon. Between horses, Practical Move was on the inside, Skinner was on the outside. He was in that kind of compromising position in between, and so we'll see if he is able to work out a trip from the outside, too, but I think he's very talented. He has a very strong resume overall coming in the good race in the Santa Anita Derby. He's very intriguing.
Shanghai Bobby, 3-year-old Mandarin Hero. Meanwhile, King Russell, second in the Arkansas Derby behind Angel of Empire. He's entered that race off a maiden win on a sloppy sealed track at Oaklawn.
Yeah, he's a horse that was second behind Angel of Empire. He was making a big late run as well. Gray, 3-year-old by Creative Cause for Ron Moquette. And I saw Ron Moquette tweeting, hey, we're in. If they invite you, you gotta go. And so they're gonna come and join the party with King Russell. Take a shot and we'll see what happens.
Of these also eligibles, who do you think can be a major factor on Saturday?
Oh, it's Mandarin Hero for me. I think of the three of them, that's a horse that I would prefer. Of the also eligibles, again, has to work out a trip from the outside, but thought they ran a huge race in that Santa Anita Derby.
Yeah, we ask all these questions, we do all this analysis, but then, of course, last year was Rich Strike, who nobody thought, so you never know what can happen. That's why you line up. Strange things can happen in this race. Knowing, the 1.25 miles, we don't know who's going to handle it. But, yeah, there's a couple of very interesting also eligibles drawing in. You can play this Kentucky Derby by getting signed up with NYRA Bets to get that $25 free Kentucky Derby play and that $200 sign-up bonus. The code to use for new members, Derby25 at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including Oaks Day and Derby Day tomorrow. He's back to the site of his best moment. Last year's Kentucky Derby winner, last-minute entrant after Ethereal Road scratch. Drawing that far outside post. What a ride from Sonny Leon. Rich Strike returns to Churchill Downs. He'll line up for his 4-year-old debut in the Grade 2 Ali Sheba. We'll have it for you live later on this afternoon.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection and stakes winners The Alice Look and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Big day yesterday as well. In fact, they call it Thurby.
Yes.
The Thursday before the Derby. Record crowd, just shy of 51,000 on hand on Derby Thurby on the week. In the opening verse, one of the stakes races we're going to look back to, Annapolis. Last time saw this horse, Breeders' Cup Mile, had a bit of a stumble in that race. Looked very good coming back.
Yeah, he did. It was good to see him back, and what a day Thurby has become. Annapolis, who is now going to be pointing to the Grade 1 4-star Dave in Saratoga, so we'll look forward to seeing him back in New York for trainer Todd Pletcher. It was a big effort from him, and of course sired by Claiborne Stallion Warfront.
Got a nice ground-saving trip here under Arad Ortiz Jr. sitting in about 5th position early. See him close to that fence, and when asked for more, he certainly got it. An impressive return to the races.
Yeah, it's good to see him back, and you always wonder what you're going to get from horses that show talent in the years prior and then coming back. I know there's always a little bit of some trepidation. You hope that horse is as good as they were, and you see the opening burst, a nice kind of prep race for him for some of the bigger races down the line. Game to get the victory, and we'll see some big things from him to come.
Yeah, showing some fight here down the lane, too, for this victory by Claiborne Stallion Warfront. Annapolis getting the victory. Should move forward, do you think? This first race coming back for him. His 4-year-old campaign. So Todd Pletcher and Arad Ortiz Jr. teaming up Annapolis. That victory in the opening verse. One of my favorite horses. I love Bango, and I love the fact they brought him back. 10th stakes win for him at Churchill Downs. He needs one more, 10th win, I should say, overall at Churchill Downs, but he needs one more stakes win to tie the record at this racetrack. Incredible. Stakes record time, 108.75.
And he's racing's newest millionaire. What a cool horse he is. The 6-year-old, all smiles from the Foley team, from Tyler Gaffalione. The fact that he has been so successful there at Churchill Downs, now banked over $1 million. He stands pretty much every dance. He's been as consistent as they come throughout his career. And it's pretty fun to follow and see a horse like this, and one that's just thriving. I've become a big fan of Bango along the way.
Very, very good sprinter. I mean, just always shows up, too. Apparently, it's a horse named Reddy's Rocket who holds the modern-day record, the winningest horse at Churchill Downs with 11.
Okay.
So he's going to try and tie it the next time he lines up on the Twin Spires, which should not be too far off.
The way he's going, I think he'll do it. 1 more to tie, 2 more to break the record. And hearing Greg Foley speaking to Maggie after the race yesterday, you could just feel how much pride he has in this horse and how he kind of feels like he's the barn pet, so to speak. Everybody seems to be really have a lot of affection for Bango, and rightfully so.
Meanwhile, Kentucky Juvenile was a filly taking it to the boys. You Almost Had Me, a recent private purchase, looked even better probably than that dominant debut.
She won by 8.5 lengths at Keeneland for John Hancock, and we've seen Jake Ballas and Matt Miller and Black Type Racing with some really sharp purchases, and Qatar Racing in on this one as well, and You Almost Had Me was another sharp purchase. I mean, Tyler Gaffaleo never even moved. He was patting her neck before they even got down to the wire, which is exactly what you like to see from these young fillies. Big future for this one.
Adirondack?
Perhaps. I hope we get to see her there. That'll be fun.
That was impressive. Yeah. And obviously a big scratch in that race. That Wesley Ward filly did not go. So
I don't know. She won pretty easy, though.
No question. Yeah. But she knew she was going to take all the attention on the board as well. She ran to it.
She really did. And some big 2-year-old races coming up. She won on Thurby. Maybe we'll see her in the Oaks next year.
All right, got more coming up from Churchill. Race 4 next. 1-turn mile in this allowance optional claiming group. We start a pick 4 coming up here in this 4th race. And late scratch, by the way, the 3. Big long shot Lizette comes out of the mix. Right now, it's not so close. Norm Cassie had that out of this world Oaklawn Park meeting. For the majority of that meeting, he was over 50%. It's just incredible. Brian Hernandez Jr. will be aboard, coming off an 8-length win at Fairgrounds last time out.
This was an impressive victory from this filly by Empire Maker. She has had some gaps in her races. She's now back making her 3rd start of her form cycle, and she came off of the layoff 2 back at Fairgrounds, ran an okay 4th, but then last time she was really impressive the way that she kicked away, winning by 8 lengths, and Brian Hernandez Jr. has gotten very familiar with her too. I think it's encouraging to see her put consistent races together, coming off the back of that victory that, you know, he wasn't even really asking her down to the wire, just kind of fanning her to keep her attention on what was going on the racetrack. But you'd have to imagine that's not necessarily a race that took a lot of starch out of her as she steps up to face this group today.
I'm going to be in those Mary Lou Whitney stable silks, homebred. 2 of her last 3 starts, she's won by, 14 lengths to break her maiden. That was at Ellis. And then that 8-length win, as you said, as easy as could be last time out. As we see riders up, Junior Alvarado on into Disco. The 13 here for Riley Mott, who's coming off back-to-back wins at Oaklawn.
And we just started talking about 2 young trainers, both of whom have fathers that are very, very successful training in this game, with Mark Cassie's son, Norm Cassie, doing a lot of good work training on his own now and having his first start in the Kentucky Oaks this afternoon. And Bill Mott's son, Riley Mott, training on his own now, too. Kicked off his training career this winter at Oaklawn Park, and he'll send out into Disco, who's won her last 2 nicely.
And, you know, look at this board, too. There's a couple of also eligibles that get in, but there is an 18 that draws into the field here. Sunny Isle Beach, who looks like a much better contender than 23-1.
I agree. Sometimes these also eligibles that draw in kind of get lost in the shuffle a little bit. It's funny, I was looking back at my notes from this horse that are from so long ago. She actually started her career with Wesley Ward sprinting on the turf, and this is where she has found herself now. She's in good form right now. She came back off of a 4-month layoff and sprinted last time behind Sue Ellen Michigan and ran pretty well, but she had some big races going long prior to that, including that 1 16th win in December back at Oaklawn Park.
Coming through that tunnel for that post parade, Hardy Constitution, the 7 here for Joe Sharp, who was in the Tepin against Wicked Halo. A distant second there with not a huge figure, and then comes back off a really long layoff. Is she just moving forward, or is that the surface switch moving to turf that she's just better on grass maybe?
Yeah, it's such an interesting move because she won on turf off the bench, and then they immediately bring her back to the main track here. It really is very interesting. I'm not 100% sure what to do with her. She was the favorite coming back in that race, too, for Joe Sharp. Obviously, she was ready to roll off the bench. She did run a very fast race back last year in February with an 82 Beyer speed figure when she broke her maiden on the dirt. dirt, which is her career best. So maybe it is just that she was ready off the layoff, but definitely I think she's a little bit of the wild card in here.
See that crowd starting to file in. It's going to be a busy Friday afternoon.
A lot of pink hats, too. I love it.
Indeed. You've been there for an Oaks, right?
I have, yes, only once, actually.
Start with a big long shot here. Here's Zawish, 41-1 on the rail.
Another one going turf to dirt. This one did break her maiden first out at Churchill on the main track.
Go to the 4, not so close. The Norm Cassie filly we touched on.
Easy winner last time out. Can she keep the momentum going?
Jag Warrior, 18-1. Ricardo Santana Jr.
Stretching back out in distance. Been a while since this one has seen the winner's circle.
Here's the stakes placed filly who went on the lawn coming back for her 4-year-old return.
Hardy Constitution taking money, too, at 3-1 as she goes turf to dirt.
Music Street, we know she can handle 1.25 miles.
No problems there. She is coming off of a layoff since November. She's a bit of a deep closing type.
5-1, Jump into the Fire. Gate to Wire winning 1 1/8 last start.
She's got a lot of speed, and she's run some very fast races.
Guana Key, big price.
Big price at first time in the barn of Juan Cano.
It's been synthetic sprinting of late for Rox Princess.
Another one that tends to come from the clouds would need to improve.
Winner last out, Fanny and Freddie, 14-1. That was at Fairgrounds.
Her races are few and far between. Recently, over the last year, she comes off of that win back in February.
Junior Alvarado on Into Disco.
Has been going through her conditions pretty quickly for Riley Mott. Broke her maiden, came right back with a nice allowance win at Oaklawn last out.
And 2 also eligibles drawing into the field. Take a Stand, the first of them. Fernando de la Cruz rides.
She'll stretch out second off the bench after going 7 furlongs down at Tampa Bay Downs last out.
And Sunny Isle Beach, 21-1 from the outside.
Another one who had a sprint race as a prep off the layoff for her first start of the year. Daughter of Jimmy Creed getting a good warm-up out there on track.
4 minutes to post in a pick 4 beginning here at Churchill Downs. 2-1 favorite. Not so close. Let's look at Jump into the Fire. For Ben Colebrook, that Gate to Wire win at 1 1/8 at Keeneland in her 5-year-old return to the races.
This was a nice effort for her. She has a lot of early speed, too. Did start to get a little bit leg weary. You saw her rider was Julian, a 10-pound apprentice in Yoel Navas, who has ridden her in the last race and will be aboard once again today. Took a look behind him. You did see another closer kind of coming to her, but she was able to hold very gamely inside after setting the pace, going that 1 1/8.
Had been capable at 1 mile as well. Today's distance will be plenty fit, shortening up in distance from that 1 1/8 last time out. Meanwhile, the filly we talked to you about winning at 1 1/4 last time out. This will be the 4-year-old return. The last time we saw her, she won at that Derby distance pretty impressively at Churchill Downs.
She did, and this is a horse, as I have to flip around. What number is she again? I lost her. And there we go, number 8, Music Street. There's too many horses in this field through that 18. That was back in November at Churchill Downs at 1 1/4. It seems like more distance is better for this filly. She tends to come from very far off of it. But I will say, when she won going 1 1/4, she wasn't as far back as she typically is. We'll see if she's ready off the layoff. But Julian Leperoux has been very familiar with her, being aboard for both of her wins.
Yeah, both wins at Churchill. She's 2 for 4 here under the Twin Spires as they are packing it in for Oaks Friday here in Louisville. We're going to go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, they are starting to pack him in, Greg. And the weather, like I said, is absolutely gorgeous. And I think a lot of people are hanging around the paddock because I think one of the fan favorites here, Rich Strike, is setting to come into the paddock, and it seems like he's still got that same fan base. Also going to see Secret Oath a little bit later on, and she's the reigning, obviously, Oaks champion. Let's get to this race. Obviously, the 4 in here not so close was so impressive last time for Norm Cassie. Like you guys said, she got laces in blinker. She went by 14. Then she came back off a little bit layoff. She got a little tired, and then she just ran off. The time she was off the layoff, I thought Brian Hernandez took a tiny bit of a hold for her. She's a weird type of filly that she almost is a runoff type of filly, but I think she kind of likes it. She likes to open up many lengths and keep on going, try to discourage her competition. So, I think that's going to be the same plans here. The 7 in here, Hardy Constitution. This is a horse that won on the turf last time for Joe Sharp. with the Lasix on, but has had 2 efforts here at Churchill Downs on the dirt and was second behind Wicked Halo in the Tep. And I know it didn't get a big figure, but the horse has run well, and her 4-year-old debut was pretty darn good on the turf. So at least you know she's maybe getting a little bit better, and maybe she can translate it to the dirt today. I don't know if you want to take 3-1. You know, the 13 was the horse that I was looking at for Riley Mott, a 9-1. You know, back-to-back wins, you know, into Disco. And I was at Oaklawn for both of those races. The race 2 back, the horse got a perfect setup. And I thought to myself, okay. But then the next time out, I did not like her at all. And she impressed me a little bit. She was able to stay up close. I think Junior Alvarado from that outside slot to 13, with so many horses scratching her, you're not that far outside, can maybe get over a little bit. And I think she's tiny bit on the upswing. So at 9-1, listen, the 4 is the horse to beat by far. But at 9-1, I'll take my shot with Into Disco. I think Riley Mott was doing a great job with his horses at the end of Oaklawn. Mr. Mott, his father, trains his horses here, and they run well here. And I have a feeling this horse is going to run a big race today Into Disco.
And Paulie's joking. He's on a first-name basis with Bill Mott. Come on. Not so close.
Everybody loves Paul.
9-5 favorite, not so close. And she's shown sprint speed in the past. She nearly went gate to wire on this racetrack at 7/8. Do you expect her to be trying to take advantage early?
Not so close. Yes, she was so far ahead last time out, but it will be interesting to see how things do play out because as Paul was touching on, you do have a couple of other speeds, especially with the presence of Jump Into the Fire. As he was mentioning, she is one of those kind of runoff ones that she wants to extend her lead and try to hold on, which is what she did last time out. Jump Into the Fire. She's not going to be able to do exactly that today, given the presence of Not So Close. It could make for a quick pace. Not So Close, they tried to kind of rate her towards the beginning of her career, and it just seems like her better races come when she's forward.
Yeah, and you look at Jump Into the Fire, and you say, well, went gate to wire at mile and 1/8. This mare, she actually was shown ability to be very close, going 5.5 furlongs out on the West Coast, where speed is at a premium. So she has legitimate speed. So it will be interesting to see how aggressive they are with a 9.
It will be. And I know, yes, it was a 1 1/8 last time, but she is quick. And we've seen that at a variety of distances and a variety of racetracks, too. She's well traveled. She won a couple of races at Mahoning Valley. And for a filly that started with Ben Colebrook in a $10,000 claiming race, I bet he's very happy the claim was voided that day because she went on a tear after that and won a bunch of races. And, of course, Ben Colebrook going to have Race Cane in the Derby tomorrow.
Yeah, she'd go on to win 4 in a row after that. What a blessing in disguise that being voided. Race Cane.
Yeah.
What do you think in the Derby?
Well, he is a horse that has run some good races, too. We got a chance to see him here in New York winning the Gotham. He was very far back in the Bluegrass, too. But he's run some nice performances. I thought that Gotham was a nice race. Of course, we'll be cheering for him, having a chance to see him here in New York. I think he'll be a little bit better down the road going shorter.
About to load up for this pick 4 here from Churchill Downs. 1-turn mile, 9-5 favorite. Norm Cassie's 4-year-old filly by Empire Maker, Not So Close. Brian Hernandez Jr., who knows this track intimately, will be aboard, and we'll see if she is the one leading the way. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Music Street, Jump Into the Fire, and Sunny Isle Beach. They're in the gate. Oh, number 9, Jump Into the Fire. Broke through the front of the barrier, but was restrained. He will be backed out. She will be backed out, I should say.
So it looks like reloading that 9. Back in. Let's go back to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Not So Close toward the inside. Jump into the fire, showing some speed into disco on the far outside. Farther out is Sunny Isle Beach. But up the chute they go. Not So Close is the leader. Pressed along by Jump into the Fire. And Into Disco comes in from the outside to track them from third. Crossing onto the main track now. Not So Close goes head-to-head with Jump into the Fire. Tracking is Into Disco while third. Zawish toward the inside is fourth. Jag Warrior in between them. Fifth to Bekwana K sixth. Take a Stand is racing in seventh. Hardy Constitution advancing toward the inside from eighth. Sunny Isle Beach in ninth. Fanny and Freddie in 10th by 4. Music Street all the way back at 11th, and Rock's Princess to trailer. The opening quarter goes in a sharp 22-4 to a 45-4 half mile. Onto the far turn, Not So Close and Jump into the Fire have been going head-to-head since the start, and they round the far turn together. They're 2 lengths clear of Zawish. Zawish comes on third on the outside. Hardy Constitution, steady progress up into fourth, and Jag Warriors there to fifth. They come off the turn. Not So Close tried to cut the corner. Jump into the Fire's right there. Zawish is bearing down. Hardy Constitution tries to find a way through, has to dive down toward the rail. Fanny and Freddie's on the scene. So too Take a Stand. Final 16th coming. Zawish in front. Jump into the Fire. Big effort. Hardy Constitution coming boldly up the rail. And Hardy Constitution. Oh, what a ride by Tyler Gaffleone. 2-length winner in the end. Jump into the Fire was second. Zawish was third. And Take a Stand was fourth.
Inside route. It got a little tight in there. Tyler Gaffleone and the filly going turf to dirt. Back-to-back wins to kick off her 4-year-old campaign.
What a ride indeed, and I guess there's our answer as to how fair the racetrack might be. Red Ortiz was certainly right. Tyler Gaffleone seeing he didn't really have space to go all the way to the outside and found an opportunity to go down inside. You could see that the number 4, Not So Close, who was involved in a pace duel with the number 9, Jump into the Fire, who hung in there pretty gamely after that pace there. But Not So Close fading, and it allowed Hardy Constitution to come up the rail for the win. Clearly off the bench, she's just improved as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I asked her that question. Was it the surface switch or is she just better? It looks like she's just better. So options with a filly who has looked equally talented on turf or today on dirt with this performance. Tyler Gaffleone, Joe Sharp, Highlander Training, and Wayne Sanders, your winning connections, this 4-year-old filly by Constitution who wins it for the 3rd time in her career.
And I do think Jump into the Fire really ran a really good race, given the fact that we saw her pop open the front of the gate early on. She was dueling with Not So Close on the pace. You could see apprentice Yoel Navas had his feet really far forward, trying not to get her to run off away from this field, and she hung in. I think she held second, Jump into the Fire. Big race from that mare.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. It looked like last year was finally going to be the year for Steve Asmussen in the Kentucky Derby. Came oh so close. Wound up having that horse become the 3-year-old champion in the end. Will this be his year to get that Kentucky Derby, disarm his lone chance, coming off a 3rd in the Lexington? That's the race that got him into the Derby. We'll be back.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
You're watching continuing live coverage. Kentucky Oaks undercard from Churchill Downs. We'll get into more opening weekend coverage from Belmont in a little bit. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Hardy Constitution. What a ride from Tyler Gaffleone for Joe Sharp, going turf to dirt for the win.
Big performance from this filly, and terrific ride by Tyler, taking the initiative, bringing her down to the inside, and he got the right kind of trip, but he definitely had the horse underneath of him. She has come back and is now 2 for 2 as a 4-year-old, 1 on turf and 1 on dirt.
7-9 long shot. Zawish 37-1, helping that trifecta. So Tyler Gaffleone on the board here in this 4th, and he's standing by with Paula Duca.
Mark? With winning jockey here, Tyler Gaffleone aboard Hardy Constitution. And it was a big scramble in the stretch, and boom, all of a sudden you just exploded on the rail.
Yeah, you know, I had a lot of horse traveling around there. She was taking me every step of the way, just had to find clear running, and once we dove back inside, she finished the job well.
So what did Joe tell you? This is a horse that broke the maiden on the turf and then goes back on the dirt. Was there sort of like flipping a coin whether she was going to like the dirt or not, or is she liking the distance more?
No, it was just more so keeping her comfortable. He said the last race, it was an easy race for her to come back. He worked her on the turf up at Saratoga. She handled it well. So, but she has that class on the dirt. She's run some big races here last year, and he said we were going to get the money, and he did a great job.
Well, your Oaks entrant, I got to talk to Brendan Walsh, and we were talking a little bit. You're going to be riding Pretty Mischievous, talking about he's just putting little blinkers to try to get her to focus. Is that you think she needs to as well, Tyler?
Yeah, you know, it was always a concern of mine, even before she ever ran. She always just did things so easy. She always got to lead too easy and just kind of waited on horses. I think the little addition of blinkers just might help her finish the job.
You think she likes the competition, and do you like the outside draw for her?
I actually do. You know, I don't have to worry about getting squeezed or pushed around too much. I can kind of dictate the race from out there and put her where I want to be.
Okay, let's go to the Derby, talking about an inside draw. He went on for a jolly little ride yesterday. I think Verifying was saying, hey, nobody else, you're not training on the racetrack. I'm training on the racetrack. He got loose yesterday. I talked to Brad. He said, didn't get too far away. What's your plan? Because I know he's got some natural speed from that spot.
He does. He's a big, strong horse. He breaks alertly, so hopefully we get out of there clean. We can get some forward position going into the turn and just try and find a nice position from there.
Is he a horse that we shouldn't take that lightly? He's pretty talented, isn't he?
I surely think so. I know I'm really excited.
Well, good luck, Tyler. He gets the job done here, and he's got 2 live. I think he's got a live shot with Verifying and also with Mischievous Gal in the Oaks today. T-Gaff, he usually owns Churchill Downs, my friends.
Man wins a lot of races at that meet, and you're Pretty Mischievous. At least a moderate amount of, it's not like that turn comes up right away, so it has some time to try and get position.
That's true. We'll see. We'll have to navigate that trip. But like I mentioned earlier, I think given the fact that she has the outside post will make things a little bit interesting as far as her price is concerned. But Tyler Gaffleone and Brendan Walsh have teamed up for some really nice wins together. And Paul is absolutely right. We saw Tyler get his first Breeders' Cup win this year, and he actually won 2 with Wonder Wheel and Caravel. And now he's looking to sweep the Oaks and Derby.
You can tell when he got that weight off his shoulder, finally getting that first, must have felt so good. And just it seemed like road relaxed after that.
Yeah, he's already won a Preakness, War of Will, a couple of years ago. So now he's got to take the ones in Kentucky, where Paul's right. He has made that his home base, a Florida native, and he has turned Churchill Downs into his own personal ATM.
He really has. Grade 2, Ali Sheba coming up next. Kentucky Derby winner from last year. The shocking surprise of Rich Strike returns to the site of his best moment. Sonny Leon will be back aboard for Eric Reed. This is his 4-year-old debut coming up.
It is, and West Will Power currently your favorite at 1-2 after some huge races recently. But great to see Rich Strike back. It makes things exciting. It makes things interesting that you have the Kentucky Derby winner still racing and back. Paul mentioned how exciting the fans are to have a chance to glimpse last year's Kentucky Derby winner. And Rich Strike does have a good fan club, so it's really nice for people that love the game to have the chance to continue to watch a horse like this on the racetrack.
Meanwhile, we talked about disarm for Steve Asmussen as we went to break. He got into this Kentucky Derby with barely third-place finish in that final stop in the Lexington. That was enough points-wise to get him into the race. Before that, he was second at Kingsbarns in the Louisiana Derby. You'll have Joel Rosario aboard. Can't count anyone out who has Joel on their back. What did you think of his Louisiana Derby?
You know, at first I was not really a disarm fan, and I still think that he's going to be better going shorter. But I think his Louisiana Derby was a good effort. He came in second behind Kingsbarn. Last time out, he just couldn't reach the top two in the Lexington, but those two horses did seem to be the main players in there as well. In the Louisiana Derby, Kingsbarns took them every step of the way while Disarm was coming from off of it. So different pace dynamics from the top two finishers, and Disarm was up against it. I want to see him cut back to one turn moving forward, but he's a beautiful son of Gunrunner. He really favors his sire. I'm a big fan of him physically. I'm a fan of the horse. I just personally am against him on Saturday, given the fact that I don't think this will be his best distance. But that being said, Steve Asmussen has broken pretty much every record there is to break in the sport of horse racing, including being North America's all-time winningest trainer. He's looking for that elusive Kentucky Derby, and I know it would be very special to see a son of Gunrunner do it for the Winchells. And I mean, just look how beautiful a mover that horse is.
Incredible on the track. You look at Winchell and Asmussen, what they've done on the Kentucky Derby, epicenter of their best finish, running second last year when it looked like they were going to win it. You know, back to Disarm for a minute as you look at that list, and Gunrunner part of that as well. Showed some precocity and a pretty big figure for a 2-year-old in that maiden win at Saratoga. And it's been nice. You'd like to see not this massive, huge jump, but gradually, start by start, getting better and better from one of the most dangerous barns in the country. And now has paired up a couple of numbers the last 2 starts, maybe primed to move forward. As you said, looks sensational. Mig loved the way he's been training.
He has been training beautifully.
We'll see. Going to be a huge price.
He will be. He will be a big price, and Joel Rosario will stay aboard. As you mentioned, Corey Lannery will take the mount on the horse that gets in on the also eligible list in Cyclone Mischief. And Joel Rosario and Steve Asmussen with the likes of Jackie's Road over the last, Jackie's Warrior, excuse me, over the last couple of years have teamed up a lot down at Oaklawn Park too. And you've seen Steve reaching out for Joel more and more. And Joel's only ridden this horse once. That was in the Louisiana Derby. And once again, he ran well that day. I'm looking as him as a second half of the year horse, but I would not be surprised to see Steve Asmussen have him make some noise this weekend.
You can play all the action, of course, by getting signed up started with NowRed Bets. That $25 Derby free play, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus just for playing with NowRed Bets. The code to use to take advantage of those offers for new members, Derby25 at NowRedBets.com. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're going to preview some Saturday action here in Belmont when we come back. Grade 2 Ford Marcy. Look who's back. Trainer Charlie Appleby. And a horse coming off a Group 3 win at the distance at Newmarket last time out as Ottoman Fleet gets ready for his state's debut. We'll be back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Friday live coverage, Kentucky Oaks Friday afternoon and opening weekend at Belmont Park. It's brought to you in part by Nyra Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nyrabets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Coming up this weekend, plenty of graded stakes action here in New York, including the Fort Marcy Grade 2 mile and an eighth that'll be on the inner turf versus $200,000. And we talked about going to break. Charlie Appleby bringing in Ottoman Fleet. He's always dangerous with how successful he has been on the international stage. It's certainly here with the horses he's brought to the U.S.
Yes, and that is jockey Richard Mullen, who will be aboard Ottoman Fleet. He's 8-5 on the morning line, just, I think, by virtue of the fact that we have seen Charlie Appleby swoop in here and take all of the American graded stakes. And this horse has some good credentials coming in off that mile and an eighth score in the Earl of Sefton Group 3 at Newmarket, a horse that continues to improve. It looks like he had some good in the money finishes in Dubai and then coming back to England with that big win last time out. We'll see if he can take his show on the road and continue the dominance that Charlie Appleby has shown stateside.
Yeah, one of those in the money finishes too was Stablemate Nation's Pride, who probably a lot of us know here stateside with what he's done here. That was in a Group 3 at Maydon. Meanwhile, Christophe Clement and the 6-year-old still going strong. City Man, who had a tremendous end to last year.
Yeah, the New York bred, he's such a cool horse. Obviously, he's one that I feel a lot of affection for. And I thought that this Fort Lauderdale was one of the best races that he's run. You could see Joel Rosario waiting, almost didn't find a seam. Ice in his veins, Joel Rosario taking him down to the inside, and he kicked away from a talented field. He won 2 New York bred stakes, 2 graded stakes, and an open stake last year in 2022. Just such a great example of the New York bred program as well. He had a little vacation down in Ocala. He's back, and while he's still a bear training, he's a really feel-good horse. He's mentally settled a lot as he's gotten older, and hats off certainly to Mr. Dean Reeves and keeping him in training as a 6-year-old now. He's talk about the barn pet. City Man is definitely one that everybody loves to see in the stable.
He's gotten his picture taken quite a few times. Mile and an eighth, maybe his best distance?
I think a mile really to a mile and an eighth. I've actually thought earlier on that a mile and an eighth might be stretching him a little bit, but he showed back in the Fort Lauderdale that it was absolutely no problem. He's coming in, and yes, he disappointed in the Pegasus World Cup turf. He had an outside post. He just looked like he was going to fire from the outside and didn't kick in late. That was followed by a vacation. He had a long year, and he raced a lot in 2022, and he won some big races. Might have caught up to him, and we'll see. He's fresh coming back here for the start of his 6-year-old season once again.
We look forward to it. That is coming up. Graded stakes action Saturday here on opening weekend from Belmont Park. We're going to take a timeout. One of the great stories of the meet out at Oaklawn was Last Samurai. Now under the care of D. Wayne Lucas, owned by Kevin Horton. Back-to-back graded stakes wins and came oh so close to the main event of the meet. We mic'd up the owner during that stretch run.
Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint on the outside.
We're back, continuing live coverage from Churchill Downs. Belmont Park opening Friday, coming up momentarily on our FS2 coverage here. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Grade 2, Ali Sheba is next under the Twin Spires, mile and a 16th. Running for $600,000, and the Kentucky Derby winner from last year, Rich Strike, making his 4-year-old return. 8-1 on the board. Got to deal with some difficult older veterans, including West Will Power in this race. He's coming off a dominant win out at the fairgrounds. Also showing up, Last Samurai, who had a tremendous run in Hot Springs. Back-to-back graded stakes wins, and right in the mix for the premier race for older dirt horses at the meet. We mic'd up owner Kevin Horton for his run at a repeat.
My dad, he's with me.
Charge it on the outside.
He's ready. Get his head.
Currently, they're in the gate.
Get his head. He's going.
And they're on.
Good break.
In the Oakmont handicap.
Good break. Good break.
Stiletto Boy had a good break on the inside. And as they come to the wire the first time, he and Classic Causeway share the lead with Chargent Lookers on the outside and third. Proxy is racing in fourth. Last Samurai is fifth on the inside.
What's the time? What's the time?
And they continue with a half mile marker. Half mile 47.3. And it's Stiletto Boy who went right to the front.
That's right where we want to be.
Away by a neck. And Classic Causeway, that multiple graded winner, right to the outside in second. Chargent is within range. He's racing in third. And now Proxy and Joel Rosario share the fourth spot with Last Samurai. Rosario is getting after Proxy. Last Samurai, Kirsten Torres on the inside, racing in fourth. Senor Buscador. Splitting horses. Proxy.
He's flat. Seems a little flat. Here he comes.
Away at the top of the stretch.
Here he comes, baby. Come on. Come on, Sammy.
Right on the inside.
Come on.
Samurai
Come on.
trying to move.
Come on,
he
Sam.
broke the rail. Here's
Come on, Sam.
Still
Come on, Sam.
Come on. Upper stretch. Meanwhile,
Come on, Sam. Come on.
Coming on the far
Come on,
outside.
Sam.
Here comes Proxy.
Come on.
Proxy.
Come on, Sam.
On the far outside. He almost got there. He may have gotten there. Last Samurai was right with him. Stiletto Boy was third.
Come on, baby. Oh.
Wait. Watch.
Oh, no. Oh, we got beat by her. Oh, we got beat by, I think we got beat by her.
Oh, no, man, there's a bob in there.
I don't know. Did you get squeezed or hit?
Yeah, and I had the whole rail.
Did you fire for it?
Huh?
You fired a quarry?
I think we beat him.
Huh?
I think
You throw an ejection?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, good, okay. Yeah, okay. That knocked us out right there. See, watch. Right there.
Comes right over on us.
Right over our head, knocked us sideways.
Stewards have ruled there will be no change in the original.
What cost us the race?
That cost us the race.
As stewards took a look at that, and so close to the premier race of the meet for older horses for Kevin Horton and the connections to Last Samurai. They got to feel pretty good, though. I'm sure they've had time to reflect that just got that bob for second as well. It could have been not much separating them from third. Source had a tremendous run in Hot Springs.
He did, and that mic'd up segment was fantastic. You could just feel the roller coaster of emotions with Kevin Horton and what it's like watching your horse run a race and come so close. That's what it's all about, and look at him standing there. He's all class, Last Samurai. What a cool horse he's been with over $2 million in earnings.
D. Wayne Lucas on hand with a cowboy hat on, and Last Samurai right back to work 14 days after that narrow defeat, trying to win this Ali Sheba at Churchill. We'll have live coverage when we come back.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Final 16th of the Derby, and it's still epicenter. Zandon surging, and here comes Rich Strike down toward the inside. It's a wild finish in the Kentucky Derby, and on the wire, Rich Strike does it! Wow! A shocker in the Kentucky Derby!
Last-minute entrant with a scratch of Ethereal Road, just with minutes to go before he could even get into the race. Far outside post, it comes up with a brilliant ride from Sonny Leon, and Rich Strike shocks everyone in last year's Kentucky Derby.
I can only imagine how people were frantically thumbing through their racing forms to say who is number 21 to get the win.
Paul LaDuca standing by with his trainer.
Don't hit me in the back.
You cannot have fun if you're not with the Rich Strike connections. I'm here with Eric Reed. Let's just get to the horse first. By the way, how many times have you watched that replay we just showed?
Well, like I told you, I got a brand new phone because I burned my old phone out. And it's got a bigger screen. I can see it better. So
so let's talk about the big horse. How's he doing? I mean, obviously he's at home. You know he loves Churchill Downs. And you were talking a little bit, we need somewhere to get him started.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to run him about a month ago, and he kind of nicked a foot, so I said, I'll just wait. I've never ran him with a probably. And then we looked at Keeneland, but I thought, why not come here, even though the race is probably too short. But it's his home track. He doesn't have to travel. He'll get 3 races this year at Churchill, and it's a first start, setting us up for the rest of the season.
Okay, let's get to the we're still painting the fingernails, as you can tell. I'm not going to paint mine, because when I painted mine, it did not go well. Okay, now Miss Kentucky, Hannah Elin, tell us a little bit about, they're having a, Hannah, can you come up here, Miss Kentucky? They are making a children's book of Rich Strike.
Oh, yeah. So excited to be talking about the powerful story of the underdog and the belief that, we can believe in our horses and their ability to win the Derby, right?
Absolutely. That's what life's all about, dreams.
And then the tattoo came along now, 21. I mean, how many of the crew got the tattoo? Because let me tell you something. If I got a tattoo, my mom, I don't think she'll be able to go back.
We're going to take you here in a minute. We got a lady here to do it. But no, we all went and got them, the owners, all the friends. Everybody was part of this thing last year. Got them. Then I had mine enhanced a little bit, so.
And there you see right there, the 21.
It's actually Richie's shoe that's shrunk down by the artist.
That's actually
an imprint of the shoe and had it put down.
Well, they're always having a blast here, and we're always rooting for Rich Strike. We got another tattoo here.
He outdid us all. He got it.
They're just having a blast here. And listen, he is the people's horse. Everybody is rooting for him to win, Rich Strike, and good luck with him, Eric, the rest of the year. He brought us a ton of joy last year, and I still think, to this day, the biggest upset in sports history.
I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to be part of it. But you know what? We still got a long year to go. This is just the start.
Well, I was glad to watch. Let me get your pick. Who do you think's going to win the Derby?
I like Tappet Trice.
Do you?
And I'm hoping Steve maybe gets his day in the sun. He's flying under the radar. You better watch him.
Okay. Some little Tappet Trice from Eric Reed here, and hopefully Rich Strike does what he does, liking Churchill Downs.
Good answer. Very kind of Eric Reed. Of course, It looked like Steve Asmussen was going to win that race with Epicenter, and Rich Strike, the horse who ran him down to steal it in the final moments.
A classy answer for sure. Ran down Epicenters. They said it was supposed to happen last year. Maybe it will happen this year with Disarm for Steve Asmussen.
Here's our post break for the Alley Sheba. We start with Art Collector, the Pegasus winner to start off the year.
Second behind West Will Power in the New Orleans Classic last year. What kind of trip does he pull from the inside?
Here's Kevin Horton's Last Samurai for Dwayne Lucas.
The roller coaster of emotions with the head defeat last time out. Louis Sias will be aboard today.
Derby winner from last year, his 4-year-old return, Rich Strike.
I can't wait to read his children's book. I think it's great. I love that a horse that has such a following is back this year, and we'll see if he can get things started right.
Where do we pre-order? West Will Power. That was a monster race last start.
4 consecutive triple-digit buyer speed figures for this guy.
Smile Happy looked like he was turning into a star. Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., did not have a great Derby.
No, he didn't. Did have a little traffic trouble in the Oaklawn Mile last time out. Will stretch back out today. I think he's better longer.
And Milliken went by 14-1. Ian Wilkes, Julian Leperoux.
This horse has run well at Gulfstream in his last 2. I think he's something that could potentially outrun his odds at 14-1. He is the half-brother, actually, to McCracken, who was a bit of a wise guy horse in the Derby the year he ran.
Oh, a figure last time out by 6-year-old West Will Power in a division that's lost a lot of star power that makes him maybe the leader of the pack with that 109 buyer speed figure in a victory.
You know, with the race we saw in the Oaklawn Handicap, with this New Orleans Classic, I think that the older horse division is going to be just fine. And this is a salty group of older horses in here. But West Will Power is in career form. What a huge effort kicking away from the rest of this group. He was second behind Last Samurai, 2 starts back in the Razorback, but that was off of a layoff for West Will Power. Brad Cox has done a terrific job with him. And he's found that his running style and that forward running style is where he runs his best races.
3-5. Look at all the respect he is getting off that performance. Can that fairgrounds form translate here? He's run big races, obviously, here as well, and other racetracks, so he's not a one-hit wonder in terms of a racetrack. Art Collector, 6 years old as well, as is West Will Power. And some older veterans. Looks like they can make their presence felt in this older horse division this year.
And Art Collector was a little bit ignored going into the Pegasus World Cup, and it was a pretty wide open race this year. Art Collector, who's a Grade 1 winner, was 15-1, and he was coming off of a disappointing effort in the Lucas Classic behind Hot Rod Charlie and Rich Strike, but he got the right kind of trip in the Pegasus World Cup, pulling away from a nice group that day. Yes, he was second in the New Orleans Classic behind West Will Power. But don't underestimate Art Collector. He is a talented horse now, a multiple Grade 1 winner. He has a lot of class. And look, he's been a world traveler too. Maybe it's taken a little bit of time for him to kind of get back to where he was. But now as a 6-year-old, I think he has a major shot in here.
Let's go to Paul for more.
I couldn't agree more with Acacia. You know, when you look at Art Collector, he ran such a giant race in the Pegasus that he kind of, we call a bounce. He just regressed a little bit in his next start, and he was behind West Will Power, and it looks like that might be the case here again. 3-5 in a talented field. You got the Kentucky Derby winner. I know it was Rich Strike at a big price, but he loves this racetrack. You got Last Samurai, who's a very good horse. I'm surprised that the 4 is 3-5, but is the 4 the horse to beat? Most definitely. I mean, he's the quick and the quick. It's Brad Cox. The horse should get to the front end. And, you know, his numbers keep on going up. He's 13 for 15 in the exacta, so a very, very honest horse. So 3-5 might be a little low. But, you know, I'm starting to look at a lot of these horses coming in from Oaklawn, and they haven't really been firing. I'm a little concerned about Last Samurai firing a big shot in here. I do think Milliken could be a sneaky horse in here. I like Art Collector. I think this race could be 1-4 or 4-1, but I'm with my heart. I didn't bet this race because my heart wants Little Rich Strike to run another big race and to prove that he really loves Churchill Downs. But I'll tell you what, Greg, I think the 4 is going to be a handful to beat in here. I just can't take 3-5.
Seems like he will with that pace advantage, but Junior Alvarado, Art Collector, that horse used to have some good speed, but he couldn't keep up with West Will Power last start. Does he try and press here?
He could. He could also sit a nice stalking trip from the rail, but I think we got to see if we can find a temporary tattoo for Rich Strike for Paul. He's in the fan club. I love it.
We'll work on it, no question. That was fun to see those connections. Rich Strike, 4-year-old return from last year's Derby winner. He's from post 3. Sonny Leon back aboard. It's the Alley Sheba. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're the gate. And they're off. Milliken from the far outside post breaks out alertly, so too Smile Happy. West Willpower sent up toward the inside. Here's the first turn. West Willpower down inside, short lead. Smile Happy right alongside in second, prompting the pace in the early stages. Art Collector comes off the rail to track them from third with 7 furlongs to go. 3 lengths back to Milliken, followed by Last Samurai, and Rich Strike settles in at the back of the pack, 6 lengths off the lead. They turn to the back stretch run, 6 furlongs to go. West Willpower prompted by Smile Happy. They go 1-2. The opening quarter goes in 24-1, so the pace is moderate. There's 5 furlongs to go. Art Collector, 2.5 lengths back, cruising along while third. Milliken advancing in between from fourth. Last Samurai, 5th, up close now, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Rich Strike is still the trailer, 6 lengths behind. Half mile to go, far turn run. Smile Happy starts to ratchet up the pressure on West Willpower. These two knocking heads. Art Collector looms to their outside third, now just a length behind with 3 furlongs to go. Last Samurai's under pressure, so too Milliken. Rich Strike's in a full-out drive, but Rich Strike is still last. Coming for the top of the stretch, Smile Happy powers off the turn and takes the lead. West Willpower tries to fight on. Art Collector set down for the drive. Here comes Art Collector. 1 furlong to go. Smile Happy digs in for the final furlong. Art Collector desperately trying to get by. Smile Happy, something left though. Turning back that first challenge. Smile Happy opening up to the wire. Smile Happy scores by 2 over Art Collector. West Willpower, Last Samurai was 4th.
Smile Happy, he was the one making sure West Willpower did not get too far away early. Brian Hernandez Jr., so precocious as a 2-year-old early on, and his 4-year-old return to the races. That wet track at Oaklawn looks sensational. This a big win for him.
And not the way we expected it to play out. I looked to you on the turn and I said, did you expect Smile Happy to be the one pressing West Willpower? He never shows any speed, but what a heads-up ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. when he took advantage when Art Collector sat in that stalking trip, and it looked like Art Collector was going to get the perfect trip with 2 horses in front of him setting the pace, but Smile Happy had something in reserve. And I remember last time in the Oaklawn Mile, Kenny McPeak speaking to Maggie Wolfendale before the race and saying, I wish that it was a bit longer. And I've always felt that for Smile Happy. He's always a high energy type. He's difficult to train. That's just how he is. And you saw him really on his toes today. He was sharp. Brian Hernandez used that to his advantage, and he had something in reserve, getting a little bit more distance, and a big effort today to hold off Art Collector.
And disappointing effort, you have to think. West Willpower is a horse who seems to always show up. And we just didn't get his best today.
No, and I thought it was going to be a case where he and Smile Happy dueling on the front would set it up for Art Collector. While Smile Happy had something in reserve, West Willpower did not. Maybe that 109 Beyer speed figure in all those races took a little bit of the starch out of him. Not much of an effort from Last Samurai, or First Samurai, excuse me. Last Samurai. First Samurai is the sire. Last Samurai looked like he was not really responding early in the race either, unfortunately.
He put in a lot of work of late. 14-day return for him. Yeah, unfortunately, Last Samurai not his best today. This horse here, as a 4-year-old coming back, his 2 races beyond a mile 1/8, a mile 1/16, he has looked very good. So maybe a bit of an unexpected horse who's now on the scene now in this older horse division. Let's go to Paul Duca.
With winning trainer here, Smile Happy. Kenny, we were up at Oaklawn. You kept on telling me this horse can run, and boy, did she show up today, or he showed up today.
I'm not surprised at all. You know, he's a really special horse. He's difficult to deal with sometimes. You know, at Oaklawn, he didn't really like training at all. He went out there and he decides he doesn't like the scenery, and some days he doesn't cooperate. But here, he's been fantastic. Tip of the cap to Greg Geyer, my assistant. Martin Vargas gets on him every day. He's a little tricky. They know his number. They got it done.
It's pretty crazy because you told me, I go, you can't work this horse in the morning. I got to race him into fitness, and he does this against a pretty good field.
You can't even back him up to warm him up to breeze him. I mean, you know, he's just a little bit tricky, but he can run like the wind.
Congratulations, Kenny. Gets the job done here with Smile Happy.
He certainly likes Churchill. Second start of his career with the Kentucky Jockey Club and stamped himself as a major Derby player. Now he wins this Ali Sheba.
And I love that Kenny gave his exercise rider a shout out to, you are only as good as a trainer, as a horseman, as the staff and the people that you surround yourself with. And it's such an important piece of it. Those people do not get enough credit usually and are huge pieces of prepping horses to come into the races. And his team did a terrific job with a horse that can be very tricky.
Son of Run Happy, big moment for him. Second Grade 2 victory of his career. As a 2-year-old, now as a 4-year-old. And Brian Hernandez Jr., terrific ride from him for Kenny McPeek. As we get back to Belmont, and our first race of the afternoon will be this maiden special weight intended for the grass. It's now on the main track, 6-furlong sprint.
Yes, the Stake, the Sheepshead Bay, and the Nightcap, the 9th, are still on the turf, but the other race is off today after some of the wet weather we had over the last couple of days. The sun is out today, which we love to see.
2-1, 5-1 separates this entire field on the betting board. Let's check in for the first time today with Richard Migliore. Hey, Mig.
Hey, Greg. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm so blessed to be here in this paddock at Belmont Park, and just a beautiful spring day. Let's start on the inside here with Fast Boat to Sky. I like the turn back in distance for this horse. Showed good speed last time, going a mile, hung around too, was there all the way to the wire. And Dave Donk's horses get better with a race under their belt, and I'm looking at an individual that I think will appreciate turning back to this sprint distance and with that race under his belt. One of two Tom Morley horses that I'm going to speak about, because they're both extremely well turned out. Son of a Birch. This horse returns as a gelding, first time Lasix, looks very, very sharp. This is a horse that I thought showed improved speed, stretching out last time. I don't mind this horse sprinting either, and I just, again, really looks ultra sharp here in the paddock. The 5 American Know-How, the other Tom Morley, first time starter, by American Pharaoh, making a nice impression. Probably he'll look a little bit better with a race under his belt, just tighten up just a touch more. And the same with the 6 flat top box, real short, kind of squat, stocky Son of Munnings. Definitely has Turf Sprinter written all over him, but I do think will benefit with a run.
All right, Mig, thanks. Get to our post for it here coming up momentarily. Fast Boat to Sky, the one, the only one with any dirt experience in the race. Pick 5 pool begins here, 71,000 and growing for the sequence. You could play along without putting any of your own money on the line. The Showdown contest, free to enter. Put in your selections and you compete for real prizes. Go to NYRA.com/showdown to get involved and hopefully see your name on that leaderboard at the end of the program. Smile Happy. Got to start taking this horse under consideration as one of the top older horses in the country after this. What he put forth in his return to Churchill Downs for Kenny McPeek with Brian Hernandez Jr.
He beat a great field today, too. This Ali Sheba came up really competitive, some very talented horses in there, and Smile Happy with a different type of tactics as well, pressing the pace set by Westwell Power from Brian Hernandez. He has something in reserve and then was able to hold off Art Collector. Those are two very good races, very good race horses that he was able to press into submission and then to hold off late, a multiple Grade 1 winner and Art Collector. Big performance from Smile Happy today.
4th win of his career, 8 starts. Liked him in the Derby last year, didn't work out.
That's okay.
He could have a very big 4-year-old campaign going forward, though. But he heard from Kenny McPeek. It's been pretty well documented. We've talked about it before. Yeah, a horse who does not want to do it in the morning.
No, and sometimes those are the toughest because that's how you decide when and where to race a horse is what you see from them in the mornings typically. And so if you have one that won't really train forwardly or train consistently or be easy to train at all, it makes it a little bit tough for you to have confidence going into a race. And Kenny said he knew this horse always had it in him. Third off the bench, he ran the big one.
Lucky 7 stable, winning owners there with Smile Happy. Big performance there. Let's get back to New York here. Opening Friday of this spring-summer meeting as they come through the tunnel. Meant for the grass, taken off the turf here. 6-furlong maiden special weight. And again, Fast Boat to Sky, the one, the only horse with any experience running on the main track.
He actually ran a pretty quick race on the dirt 2 starts back. Yes, he ran much better going to the turf last time, but I agree with Richie. I like the cutback in distance for him.
Temple City, 2-year-old who's a new gelding, gets Lasix, the two.
Coming back for the first start of his 3-year-old season, son of a Birch. Have to say that slowly. A new gelding, and we'll try the dirt for the first time.
2 first-timers we'll see next. One for Tom Morley, American Know-How.
He's currently your favorite, and he does have a little dirt pedigree. The dam was a stakes winner and a 2-time dirt sprinter.
Katie Davis next door, flat top box.
Another firster. The dam was good on both dirt and turf, and the siblings did both as well by Munnings. I thought it was interesting, Richie mentioning this one will probably do better for a race.
And 2 sprints on the lawn at Gulfstream so far for Little Skippy.
We'll try the dirt for the first time. Dylan Davis aboard. He's kind of the intriguing new face, though it will remain to be seen how he handles the main track today.
All right, so as you see, 2 races remain on the grass today. This one coming off, races 4 and 9 stay. Good on the turf when we get to it, but listed as good on the main track now for this opening race coming up to kick off our Friday coverage. And the best race really we've seen on those 4 dirt starts from Fast Boat to Sky was on a wet track, although equaled a similar number on a fast track at Aqueduct.
He did. He finished 4th 2 starts back, but he was 20-1 that day. It's been such a big price in all of his races so far. Fast Boat to Sky cuts back in distance, set the pace, and then was caught on the turf last time out. And it seems like Dave Donk has been trying to figure out where he's best too. He's tried him long on the dirt, sprinting, long on turf, and was going to try sprinting on turf today. So still a few questions, but at least in this field, he has some tried and true dirt form, which nobody else has. And we learned yesterday, Greg, that sometimes when you try to overanalyze races like this, it's just better to go with a horse that's got some dirt for him.
Yeah, that race you're talking about was that race that came off the turf, right? We had a horse who was a multiple winner on dirt.
Yeah.
Somehow went off at 3-1, and a Christophe Clement horse who had, what, 5 or 6 starts on turf?
On the turf. And
never been on dirt.
Yeah.
Was close to even money in that race.
Yep. Just goes to show you.
Sometimes you get misbet races on races that come off the grass. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, an interesting group here, and we'll go with my top selection first. The 1, Fast Boat to Sky. I mean, the horse has dirt experience, has run some good races, and I just love the turn back in distance. I think a mile might have been stretching him last time on the turf, but I think from the inside with his experience, going 6 should be fine here. And then the 5 horse, first-time starter, American Know-How. I love the way he galloped off, and I honestly think he'll handle the dirt fine. I mean, I know he was entered for turf, but came off, and here he is. I love, if you look at his work tab, those sprinkling of fast works where he goes from 47-2 out of the gate, and then a nice easy work in between of 49, and then 47-3 out of the gate. That tells me he's got gate speed and should be forward, and he looks great warming up.
Yeah, there he is. Thank you, man. That's significant money. First-time starter now, well, switches now, but was for a moment the 2-1 current favorite. But yes, Mig says, we never know how they did it, how they were asked for that kind of speed, but you see the couple of really fast ones, including that bullet gate drill at the Belmont training track.
And one thing I always look for when looking at works, and as Richie mentioned, when you see them coming out of the gate, something that's often a no-no for me is when their most recent workout or even their last 2 are from the gate. That typically shows me that the trainer has not been happy with how that horse is jumping, and maybe they have some gate issues or they're not that fast out of the gate. When they go through their gate training, and you want to see it, and you want to see that they've done it well, and then they come back and they have a maintenance work before they debut, I love that pattern. It shows that they were able to handle the starting gate, they were able to school well in it, to break well enough, and then you just have your last work before you get ready to race. If you have a horse that's consistently always going back to the gate, it often means that there's something that's not quite showing the trainer what they want to see.
Meanwhile, here's little Skippy, whose first 2 starts, again, came 5 furlongs sprinting on the grass at Gulfstream, 4-1 right now.
Yeah, he's a wild card because he's only been on the turf. He did not take any money in that first start, 83-1 at a big price. A little bit more in his second race, but he didn't really run any better. Not really sure what to do with him. How will he handle the dirt? It's a question the others have to answer as well. Seems to be warming up nicely under Dylan Davis. Took him away from the pony. He's a big burly son of Hardspun, isn't he?
He is. tough race to get a good read on. Obviously, the 5 taking all that money, significant. We usually pay more attention to the board, too, especially with first-time starters. And that's the case with American Know-How. As we go back to the 2, Son of a Birch, New Gelding, getting Lasix, and getting Dirt for the first time.
And I can see why they tried him going longer. He's a tall, leggy horse. Such a good-looking son of Temple City, too, which typically his progeny like to go long on the turf. And this one coming back as a gelding. Sometimes for horses that come back as geldings, there are various reasons why connections may take that route. It could be that a horse just maybe needs to focus a little bit more. It could be with how they're moving. It could be attitude. It could also be for a horse that's very big to kind of lighten them up a little bit or kind of halt that growing. Sometimes if they're almost too big, it's really tough for them to get their feet underneath of them and to navigate trips out on the racetrack. So it could be a multitude of reasons. But Son of a Birch comes back, and I like this horse. He's a really good-looking horse. I just wonder if we'll be better seeing him back on the grass.
Meanwhile, public gravitating heavily to this gray here. Even money, Fast Boat to Sky. That seems awfully short.
I was expecting some of the firsters to continue taking a little bit more money, but I do prefer Fast Boat to Sky given those dirt sprint races we've seen that I think makes him a standout against these.
Get signed up. Go to NYRABets.com. That's the code to use when you sign up as a new member, Derby 25. Get that free play and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Kicking off this Friday card here in New York, opening Friday of this Belmont Park spring-summer meeting. Great to shift our scenery here in New York after that extended long stay at Aqueduct. Here to Elmont, New York. And Jose Gomez on board for David Donk, who we just saw walk by us here a few moments ago.
Jets cap on, of course.
Always.
Always.
JETS for DONK.
But it's so great being back here at Belmont. It's such a beautiful track. Back in the paddock, it's just, you think about all the great horses that have walked under that white pine in the Belmont paddock. It's just like a breath of fresh air coming back here, and we'll be happy to be here for the spring meet. And a lot of big changes coming in the future for Belmont Park as we look towards an exciting future for New York racing.
Donk's going to have Aaron Rodgers to root for this year coming up. Fast Boat to Sky, even money moving in. Back to dirt, shortening up in distance here as this one comes off the grass. John Imbrial with the opener on this Friday card from Belmont.
Waiting for Flat Top Box and Little Skippy. They're in the gate, and we are set for the Friday opener. And they're off. A good start from the inside for Fast Boat to Sky. Son of a Birch is right there, along with American Know-How. And on the outside is Little Skippy. It's a break of 3.5 lengths to the trailer. Flat Top Box in 5th. Fast Boat to Sky leads here by a 1/2 length. Son of a Birch racing in 2nd. American Know-How, first-time starter, sits in 3rd. Then it's Little Skippy, and farther back it's Flat Top Box. The opening quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds. And it is the even money favorite, Fast Boat to Sky, who's maintaining the lead here over Son of a Birch. And on the outside is American Know-How, who is asked to pick it up as they come for the head of the stretch. Little Skippy is in behind horses and will need some racing room. Flat Top Box is at the back, the 1/2 mile in 46 and 3/5 seconds. The field is in the stretch. Here comes American Know-How on the outside to take over the lead. It's American Know-How in front. Son of a Birch now draws right alongside down at the rail. And there's a 16th out. And Little Skippy is coming on late here out in the middle of the track. Here comes Little Skippy. Son of a Birch at the rail. American Know-How in between horses. And the 3 of them hit the line together. It looked like Son of a Birch got it. A Friday photo finish at Belmont.
Only horse with any dirt experience backed up big time here, and it looks like Son of a Birch, the stablemate to American Know-How. The first timer that was taking all that money for Tom Morley gets the win.
New Gelding gets Lasix for the first time, tries the dirt for the first time, cuts back in distance. A lot of changes for this horse today, but the beautiful son of Temple City was ready to roll. Looked like he was pretty much done right at this point with his stablemate, the first-time starter. American Know-How closing on the outside came to loom up, but Son of a Birch and Eric Cancel came back inside. Nice effort from this one off the bench, and Tom Morley, co-owner as well. Congratulations.
Eric Cancel, Tom Morley, Santa Re Stable. Morley owns a piece of this one as well. Switching to dirt, shortening up, and it's a Morley exact, a 2.571 here in the first on the card on this Friday afternoon here at Belmont.
Yeah, a good way to start the day for the Morley team. Looks like Eric Cancel got his glove stuck or something.
5-1 to kick off the card here in New York. I don't get to work with you on the desk a whole lot. I enjoyed it.
I know. It was fun. Usually I'm on that side of the table, and I will be a little bit later. I'll take over for you later this afternoon and host a bit for Belmont and Oaklawn.
Yeah, I got another hour of power coming up. Anthony Stabile going to join me here in just a moment. Short timeout. We'll be back. A lot more coming up. We'll get to the Pick 4 here at Belmont and continuing coverage. Kentucky Derby week. One of the Twin Spires, that big one. Kentucky Derby 149. We'll continue to preview the Run for the Roses when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Coverage continuing here on America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Oaks Friday and opening Friday of the meet at Belmont Park. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage. Greg Wolf, and I'm joined now by Anthony Stabile. Good to see you on Oaks Friday. Hello. How are you?
How we doing?
Very well.
Forgot to wear my pink today.
It's okay.
What are you going to do?
Save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, I won't be with you guys tomorrow. I won't be here tomorrow. I'll be up in Connecticut, Mohegan Sun, doing some damage up there like I do every year. Yeah, we try. Keep it busy. Happy Oaks Day, everyone.
Demand.
Actually, we're supposed to say Happy Oaks and Happy Derby. I learned this when I was in Kentucky in 08 and 09 for Big Brown and Mind That Bird. You probably can't get different sides of the spectrum, right? 2-1 on Big Brown, 6 zillion to 1 on Mind That Bird. And see if the Mind That Bird effect, Greg, plays a role in this year's Derby on the tote board, right? There was nobody over 37 to 1 the year after he paid $100. So we'll see how it plays out tomorrow afternoon.
Don't forget Happy Cinco de Mayo, too.
Yeah, you know, I try to stay away from the Cinco de Mayo celebrations. I eat enough tacos the rest of the other 364 days out of the year. The margarita is just not a good idea.
I was thinking more tacos, but hey, any way you want to go. We're underway in the card at Belmont, and a bit of a surprise here, Son of a Birch, the other Morley runner. His first-time starter had some really impressive works on the dirt, but it's this horse cutting back and getting on dirt for the first time with a win.
Yeah, was able to take advantage of Fast Boat to Sky, cutting the pace up front. This is a desperate three-horse photo. Eric Cancel, fresh gelding, fresh Lasix, cutting back, changing surfaces with the off-the-turf race. The kitchen sink got thrown at Son of a Birch today, and he was able to resolutely handle his rivals this afternoon.
First two starts as a 2-year-old. We mentioned they came on turf, and not since back in July 30th had we seen them. It's a long time away. New surface, shortening up, a lot of changes. New gelding, getting Lasix, everything.
Kitchen sink, buddy.
1260 for the victory. 257 there in the opener. Pick 4 time, and we'll be on the main track. A race that was intended for the main track here in the second race. 1 turn mile, New York bred entry-level allowance. 3-year-olds and up. And Mason Mania, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Cancel will look to take the early double.
Yeah, he's a deserving favorite, if you will. Mighty Atlas taking a little money here, the number 5 right now. It's a little surprising to me. I thought Union Fleet shipping in from Laurel had a chance.
All right, more on this field coming up in just a little bit. We'll get to the post parade as well. We're going to talk a little Kentucky Derby. 2-year-old champ, part of a very strong triumvirate for 2-time Derby winning Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. I would think it would be our ABR race of the week.
I would hope so.
And now post 13 for the 2-year-old champ with scratches in here for Forte. And I know you liked his final Derby audition. And when he really started to run, he didn't look like he was spinning his wheels a little bit. When he finally did start to run, didn't do it for a lot of this race. Looked very good.
People think I'm ridiculous sometimes when I talk about horses the way I do. They're some of the smartest animals that have ever been around. This horse knows how to win. And right here, he says, oh, those 2 horses just ran past me. I'm supposed to go get them. He knows his job better than most horses know their job. He was not supposed to win this day, Greg. With everything that was against him, it looked like he had lost a little weight. He was a little washy. He had a little bit of an incident in the paddock. He wasn't behaving like himself. They went and talked to Todd Pletcher. He was not concerned. I think part of the reason he wasn't concerned is because he did not have him 100% cranked. I think he knew he didn't need to handle the 2 fields he faced in Florida. He does now. He's looked great on the gallop. We saw him on Tuesday schooling in the paddock. He's looked fantastic in the paddock. And he looks like he put that weight back on that he may have lost between the Fountain of Youth and the Florida Derby. And I just think he is simply the best horse walking over there.
Recent winning Kentucky Derby favorites. Last one was Justified 2018. Say this, you know, a lot of development from him as a 2-year-old for the 2-year-old champ Forte, and we haven't seen him progress development-wise in terms of improving his figures, really.
Keep that list up for a second if you can, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt, Greg. You see that list? Well, you and I were talking about this off camera yesterday. The top 6 horses on that list, Orb through Justify, each were undefeated going into the Kentucky Derby as 3-year-olds. Every single one of them. And they all got the job done just like Forte. Now, there's a handful in here that fit that bill. But all 6 of those horses, Big Brown was as well. Big Brown was undefeated. Smarty Jones, Fupeg, all of those horses undefeated. All of them got the job done as the favorite.
A lot of chatter about a recent work, too, from the 2-year-old champ that's kind of taking over horse racing Twitter a little bit. See how he goes on Saturday. It's not just Forte for Todd Pletcher. 2 other horses that are extremely talented. Obviously, Tapit Trice, the fact that he figured things out of the gate last time out in that Bluegrass victory, huge for him. And he obviously has that ability to have a very long, sustained run.
And I'll tell you what, not just Tapit Trice, who, if he gets away from the gate cleanly, in my opinion, is Forte's biggest challenger tomorrow afternoon. That's a big if for a horse that half of his career has not gotten away from the gate cleanly. You can get away with it in the preps, in the maiden win, in the allowance. You can't get away with it in the Kentucky Derby. He breaks a half a step slow from post 5, and that field kind of accordions in on him. His day's probably over. Now, some people say, well, he's got an extra eighth of a mile to overcome that. I'm not buying it. He's going to have better horses in front of him than he's ever had before.
A lot more coming up on the preview show tonight. You don't want to miss it if you're going to be playing the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Preview show, FS2, 6 Eastern tonight. I really feel this year's edition is so wide open. There's so many horses you can make cases for in this race. That's why whoever you talk to, some believe it's Brad Cox or Todd Pletcher this year. I saw it a lot more wide open. Depends on who you talk to.
Tune in tonight. We got you covered at Naira Bets. There's blogs up for the Derby, the Oaks, full picks for both days, blogs for some of the stakes races today and tomorrow. And, yeah, we have you covered here on Fox, over at Naira Bets. I've been writing. I feel like I've been writing nonstop since Tuesday. Writing and handicapping. That's it.
Don't get carpal tunnel.
No, I'm good. I had it for years. I'm good for now. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. I'm a big Forte fan. If you tell me definitively he wasn't going to win, it's a crapshoot.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to get into Hot Springs and Oaklawn Park when we come back. Add a third track into the mix on our Friday coverage. We will do that when we come back in our continuing FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at America's Day of the Races, opening weekend at Belmont Park. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, race 2 at Belmont kicks off the early pick 4. And again, a one-turn mile, in case you're just tuning in, New York Bred's first allowance condition. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliore.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we're going to start down on the inside with your favorite, Mason Mania. Horse carries good weight. I mean, this is a horse that, coming off a couple of good efforts, and sometimes those horses, lighten up a little bit. Not this guy. He carries a lot of condition. Looks like he's a big fan of the feed tub, that's for sure, Mason Mania. And his start, too, back, he broke from the rail going a mile, much like he gets today, and worked out a good trip that day. Eric Cancel contributing a nice ride to win the first race for Tom Morley. The 3, Union Fleet, making a nice impression as well. This is an interesting thing here. This horse is bred by Jonathan Thorne up in Millbrook. Their farm is Thorndale is just outside of the town of Millbrook. It's basically my neighbors, and this is the first time this horse is going to compete against New York breds. He's been down in the Mid-Atlantic, running Delaware, Laurel, and I think he's going to appreciate coming up here. I mean, he's moving. He's been claimed, but he's moving out of open allowance races where he's been showing some speed, and and being contentious, and now against New York breds. And just to give people an idea, I mean, we got a lot of good New York breds, but roughly 1,100 New York bred foals a year as opposed to 20,000. So it limits the gene pool, or the amount of horses that they're able to compete against in these restricted 2 New York bred races. And I think this horse is very interesting. And a horse that absolutely, from a physical perspective, gets the check mark is the 5-horse from the Tom Morley stable, Mighty Atlas. Man, this is a beautiful horse, really well turned out, dappled. His coat is everything I want to see. Now, we know in this game, pretty is as pretty does. And, you know, it's not a beauty contest, but I would have been remiss not to talk about this horse and just how well turned out he is for Tom.
Mig, thanks. Yeah, Tom Morley. We'll see if he can take the early double. Trevor McCarthy will be aboard 7-2 on Mighty Atlas.
Yeah, this horse is taking. I didn't get the money that he was taking, but okay. I mean, I don't have to be. I have to be in tune to everything, Greg. I guess 12-1 morning line. Morley looking to sweep the double. I don't know. I didn't. I did not prefer him, but I guess he can win here. He's gonna have to get considerably faster. Romero Mirage doing his calisthenics. I don't even know what he's
on. Jumpster from the outside today for Randy Persaud.
Just missed 2 back in the mud. I mean, he took a filthy beat. If you bet him at 20-1 that day, you got run down by the 4-5 shot. And I mean, it was just an ugly, ugly beat. I feel bad for people who bet on Jumpster that day. That was first off the Randy claim. He came back and he ran just 6 days ago in a pretty in a race that was dominated by the speed. Ran pretty much one. He was chasing for a while. 2:35 and healing with 1-2, 1-3 really around the racetrack. He tired late in the game. He comes back on a fast track today.
Meanwhile, this guy here, the 4 Safalos Mission, trying to turn the tables on this one. Mason Mania finished ahead of him last time out. That was at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I mean,
should have first run on that horse.
I don't know about the mile. The mile was what bugged me a little bit about him. Linda stretched him out. Linda Rice stretched him out the last couple of times. And I know his fastest 2 races came at the mile. That's why sometimes, to me, the speed figures can be a little deceiving, right? This horse's fastest 2 races came in a mile. He was losing ground at the end of both of those races. Now, you could say he was attending the pace, and maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but I don't feel like he really wants the mile. Maybe he found the right bunch of horses to get the mile against, but I feel like he might be a little bit better or a little less distance. And to that point, it took Linda a considerable amount of time, well over a year, to stretch this horse out. You're not going to tell me there wasn't a mile race that came along over the course of that year.
Oh, here's when they met back on March 10th in Purple Silks. That is Safalo's Mission, and he's going to back up to 3rd.
Yeah, dead heats for 3rd here. He tires late in the game. I thought his mile race the time before was light years better, and I think that's a little to my point. You can surprise a horse first time going along. You can present that extra distance to him or her the first time, and it's almost like they're a little, whoa, what's this? I think it's different once the second time, and she missed, Safalo's Mission missed the race. Mason Mania came back and ran 3rd. Safalo's Mission missed that one.
We check in Hot Springs for the first time on our Friday coverage. 6-furlong sprint. Arkansas bred runners, $10,000 claiming tag. The condition here, 4-year-olds and up who have not won a race since December 5th of last year. And we have a 4-5 favorite as they load up here in the 8 Heritage Park. Looks pretty imposing here. 7-time winner, 4 of those wins coming at Oaklawn.
Yeah, it drops down for the Arky bred. You know, they're going to close up Sunday. So I don't know if this horse is going to travel to Prairie Meadows last year. He actually did okay at Prairie Meadows last summer, and then they missed a bunch of time with him. So I don't think if Timmy Martin's trying to lose him per se, but I don't think he's going to lose any sleep if he loses this horse for 10 today, especially if he wins. He gets right around $26,000 or $27,000 if he wins and gets claimed.
It's the one to beat with the meets leading rider Christian Torres aboard the 8 Heritage Park. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
And the last to load, Stomping Hot Rod, followed by African Warrior, the outside 2. Track good. It's overcast. They're in the gate for race 1. Jay's Little Man a little restless in there. So was African Warrior. They're off, and a hopping start for Heritage Park. And the odds-on favorite got out last. Is using speed, though. Heritage Park is steaming up on the outside under Torres, already beyond mid-pack and moving up here as Ojitos goes to a short lead. And Hightail Cowboy is alongside him. And now Heritage Park has recovered to race up alongside Stomping Hot Rod. Stomping Hot Rod third, Heritage Park a wide fourth after a leaping beginning. African Warrior is in behind them running a tight fifth. Then a gap of 4 back to obviously 2 and J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down. Another 3 to Morning Drive, and the heat is on. And Jay's Little Man trails with a quarter of a mile to the finish. Hightail Cowboy and Ojitos. Stomping Hot Rod is third. The crop is out on Heritage Park. He's not doing enough at this stage. Farther out comes obviously 2. J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down in that second flight as well in the pink. Stomping Hot Rod and Hightail Cowboy. Those two are head and head. Here comes J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down. A bolder third now as Stomping Hot Rod leads it late. J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down trying to catch him. Stomping Hot Rod over J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down, Hightail Cowboy, and Morning Drive.
Stomping Hot Rod holding off that late charge of J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down for Team Asmussen for the victory.
Big effort here as Stomping Hot Rod. Kelsey Jordan just digging in and hanging on. This horse shipped in from Delta Downs off a couple of starts. Kind of found the right level. First time winning at Oaklawn Park, 0-for-11 prior.
Post parade back at Belmont. We start with Mason Mania, the 3-2 favorite.
Yeah, I wonder if the mile's enough ground for him as opposed to Safalo's Mission. He's been closing nicely, but he has not gotten a win yet on the circuit.
Biggest price on the board here, Dates Freedom.
And he should be. He's been losing ground in these 1 1/8 races. He'll come back to the one-turn mile. He hasn't had much success there either.
Union Fleet comes in from Maryland.
This is the horse I like in here. You think he's going to be aggressive. Manny Franco's going to be aggressive with him, get him in the game early, and get him against New York breds for the first time.
Safalo's Mission getting reacquainted with Mason Mania.
Yeah, it's been almost 2 months since he's seen the starter. He's lost ground in both of his races, going a mile, maybe too long for him.
Barn that took the opener, Tom Morley with Mighty Atlas.
Taking a ton of money. Him and Safalo's Missions are the same price, essentially. I'm a little surprised by that.
2 of his 3 career starts, who's had issues slowly coming out of the gate. The 6 Jumpster, we saw Romero Mirage in the paddock, riding for Randy Prasad.
Yeah, see if Romero, who got a hot pace to close into 2 starts back when he just missed, if he can keep this horse a little closer today. He may have to. I don't see a ton of speed in here.
So 4 minutes away, race 2 coming up on the first Friday of the meet, and the 3-2 favorite, Mason Mania, from that inside, shortening up from 1 1/8 last time out back to this mile distance.
Yeah, he's the deserving favorite. And I think he's a little bit more trustworthy at the distances. Like I said, this might not be far enough for him. His wins, his 4 career wins, he did win sprinting, but that was at Penn National. Mile on the 16th seems to be his wheelhouse. It's only a mile today, but it's 1 turn. So, Greg, his closing style, far more conducive to the 1 turn. And you see, he just got beat by, he just simply beat him a nose. He beat Safalo's Mission that day. He ran behind Overstep and Simply. Overstep, I think, is going to be tough in the New York Bred Stakes ranks this year, if not eventually against Open Company. His 1-turn races are very good. 2-turn races aren't bad. His 1-turn races are very good, and that makes sense with his running style.
Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and just kind of reinforcing some of what I saw in the paddock, starting with the 1 Mason Mania. He looks great. A horse that carries good weight, good condition for a horse that's been running, consistently well. This is his 5th start of 2023. I'm just not seeing a tremendous amount of speed in here. And the way I handicap races, guys, is how do I think the race is going to run and who I would want to ride if I had the ability to ride one of these. And I think he might be up against it a little bit from a pace standpoint. I think the 3 Union Fleet trying New York breds for the first time certainly makes a lot of sense. He has natural speed, could turn out to be the speed of what little speed there is in here. And I think a lot has to do with what the 4 Safalos Mission decides to do, because he's shown improved speed stretching to the mile distance in his last 2 starts. So it'll just depend on whether the 3 Union Fleet gets it easy on the lead, or maybe he allows Safalos Mission to get it easy on the lead, and I think that plays against your favorite. So I'm going to take a little bit of a shot with the 3 Union Fleet, trying New York breds for the first time.
All right, Mick, thanks. And that was Union Fleet just moving through the picture. That 3 in the background, Manny Franco, on a runner who's had a lot of runner-up finishes 6 times in 15 starts as we look at him again.
I like when Richie and I are on the same page. Gives me confidence. I like this horse a lot today. I think he's going to sit the right. I think he's going to be in front. I think that's the right trip in here. I'm not sure. I would imagine if they try to get Safalos Mission this mile today, I would think Dylan Davis is going to use the target set by Union Fleet, rather. That's what I would do. And in my extensive riding career, I always had my most success just stalking the pace. No, I mean, I think he's a little distance challenged. And if the connections agree, I think the best way to try to do this is to inherit a target. I think that's what he's going to do. If he goes, I think he's in trouble. Because I think the 3 is going to be, and the 3's taking the right money now. Union Fleet's taking some money in here. He was 6-1 on the morning line. He's 3-1. This is a race. It's a weird board, Greg. There's money coming in on Union Fleet. There's a ton of money came in on Mighty Atlas, right? It's almost like, where does the money go? Well, David Aragona, our fantastic morning line odds maker, had Mason Mania 6-5 and Safalos Mission 7-5 on the morning line. Well, you say, oh, well, Mason Mania is only a couple of ticks higher, and Safalos Mission's only a couple of ticks higher. That's a lot in a field like this, especially with 2 horses taking money. And now the money's really coming in on Union Fleet. It was all the way down to 5-2.
Favorite, though, pretty much throughout. It's been Mason Mania from that inside. Trained by Jeremiah Engelhardt. Shortening up from that 1 1/8. And we got early stakes action on the card later today as well in that Sheepshead Bay compact field, but some talent in there. And then we have Zandon, Bluegrass winner from last year, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, making his 4-year-old return.
Pumped to see Zandon later on. I'm a fan.
You think he's just too classy for that group?
He could be. He could be. I don't think it's that cut and dried. But if Zandon shows up on Kentucky Derby weekend, like he showed up last year, because he showed up last year. He just got probably a little too far for him and a little too that upsetter, just Rich Strike coming up the inside. I don't know who saw it coming.
He's got to deal with Zandon, among others, his stablemate, Dr. Ardito, 6 in a row he's put together. But obviously Zandon, one of the better 3-year-olds in the country last year. We'll see if Dr. Ardito's up to that challenge. And a good one in the Westchester coming up later on this afternoon on our opening Friday of this meet. Again, get signed up, started with Nowry Bets. That's the place to do it, NowryBets.com. And Derby25, that code to use for new members. As Mason Mania price actually floating up a little bit right now to 2-1.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, all the money. And Mighty Atlas drifted to 9-2. Full point. Down to 7-2, now drifted back to 4-1. I won't be on the air for the Westchester. I'm going to give you a little bit of a price in there to maybe mess around with.
Okay.
Zandon, Wayburn. I think Wayburn's going to run big today for Jimmy Jerkins before Jimmy departs for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Jimmy's leaving us soon. It'll be weird. Well, Steve has one horse. I said I was going to say it would be very weird not having a Jerkins on the grounds at beautiful Belmont Park. It's almost like not having a Stark in Winterfell. Yeah, Stevie's still here. He's got a horse or 2. But I'll be sad to see Jimmy go.
That's coming up later today, race 8. Right now, loading up for the start of this pick 4. There's the favorite, Mason Mania, moving in line. Eric Cancel trying to take this early double on the chalk here in the second. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Mighty Atlas and Jumpster. They're all in. And they're off. Jumpster from the outside. Safalo's Mission now moving up to challenge. And down at the rail, it is Mason Mania. As they race up the backstretch, it is Safalo's Mission with the narrow lead. Jumpster's on the outside. Mason Mania is down at the rail, and Union Fleet sits in just behind those front runners. Then it's a break of 4.5 lengths. Back to Dates Freedom and Mighty Atlas. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Safalo's Mission leads here by a length. Mason Mania is next in second. Jumpster right alongside of Mason Mania. And then comes Union Fleet, who's in fourth, 3 lengths from the lead. And farther back, it's Dates Freedom at the rail, and alongside is Mighty Atlas. They begin the run around the far turn. Mason Mania has come off the rail and now gone up to challenge Safalo's Mission for the lead. It is Mason Mania and Safalo's Mission as Union Fleet draws closer in third. Jumpster has dropped back. Then Mighty Atlas. The trailer is Dates Freedom. The battle up front. Safalo's Mission on the inside and Mason Mania on the outside. And now they're at the head of the stretch. Union Fleet is in third and being asked for more. Safalo's Mission comes off the turn with the lead into the stretch by 2 lengths. Mason Mania runs in second. Then it is Union Fleet and Jumpster inside the 8th pole. Safalo's Mission trying to hold off Mason Mania. Mason Mania and Safalo's Mission, they are right together coming down for the finish. Mason Mania narrowly. Safalo's Mission at the rail. They come for the wire. Mason Mania by a neck. Safalo's Mission was second. Then Union Fleet and Jumpster.
Favorite Mason Mania, Eric Cancel takes the first 2 on the card.
Yeah, Eric was as resilient as they get, just trying to go after it. I'm looking to see if Union Fleet just didn't get away. Yeah, he broke. He did not break. Union Fleet did not break, and the entire complexion of the race, I think, changed. Safalo's Mission was able to get an easy lead. Boy, I'll tell you what, the race is probably going to come back a good fig because it was a nice final time. If you think this horse wants any part of a mile, having not been able to close the door today with everything his own way, Mason Mania, Eric Cancel had to start riding him at the 3/8 pole. And he was just not picking him up until the 16th pole, where it just looked to me like Safalo's Mission tiredly. But nice effort from Mason Mania. Finally gets to walk the aisle instead of being a groomsman. He's been a groomsman an awful lot this winter.
1-4-3 finish, 6-5 favorite. Starts off his pick 4, Jeremiah Engelhardt. Eric Cancel team up for the win. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Another sprint next, and another pick 4 begins in race number 3 when we return on our Friday coverage on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. New members, Derby 25, that code to use for a sign-up. Mason Mania getting by a horse who certainly looked like he's getting a little tired going the mile on Safalo's Mission.
Yeah, good job by Eric Cancel. Sweeps the double. $11.70 double for $1. Nothing wrong with that, Greg.
1-4-3 finish to kick off a pick 4, as I mentioned before we went to break. Another pick 4 beginning here in race number 3. 6.5 furlong sprints, a $40,000 maiden claiming event. Get a quick look at the odds here. Hui predicted on the outside, taking early money.
Yeah, predicted second time for the tag, drops in from the 75 to the 40. Boy, I liked him last time. He didn't run 2 steps, never made the lead, just kept backing up. Hard to like him on the drop again off that last race, but the public seems to disagree with me, so what else is new?
Lowest level he will have run at yet. Paco Lopez for Anthony Dutrow. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, talk more Derby when we return. 4 chances at what would be a second Derby, winning that first one 9 months after the fact. Brad Cox, Angel of Empires, Arkansas Derby winner, will be his time to shine on Saturday.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tiz the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tiz the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tiz the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Opening weekend of the Belmont Meet. Kentucky Oaks Friday. Out in Louisville under the Twin Spires. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, the rest of our crew out around the country. And the big one coming up on Saturday, that Run for the Roses. And Brad Cox will have 3 chances.
Is it tomorrow?
Well, he'll have 4 chances, actually, to get it done, including Angel of Empires, Arkansas Derby winner, who took a big move forward in that performance in his final Derby audition. 8-1 morning line.
Yeah, I know you're a fan, Greg. I know you like this horse. He's probably the horse that's given me the most fits in Derby 149. Excuse me. What I mean by that is he's obviously extremely talented. Wins the Risen Star, wins the Arkansas Derby at Fairgrounds and Oaklawn, respectively. But he goes on these long marches. He's not a traditional closer that just explodes the last quarter of a mile. And I kind of feel like, as talented as he is, when does the Cup run out? When does the luck run out? That's the other thing, too. It's now it's a 20-horse field, no, 19. And he's got to avoid the traffic as well as being able to continue to make these rallies. Now, he's had time between his races, which certainly would help. And Brad Cox having the embarrassment of riches in the 3-year-old division had to keep these horses separate. He did it when he was put up with Mandaloun. Remember talking to him. I was working for the Horse Racing Radio Network at the time, talking to him about why certain horses took certain paths. And Mandaloun was a horse that needed time between his races, and he wanted to run him in the Louisiana Derby because of the extra time till the Kentucky Derby. I wonder if, this horse spaced his races 5 weeks, 5 weeks, 5 weeks. I wonder if it was the same kind of plan as part of keeping everybody apart.
Got a great rider in the irons, too, Flavien Prat, one of the absolute best in the business, who will be back on board. He was on board in that Arkansas Derby as well. Take a look at Brad Cox's 4. He will send a post. And Saturday's Kentucky Derby hit show verifying Jace's Road as well.
And you figure, again, kind of like Todd Pletcher, the Cox quartet has him surrounded. Jace's Road will be one of the speeds. I would imagine with Cyclone Mischief drawing in, verifying now can, even though from the draw, he can be a little more lax early. Maybe he's laying 3rd or 4th. Hit show will be somewhere in mid-pack under Manny Franco. And then, of course, you'll have Angel of Empire with the forward march. Feels like he should be in the military, that horse. He starts that march from right outside the half-mile pole, and he just keeps on going.
Long, sustained
until he gets there.
move. Yeah, he was so impressive in that race. 4 for Brad Cox, 3 for Todd Pletcher.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Would you be very surprised if it was not one of those two on Saturday?
I would like someone to give me 8-5 on Todd Pletcher winning the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. I would take 8-5 on the 3 of them right now.
Back to Hot Springs. And race 2 post-race. Smarty's Angel just went by. Now winners the 2 life 6 furlong sprint. Here's Fun Time Girl.
Yeah,
blinkers on.
Fun Time Girl gets that equipment change. We'll see if that makes her a little bit speedier. She's been having trouble finishing her races off.
Abby the Bulldog going to cut back in distance.
Yeah, should help her cause. She has 1 sprint, but it was early on. But a bunch of sprints early on in her career.
The 5 here, Go, Go, Go.
Yeah, Go, Go, Go. Best races came with some moisture in the ground.
Courageous Cap'n just was 2nd for 12.5 N2L.
Hit the board in the last 2 of 3, including the maiden win back in a sloppy track in March.
Here's the 4-5 favorite, Dare Me. Steve Asmussen just claimed this one. He has his son Keith aboard.
And he gets to run this horse for the waiver claim. Keith gets to ride. Solid favorite.
I got a maiden win against Winners last time out. Here's the 9 at 5-1, Kitiara.
Kitiara is interesting in here. Scratched yesterday for this.
Yeah, it gets to my heart, big price outside.
Yeah, should be a big price. Horse is having a tough time finding the board. Just 1 4th place finish this season, 7 tries.
And we skipped over the 8, 25-1 long shot Cadillac Lady, who is a huge price. Going to look back to a race they just ran out at Churchill Downs. Incredible form since coming to the States for Didia, for Nacho Correas.
Yeah, not Nacho Correas. And see there she is in the white caps in the about the 3 path here. Vincent Cheminot. She is resolute down the center. A couple of Chad Browns trying to gun her down. She is going to draw away nicely here in the final, 75 yards or so.
She won 7 in a row. Her first 4 in the States, and her first 4 in the States at 3 different racetracks.
147 and some change. It's a good final time as well. This time of year, $7.18. It's the area code in Queens, by the way. Still taking some getting used to. But yeah, nice effort. Didn't like the other favorites didn't really show up. Kind of 9-1 and a 5-1 to round out the exactor and the try. Other favorites didn't really show, but she did, and that's all that matters. Now she's won 4 in a row since coming up to the States.
All right, back to Belmont. And that 40 maiden claiming sprint coming up. That's such a beautiful sight. Love the paddock here in Elmont, New York.
It's up there. It's one of the prettiest paddocks in all the land.
Hui predicted, still taking the majority of the money here. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, really kind of interesting, competitive $40,000 maiden race going 6.5 furlongs. We'll start with the 4, Crack the Code, who has certainly run well enough to be very competitive here. Jorge Duarte does such good work. He, trains at Colts Neck Stable Private Training Center. I also believe that his horses run better with a race under their belt. And through no fault of his own, they're basically training at a quiet, sedate training center. And I think horses get more clued in after they have the start, physically and certainly mentally, shaking off a little ring rust. He's making a great physical impression here in the paddock. I do expect him to probably improve off of this effort. The 5, Hui, obviously the horse to beat. Very good on debut. Ran for maiden 20, son of American Pharaoh. 4, Wesley Ward. And ran well. Now, as good a job as Linda Rice does, we know what Wesley Ward does with first-time starters. And is there a forward movement in Hui off of that, first effort? And then the horse that I really like a lot, and a horse that honestly not always trustworthy, if you will, is the 6 predicted. Anthony Dotro looking for that milestone 2,000th career win. He gets outside. Anthony really opened up the blinkers. He didn't remove the blinkers, but it's got a very, very short blinker cup, basically what we refer to as a cheater cup. So essentially, it's not affecting his peripheral vision very much at all. I think the outside helps, and I think the drop-in class as well. For a horse that, if he shows up, is going to run well, but inexplicably sometimes he just doesn't show up. He's got the pedigree, he's got the looks. He's like a kid that has all the advantages and doesn't take, advantage of the advantages given him in life, but I think he landed in a good spot here.
Mig, thanks, and there he is. Yeah, he's really thrown in some really poor performances, including last time out. But typically, in his 2 real bad ones before, he's bounced back.
He was terrible last time, Greg. There's no excuse. See, for me, there's no excuse for last time. And Richie gives us fantastic information down to the cheater blinker. Desperation's a very strong word. But I'd imagine this horse, he has some talent. He's got to be really frustrating at this point for Tony, for Dutch. I mean, it just has to be extremely frustrating at this point that he cannot get this horse. Son of Tappet, beautiful pedigree, had a geldom last year. That didn't work. Tried him in the winter at Aqueduct. That didn't work. Dropped him last time. That was the worst race of his career. You're going to take 2 to 1. You see now, and I thought Hui would be the considerable favorite in here. I thought Hui would be even money today.
No, he debuted. He was with Wesley Ward, who has him ready to go. Obviously, first time out. This was at Keeneland. And for maiden 20 at Keeneland, as the favorite, defeated here, running a distant second.
Yeah. First time out for Wesley. This horse ran okay. Basically just chasing the pace around there. Was almost was the 7-5 favorite. And Linda went in and claimed this horse for $20,000. Believe this was the day. Yes, it was. That horse that won, the horse that won was a 6-year-old first-time starter. I watched this race with Linda Rice in the Horseman's Lounge at Aqueduct. The winner was a 6-year-old first-time starter.
Incredibly rare to see that, to be that patient even to see a 6-year-old first-time starter at all, but to see a 6-year-old win a maiden race. So maiden 20, now jumps up maiden 40, and for a barn, look, Wesley Ward, they're ready to go in the debut. So a little pause for, cause for concern there.
It wasn't a cause for a 6-year-old first-time starter. Those people have been waiting to get out on that horse for 3 years.
Back to Oaklawn Race 2 coming up. Pick 4 starts here. N2L conditions. So non-winners at 2 life. Dare Me the 7 down to 3 to 5. And I should have gone back and looked all the way on the past performances. This horse is in some incredibly tough spots as a maiden.
Forget it. This horse is a proverbial against proverbial gorillas. And now, must have been something up with this horse. Right, why the one with, this horse was disqualified last time from the purse money. That's why this horse is eligible. Source was disqualified from purse money last time. I
Crossed the wire first, though, against basically this level by 11+ lengths.
Now he gets the base on ball, Steve does, by running the horse for the waiver. License to steal. And he's eligible for the starter races around the country where Steve goes because he ran for the 10 last time.
Look out.
Smart move.
Huge edge here to Dare Me. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
Along with Cadillac Lady, Guest in My Heart will conclude the loading. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward start for Courageous Cap and Abby the Bulldog shuffled back at the start as well. Fun Time Girl and Smarty's Angel on the inside. They battle early on. Cadillac Lady is third. Guest in My Heart fourth. 2 lengths then to Go in fifth. Dare Me is splitting rivals and racing in sixth in the white cap. Outside of her is Kitiara, then Courageous Captain, and it's well back to Abby the Bulldog. They're past the half-mile marker into the far turn. Fun Time Girl steps it off up front and is shaken a little clear of Smarty's Angel. Guest in My Heart is third. Dare Me is a measured fourth. Dare Me is toward the inside. And now Keith Asmussen just tapping at her a bit to keep up. And there goes Dare Me up along the inside here and staying at the rail and coming inside of Fun Time Girl. And Dare Me takes over a short lead in the upper stretch. On the outside at Smarty's Angel, Fun Time Girl drops back. Kitiara closing up the inside. Then Abby the Bulldog. Dare Me under big pressure from Smarty's Angel. And here comes Abby the Bulldog, trying to sweep by them all. Kitiara on the inside. Abby the Bulldog is going to win it and draw clear from Kitiara. Dare Me and Smarty's Angel in a desperately close photo for third.
Abby the Bulldog springing the upset, cutting back in distance here. Tammy Hornsby, Walter De La Cruz.
Yeah, this horse appreciated the cut back in distance and a little bit of a contentious pace. Swooped the group far outside as Kitiara tried to make a case to get the money up the inside, but too much momentum for Abby the Bulldog, who steamrolled him in the last 16th of a mile.
No free squares in this game, are there?
No.
3-5 favorite with a filly who crossed the wire first by 11+ lengths. The same condition last start with a number that would have buried this field and gets beat here. Post parade, third at Belmont. Here's Pine Alley.
Pine Alley comes in from Parks after finishing second at the Big A for the bottom 20,000, 2 starts back.
West Star, Heeman Harkey.
Heeman Harkey climbs aboard again, just got beat a half length last time against fellow New York breds.
Crack the Code at 3-1, Jose Gomez.
Second time in for a tag. First time was back in July of last year where he ran second. So it's not a traditional drop down.
Hui debuted for Wesley Ward, the race we showed you at Keeneland.
Up in class, claimed just 20 days ago. See if this horse runs okay on the rise.
And will this be number 2,000 for trainer Anthony Dutrow?
Start number 11 for predicted. First time for a tag. Last time was probably the worst race of his life, if not one of the worst races of his career, and now he drops down yet again.
So here's West Star, Candy Ride 3-year-old, who's been facing exclusively New York bred competition, will be against Open Company here today.
Source ran a big race. He had run one race similar to this back in January when he was claimed from the Kanamachis that day. And Dawn Skelton was looking for her first win of the year. Almost got it here when she took the blinkers off. She put the blinkers on off the claim, took them off, and Boys Code, another maiden, perennial maiden, got the job done. It was a long way back to the third place finisher. And I know a lot of people like seeing that. I don't know if you necessarily want to see that at the bottom state bred claiming ranks.
A figure that fits with this group, though, but again, exclusively has been against New York bred company. 10-1 right now in West Star. Let's go back to Mig.
It appears that the full horse Cracked the Code unseated his rider and took off towards the training track. Now the training track intersects the main track up by the 1 1/8 pole. And he hung a hard left, and he's loose, and it looks like, if I believe I got the number right, I think the 4 will be a late scratch. It appeared to be the 4, cracked the code, and right now he's off someplace in the barn area looking for home, if you will, even though he shipped in from the Colts Neck Training Center. Hopefully he'll be apprehended and no worse for the wear. I'll talk about the 2 favorites. You get the 5, Hui. I thought he'd be the favorite. It's flip-flop now where the outside horse Predicted is the favorite. If I was riding one of these 2, I'd want to ride the 6 Predicted. I just know how I would ride him. And some horses, you have to be more of a pilot. Some horses, you got to be more of a passenger. This horse needs a pilot and direction, and some horses you have to take it from them. They're not as generous. If I was riding, that's who I want to ride. From a wagering standpoint, I take a little better price with Hui. I think it's a 2-horse race. Hui's got some speed, and at least he showed desire in his first start. I'm just really surprised, and I want to get your take on it, Anthony. How is he not the favorite?
I'm stunned, Richie. I am stunned. I wonder what makes these horses now when Crack the Code comes out. I thought Hui was going to be the price Predicted is. I don't know how you want to bet Predicted off of his last race. I don't get it. And I'll tell you another thing, too. He's going to cut back in distance. The blinkers that Richie mentioned, the cutback, these are all, now I'm going to use the word desperation, because these are all signs of not just being so frustrated with this horse that you're willing to try anything. His 7/8 race 2 back was pretty good. There's Crack the Code, who will not be cracking the maiden breaking code today.
Good to see they caught up to him, though.
So this is how great our outriders are. I don't use the word great often. That's the training track. That is right around the 7/16 pole of the Belmont Park training track. That's where our outriders went and apprehended the late scratch here in number 4, Crack the Code. Bravo, everyone. Really, I mean, that is determination. That's amazing.
Yeah, great job.
He went from Queens to
Outriders, so safely will be back in his barn.
Went from Queens to Nassau County to get him.
You're not lying. Right on the border here.
Good job, guys and gals. But I mean, and now the late scratch money comes out of the pool, and you see 3 to 5 even money on Predicted and Hui. So. But I thought Hui would be even money today. I just didn't think he'd be second choice at even money. I thought he would be the favorite at even money.
Yeah, I think some people think Tough taking off of Wesley Ward, and he's so often has him ready to go first time out, and the fact this horse didn't get it done, maybe people a little apprehensive.
I guess. I'm not as apprehensive knowing that a 6-year-old first-time starter beat him. That would be a turnoff to some people, but that horse won convincingly. That horse was never in doubt, Hocus. So
there's Hui. So Linda Rice taking off of Wesley Ward. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Second choice. Will this be number 2000, the 6 Predicted for the barn of Anthony Dutrow? Paco Lopez aboard. We're set for the third of pick 4 starts here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Predicted is in. Set to go for race 3. And they're off. And Predicted broke on top, but quickly joined by Hui and West Star. And not far behind is Pine Alley as the 4 of them move up the Belmont backstretch. West Star is down at the rail. Hui's in between horses. The gray Predicted is on the outside with Pine Alley sitting just off the front 3. It is still West Star and Hui And on the outside, Predicted, a close-up third, the opening quarter mile, 22 and 4/5 seconds. As they race now midway on the turn. 3 of them still stacked across the track. Predicted is on the outside. Huey's in between horses. West Star is down at the rail. Pine Alley remains in 4th. The battle up front continues. A 3-way battle. Predicted on the outside is now put ahead in front. West Star is down at the rail. Huey is back in 3rd, and Pine Alley is 4th, a half in 46 and 3/5 seconds, and they are in the stretch, and Predicted has the lead. Predicted is in front. West Star towards the rail, running in 2nd. As Pine Alley moves into 3rd, Huey has dropped back to last. Predicted, with a 16th to the finish, has opened up now. It is Predicted to win, going away at the end, won by almost 5.5 lengths, maybe 6. West Star completes the exacta.
Number 2,000, Anthony Dutrow. This one turned out to be pretty easy for Predicted.
Yeah, he was able to, I don't want to say sit just off the pace, because he kind of mixed it up with West Star and Huey early on enough. He's had a tremendous career. It's funny with all the big races he's won. Namely Motown taking the Hollywood Derby on the grass. A lot of people chastised him for moving him from dirt to turf. Such big wins. This is appropriate though. Tony gets his 2,000th win in a maiden claiming race where he made his bones, and again, the backbone of the sport of the claiming horses, and he's won a lot more claiming races than he's won stakes races. I can tell you that.
Great achievement. That is a lot of victories on an incredibly tough circuit. So Predicted, the trivia answer to what was number 2,000 for Anthony Dutrow here and Paco Lopez. At this point, it is over.
It was over. It was over a little early. It was over a little earlier than this. The rest of them were spinning their wheels. When Paco Lopez is that high in the saddle, they don't often get beat. And this one didn't get beat.
Easy time of it, bouncing back as he had done in the past, but gets the W finally this time as well. 11th career start and finding the right spot for him, too. Lowest level he'd been in yet.
I think that's found his friends was probably never a more appropriate saying than it was for Predicted this afternoon here at beautiful Belmont Park.
Public got it right, made this horse the odds-on favorite. Some great action still to come later on in the afternoon today. Looking forward to that Westchester stakes action early on the turf. Compact field coming up as well.
Yeah.
There's Mr. 2000.
There he is, the big D on his chest there. You see that saddle cloth and saddle towel for many years here on the NYRA circuit, up and down the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic. Tony's won a lot of races at a lot of different places. He'll remember this one.
Class act, terrific trainer, and well-deserved number 2,000 here. Sharing a moment there with Harry Rice, longtime valet on the circuit.
He was here before Secretariat was.
Yes, he was. 50th anniversary, by the way.
I've heard something about that.
Quickest Derby time ever?
Yeah, I mean, that was him.
Second quickest Derby time ever?
That would be Monaco, sir.
No. Runner-up in the Secretariat race, Sham.
Yeah, that doesn't count. There's no point. If you're not first, you're last, Greg. Haven't you ever seen the Talladega Nights?
We're going to say goodbye. Coming back again. Wow, long day. Acacia Clement returns.
A-train time.
Enjoy. Have a great second, or what is this, shift number 3 coming up of the show. I will see everybody coming up tomorrow. A lot more action still ahead, including Bluegrass winner from last year, third in last year's Kentucky Derby, Zandon. He's got to deal with his stablemate, Dr. Argito's won 6 in a row, but this might just be a horse who is too good for that group. 4-year-old debut coming up from the Chad Brown Barn on the Westchester for Zandon, still ahead.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. Acacia Clement back with you. I feel like I was just here getting deja vu all over again, but now I'm on this side of the table alongside Anthony Stabile, and at Belmont Park today, Anthony, we just saw a milestone victory for trainer Tony Dutrow. I'm sure he's happy to have that done so we can stop talking about it.
Has it been like 10 weeks?
Yeah.
It's been a long time,
I was
right?
at Tampa over the winter when we were discussing it when he was one away.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It is hard.
You get stuck on those. We get stuck on those milestones. But glad to see Tony get the. There it is. Got enough signs in there? It looks like a WWE. Looks like when Stone Cold Steve Austin was popular. The only one missing is Dutrow 316 in that winner's circle.
Tony Dutrow, terrific trainer. He's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And I'm so pleased to be here with Anthony Dutrow. 2,000 career wins. It's a huge number for a trainer. How satisfying is it?
Well, I think that's the word, is satisfying. There's so many great efforts from the horses and people that you're working with the horses. It's so gratifying that your team, you know, that's a big accomplishment for all of us. And I'm very appreciative that the sport recognizes 2,000 wins. That's a lot of wins. One win's hard to do one win. But it's a lot of fun, and looking back on it all, there's so many fun moments, special moments. So it's terribly gratifying.
Anthony, I could feel your emotion about it, but you've dedicated your entire life to horses and the art of training horses. And I remember riding for your dad when I first met you. You're really a horseman's horseman.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I think most of us, that's the goal with most of us. We all put everything we have into this, and we all continue to watch one another and try and get better. But the safety of the horses and the pursuit of getting it as good as you possibly can, I hope I never lose it.
Well, I don't think so. I think your passion will continue to shine through. Predicted's been a bit of a frustrating horse. A horse that seems like has a lot of ability, doesn't always seem to be the most generous individual.
Yes, you and I talked about it earlier. He has been very frustrating. There's times that he's put no effort into the race at all, and I don't understand that. But maybe he got the winning ways today and got some confidence, and maybe gets a little better. I'm hopeful.
I think he picked the moment. He wanted to be a part of history, and I'm glad I'm a part of history here, standing next to a horseman I've had great respect for all these years.
Thank you. Likewise, Richie. Thank you.
Terrific horseman indeed. Richie, thank you, trainer Tony Dutrow, with win number 2,000 with your heavy favorite predicted in race 3. And I think what Tony said is really true. For the horseman, this is not just a profession. It really is a way of life. As I know personally, being married to an assistant trainer, it is everything in your life, really. Much of your life revolves around the horses, and that's how it is for so many people, individuals on the backside. And it really is nice to be able to celebrate those special moments.
Tried to explain it to a few friends the other day, how you're almost always on call, like a doctor.
Yeah.
Right? Horse gets sick, you got to get to the barn. Christmas Day, you got to go to the barn. They eat every day. They need to exercise every day.
Yeah.
They need to be fed and watered every day. And you're really always on call. It's a lifestyle. It's not a job. It's a lifestyle.
It absolutely is. Congratulations to Tony Dutrow and his entire team on that milestone victory. We turn the page, get ready for stakes action here in New York. It's time for the Grade 2 Sheepshead Bay in the 4th race, a mile and 3/8 on the inner turf. As we see Higher Truth currently 4-5 with Amazing Grace. 8-5, 1 scratch of My Lady. That means it's a field of 4, 2 for Chad Brown and 2 for Christophe Lamont.
It's like a tag team match.
Yes, it is.
Two against two. Right now, and I'm not surprised. Higher Truth. There's a rider change on the 3, Virginia Joy. That's Dylan Davis. It wasn't earlier. He was on My Lady, who came out of here. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I didn't think Higher Truth wouldn't be the favorite in here today. I just think she's going to be ultra tough this afternoon.
Here's a look at the weekend stakes schedule, jam-packed with stakes action tomorrow, too, here at beautiful Belmont Park. Coming up a little bit later on in the Westchester, we'll see the return of last year's Bluegrass winner, a horse that ran valiantly in the Kentucky Derby. Talking about Zandon, he will make his first start back as a 4-year-old. Last seen finishing 4th in the Cigar Mile.
And I wonder if the one turn is going to be better for him. He was scratched earlier this week due to a sloppy track. I'm assuming he didn't really handle wet tracks that well last year. Now he gets back to dry ground today. And it's certainly a tougher spot than his return was going to be. His return was going to be an allowance race, and now he finds himself in a stakes race with some nice horses in here. But I'm hopeful, because I'm a fan of this horse, that he returns and has improved from 3 to 4, like I think a lot of people thought he would.
We just saw him finishing 2nd behind Taba in the Pennsylvania Derby. Cut back to the mile in the Cigar Mile last time out, and then had a little bit of a break. A horse that's been running consistently, though, is the number 8 Repo Rocks, as he comes out of the Grade 1 Carter, finishing 2nd. Last time out, Expressman 3rd in that race, as these two will stretch out in distance. Now, the mile 1 turn here at Belmont Park, and I love Expressman sticking at this 1-turn distance. Can Repo Rocks get back on track after it seemed that those 4 huge races kind of caught up to him a bit?
It's funny. We are hoping, or, like you just said, we'll see if Repo Rocks can get back on track. His bad effort in the last 6 months was a 2nd in the Carter.
Yeah, that's true. Well, when he ran a 1:11 Beyer speed figure, this could be considered a regression.
It could be. You can consider it a regression if you want. He ran 2nd in the Carter. I'm fine with him running 2nd in the Carter. I wish I owned him. I'll put it to you like that. He's a nice horse. I do wonder if he's a little bit more. I know he won the Stymie going the mile, but I don't know who he beat that day, and I think he's got a couple of tough ones in here. I was talking to Greg about this earlier. I thought Wayburn had an interesting look, especially if he's that kind of price. And Dr. Ardito, the quote-unquote other Chad Brown in here, he's done nothing wrong. Layoffs, he takes different distances, different types of racetracks. I mean, I think he's dangerous as well.
Dr. Ardito having won 6 out of his 7 races, the last 6 impressively. The New York bred coming off of a stakesman in the Haynesfield. Now the water's going to get deeper today as he steps into graded stakes company for the first time, but it's hard to knock a horse that's won 6 in a row.
Very hard. Yeah, and you know what? Chad had a horse early on in his career, one of my favorite New York breds, and I've had some New York breds that I've loved, obviously. He had a horse named Zevo. And this horse, Zevo made his open company debut in the Suburban after winning the commentator on Memorial Day. And now we see Dr. Ardito getting a little bit of an earlier attempt against open stakes horses. He's beaten Open Company in the past, the 2 allowance races. That's the good thing about this. One of the other great things about the New York Bred program. You can win your allowance races against state breds and then still be eligible here in New York for the Open Company allowance races. And Chad, that's exactly what Chad did with him. Maiden, rattled off the wins in the state bred allowance races, rattled off the wins in the open races, and then he went and ran them in the Haynesfield. That was his stakes debut. He got the job done. Open Company stakes debut coming up here. I think it's a vote of confidence that Chad is running him here and not waiting for the commentator against fellow New York breds. So I think that's a vote of confidence for Dr. Ardito, who, other Chad. Been doing a lot of air quotes lately. I don't like it, but they've been appropriate. So, other Chad Brown.
We'll see how Dr. Ardito does stepping into Graded Stakes Company for the first time. But one filly that's no stranger to Graded Stakes Company is Kathleen O, Grade 2 winner. She was 5th in last year's Kentucky Oaks. We'll see her back after a string of second-place finishes, trying to return to the winner's circle in the Ruffian on Saturday.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd in eligible races.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, and never gonna $50,950,000, hit $1,950,000, and never gonna $50,000, and never gonna $50,000. We're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million. Hold on, $2 million, $2,050,000, all through, and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers Way. Good luck.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Coming up this weekend at beautiful Belmont Park, plenty of stakes action on Saturday, including the Grade 2 Fort Marcy, a mile and an eighth on the inner turf. Came up a salty field with a little international flair as well. Ottoman Fleet, I should say, coming in from Great Britain for Charlie Appleby. That'll be Richard Mullen that is named aboard. This horse won a Group 3 at Newmarket last time out.
We're looking to turn America's Day at the Races into a history lesson.
The Ottoman Empire.
Here comes Ottoman Fleet. You know, I'll tell you for something funny. You see these horses coming in, and Charlie Appleby used to bring these horses in for the Grade 1s. Kind of scares you now that he's shipping over for Grade 3s. Now, I'm assuming this horse is going to use this as a prep for the Manhattan on Belmont Stakes Day, right? I mean, look at that turn of foot. I don't know. I kind of feel sorry for the rest of them in here. And we got some nice horses in here. I'm not going to trash talk your city, man. I don't want to get slapped.
Yeah, tell Charlie Appleby to stay home.
I didn't say anything. Here he is. Well, again, talking about good, fantastic New York breds. Here he is, singing Old Lang Syne, how he likes to do it, getting the job done in a stakes race down at Gulfstream Park. Look, I'm a big City Man fan. Trevor's ridden him well in the past, but man, Ottoman Fleet, just looks like he's coming over here to get acclimated to the U.S., have the 5 weeks between this and the Manhattan. If anybody beats him, it'll likely be City Man.
City Man, who did disappoint the Pegasus World Cup turf. He'd had a long year, an outside post, a terrible trip that day. Had a little vacation down in Ocala. He's come back. He's training great for the return, making the second start of his 6-year-old season as he really continued on through after winning that Fort Lauderdale down at Gulfstream. And he's a horse that he's very forward training, and he's always been that way. But I think he's really mentally settled a lot too. He's a lot easier for Joel Rosario typically rides him. Trevor McCarthy has ridden him too. He responds a lot quicker to his rider's cues.
Yeah, he's a smart horse. He used to be a little tricky to ride.
Yeah.
But he's turned into a little bit of a smarter horse now at 6 years old. He's kind of, I don't want to say he's figured it out, but, you know, sometimes they lose their quirks. Sometimes they pick up quirks, right? You'll see horses often as they get older. Maybe they had a great affinity for a wet track. They can't stand up on it. Or the other way around. They couldn't stand up on it when they were younger, and they become mudlarks when they're 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. That's what's so cool about their individuals, and he's obviously an interesting individual, just about 30,000 shy of becoming racing's newest millionaire. So if he gets the job done tomorrow, we will have a new New York bred millionaire in City Man.
And we saw Christophe Clement in the paddock. He sends out 2 in this upcoming Sheepshead Bay. There's Atomic Blonde, the gray filly by the Gray Gatsby. She had some good form over in Germany and Italy. She and her stablemate Atomic Blonde were both purchased at the Arcana Deauville sale at the end of the year by Christophe, and purchases that immediately paid off as they ran 1-3 in the Orchid.
Yeah, her and Amazing Grace have run really well in their limited starts here in the one start in the U.S. And we'll see if Atomic Blonde benefits from the cutback. I think she might like the less distance a little bit more than Amazing Grace will.
Turning our attention back over to Oaklawn Park as we see horses on the track here for this upcoming 3rd race. $20,000 claiming race on winners of 2 in life, 6 furlongs on the main track. 3-2 right now on the number 8 Vegas Blue. Robertino Diodoro and Christian Torres teaming up.
Yeah, I don't know why this was such a short price unless you're betting the connections, and they could very well be betting the connections. I like the horse in here. I like the Rail Runner, the one Sammy Samurai. Gets a new rider in Ramsey Zimmerman. Square price now at 7-2. I never thought this horse would be this high. 3rd off a layoff. Lots to like here.
Loading in for the 3rd at Oaklawn Park. Good main track there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
Star Pose into post 3. Tribal Spirit moves up. Molise. And the last in is Vegas Blue. 8-5 favorite. All set. And they're off. Good start. Bit of Honey is driving off early. So is Sammy Samurai from the inside. Grey Dawn Day is racing in 3rd. Just outside of her is Bayshore Foxes in the white. Farther out comes Vegas Blue. She's racing in 5th up the backstretch. 1.5 lengths to the good of Molise. Then it's about 3 lengths back to Star Pose and Tribal Spirit. Sammy Samurai is well off the rail and about the 3-path. Grey Dawn Day just got shut off completely. The 2 right there on the inside. Short lead for Sammy Samurai. Bayshore Foxes moves right through. Bit of Honey is 3rd. Vegas Blue stacked up on the outside. Molise is inside of her. In fact, Molise toward the rail, looking to angle out now. Then a good break back to a Grey Dawn Day. Nothing from Star Pose on the inside. Tribal Spirit up on the outside in the stretch. Here is Molise. Walter De La Cruz and Molise take over. Grey Dawn Day, despite that tremendous trouble, is rallying into 2nd position. Then Bayshore Foxes as they come to the finish. Molise off the synthetic and into the winner's circle. Takes it a length over Grey Dawn Day and then well back to Bayshore Foxes and Bit of Honey.
Molise gets the win, and you heard Jim Byers call off the synthetic into the winner's circle and off the layoff too. She was ready to roll.
This horse ran really well today. That was a pretty easy victory for that level.
Back at beautiful Belmont Park, it's time for the Sheep's Head Bay Grade 2 event coming up. Horses walking out meet the field. Atomic Blonde went by. Here's the 3 Virginia Joy.
Dylan Davis climbs aboard. Virginia Joy won the Flower Bowl last year up at Saratoga for the first time. She's handled some moisture in the ground as well. Won this race last year.
The 4 Higher Truth.
Imagine she'll be loose on the lead. Manny Franco, I would imagine, is going to put her on the front end today.
And Amazing Grace.
Made her U.S. debut a winning one. Needed every step of that mile and a half to get the job done. Wonder if Atomic Blonde, her stablemate, the number 2, benefits more from the cutback in distance than she does.
Amazing Grace looks like she's still got those European feels. Doesn't really want to link up with the pony. She's just going to walk alongside. Classy group of fillies and mares. Let's check in with Richie.
It really is a classy-looking group of fillies and mares here, and they have such a distinct look to them. Horses that run long on the turf. You know, you think about those old-time paintings and munnings of horses, and you really see that with the 3 Virginia Joy. I was talking with Tom Bellhouse with West Point Thoroughbreds. I think Atomic Blonde is going to be very forward. You know, I said it looks like not a lot of pace in here, and I think they'll be looking to be very forward with her under Eric Cancel. Virginia Joy, she won this race last year in an absolute bog. Now, the course is labeled good, but last year it was bottomless. They went a half in 54 and changed, 3/4 in 21, finishing out a mile and 3 furlongs in 2:30 and change, and she was the only one that really was able to stand up on that course last year. But she looks terrific. Higher Truth from the other one from Chad Brown also has that look. Could be part of the pace. I just wonder, you got 2 Clements, 2 Chad Browns. Is it a little bit of a chess match here? And the top selection for me is the 5 Amazing Grace from Christoph Moigler stud, German bred. I just love everything about her. She's your favorite now. I loved her first run, and I think she could set an absolute perfect trip in a small field, not encountering any trouble. And guys, just quickly, a quick story. Sheepshead Bay. I used to go crabbing in Sheepshead Bay. We would take the bus from Gravesend and then get kicked off the buses coming home with hundreds of crabs in our buckets. The bus drivers did not like us very much, but all the mothers in our neighborhood did. Linguine with crab sauce.
Well, that sounds good.
I didn't know Richie was a fellow crabber.
A fellow crabber? You like to crab
are
too?
you kidding me? I got about 30 traps in my garage.
Wow.
Oh, we used to go every week during the summer.
Did not know that.
Phyllis is obsessed with crabbing. We used to drive out to Lindenhurst as a pier at the end of Wellwood Avenue. We used to go every Tuesday.
There's Amazing Grace. Again, she was purchased for just under $900,000 at the Arcana Deauville sale. And as we take a look at the Orchid, she did get a terrific trip this day. I think Atomic Blonde really did not have the best trip. She was 3 wide throughout. She made the first move. It could be argued she moved a little bit early, and then getting a little bit leg weary there is Amazing Grace able to make that last run and close. But both of them, as mentioned, coming in with strong U.S. debuts last out.
Yeah, Joel Rosario, perfectly timed ride on Amazing Grace. Personal best did not come back to run very well in the Bewitched. And that, I guess, should bother me a little bit. But if she comes back with that U.S. debut, she's going to be tough. I just feel like Higher Truth is the speed here.
You don't think Virginia Joy is going to be forward?
I don't think Virginia Joy. I think Virginia Joy was forward last year because, like Richie said, 54 and 3. I think Higher Truth's just faster than these horses early. I mean, and I think she's much faster than these horses early. So, and Manny, Amazing Grace is going to be last early.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. Of the 3 riders left in the race, Manny Franco, Eric Cancel, and Dylan Davis, I think Manny's the most aggressive of those 3, and I just think she's the fastest. She's 6-5. I'm not giving you. What am I giving you? I'm not giving you anything. But I think she's going to be the speed, and I think that's going to be enough in here.
They both ran in the very one last time out, Higher Truth and Virginia Joy. Virginia Joy was very far back, but these two, there were two long shot pace setters setting the pace way ahead of this field. Virginia Joy in the green silks of Peter Brandt closing on the outside, where Higher Truth really actually ran the better race with a good acceleration inside to just missed.
Yeah, and you mentioned the runaway speeds. That's why Higher Truth wasn't closer. You know, she'll be closer today. If I mean, she'll be on the lead. She's supposed to be on the lead today. I'll be very upset if she's not on the lead today.
We'll see how things do play out. Manny Franco going to be in the saddle. Thought it was interesting what Richie mentioned with Atomic Blonde. Of course, Tom Bellhouse, West Point Thoroughbreds, represented by this filly. She was not too far off of it last time, but again, she was 3 wide pretty much throughout. She never saw the rail in that Orchid. And she has, as you mentioned, she's won it a mile over in Germany too. She's pretty agile and a very kind of feminine build to her as well. I don't think any of the horses in this race, though, have a problem with a little cut in the ground.
I have to imagine, I just took a notice to this. Before my lady scratched number 1, 4 of the 5 in here German breds. You see that?
Yeah.
I'm part German.
Are you?
I am. Mom's half Italian and half German Austrian.
Wow.
Little known fact about the big A, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everybody sees the debonair Italian looks, and they just think that my handsomeness comes from the Italian side, but it actually comes from both.
Amazing Grace not wanting to link with that pony, by the way. As you may remember, horses over in Europe, they don't use lead ponies. She has been schooled with a pony down in Florida, though.
All the other 3 seem to be faring just fine. With
Yeah.
Amazing Grace.
Well, it's
not really having it. Doesn't want to be bothered with it.
Sometimes horses, they don't take well to gray ponies.
Really?
Yes. Yes. My husband has a theory that it's something with how they see color.
He doesn't like gray ponies.
Our pony's a chestnut. Our pony called Teddy. His name, If Not Now. He's a graduate of Mom's program, Racing for Home. Now the Clermont Stable pony. Doing a good job.
Very nice.
Really love to see that. But there she goes, Amazing Grace. She's a little bit more relaxed now, linking back up with the pony.
And well, Kendrick's going to have, I would imagine, have to pass his 3 rivals today. She made a beautiful move to get the job done in the Orchid, not the very, very one. Not the very one. So I should say the very one.
I know. I'm well schooled on that.
I know you are.
There are 2 the very ones. One at Pimlico Preakness weekend.
Correct.
And one down at Gulfstream.
That's right.
On Florida Derby Day.
It's turning into a history lesson.
Or no,
anyway.
on Fountain Eve Youth Day, I should say, down at Gulfstream.
The very one.
The very one. Well, the horse's name was the very one, so I can understand. And all is right in the world.
Who had
230?
Nice who had 237? Who had
237 is when we would see the flag. It's a little bit hard to see it, though, with the clouds in the background. But in any event, Sheepshead Bay coming up. Final thoughts, Anthony?
I hope Higher Truth's on the lead. I will beat that drum. I hope Manny can hear me from up here on the 2nd floor at Belmont.
We'll see how it plays out. Classy group of fillies and mares. The Sheepshead Bay coming up. Amazing Grace, the last to load. We'll send it up to the voice of Belmont Park, John and Brielle, for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Higher Truth out for the early lead. Atomic Blonde is down at the rail and a close-up second here in the early going with Virginia Joy in 3rd and Amazing Grace, the early trailer, in 4th. Higher Truth leads the field here as they go onto the line for the first time. It is Higher Truth clear now by a length and a half. Atomic Blonde, the gray, sits behind in 2nd with Virginia Joy and then Amazing Grace. And they've made that long run through the stretch the first time and are now heading into the clubhouse turn. The opening quarter posted in 27 seconds as they race over the good inner turf. And it is Higher Truth setting that pace and leading here by 2. Atomic Blonde remains in 2nd. Then Virginia Joy. Amazing Grace is at the back of the pack and about 6 lengths off front-running Higher Truth. Higher Truth in front by a little more than 2. Atomic Blonde is in 2nd. And now the field is on the back stretch. The half posted in 54 and 3. Higher Truth is the leader. with Atomic Blonde in second, Virginia Joy and Amazing Grace. So positions are unchanged since right from the start when Higher Truth grabbed the early lead. And she continues to lead here midway up the backstretch. Higher Truth by a length and a half now. Atomic Blonde sitting in second. Virginia Joy is in third on the outside of Atomic Blonde. Amazing Grace has gotten a little closer now and is advancing down towards the rail. Higher Truth is still the one to catch, leading here by a length and a quarter. Amazing Grace on the inside of Atomic Blonde. Then Virginia Joy, who is now moving up on the outside. And the field is going around the far turn. Higher Truth trying to take them wire to wire in this 11-furlong event. And it is Higher Truth by a half length. Atomic Blonde is running in second. On the outside, Virginia Joy. Amazing Grace down towards the rail as the field comes into the stretch. And it is Higher Truth. And she's being asked for more here by Manny Franco. And she's got a 3-length lead. Virginia Joy and Atomic Blonde right together, second and third. Amazing Grace is in fourth. And it is the Irish bred Higher Truth who will defeat the German breds in this 64th running of the Grade 2 Sheepshead Bay Stakes.
Higher Truth was on the lead and managed to take them every step of the way. She got a very comfortable pace to set.
I feel like we were back covering harness. We watched harness races Saturday night that went faster halves.
Yeah.
Then they went 54 and 0.7. I don't like doing the 0.78, but it's essentially 54 and 4. I mean, if Higher Truth got beat today, she should have been sent right to the breeding shed. You can't lose these races, and she didn't. Manny put her on the lead. It was more dawdle. This pace, Acacia, was slower than last year's running, which was run after we had like 1 3/4 inches of rain, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's really saying something because it was an absolute bog out there that day.
Nobody else, nobody else could stand. Richie said it. Nobody else could stand up on it. She was the only filly that could stand up on it. And they went a tick slower this year than they went last year to the half.
Amazing Grace in last early as it was to be expected, and she just had no pace to run at. Kendrick tried to make a move with her and come up the inside, but their winner had just gotten so comfortable in the front.
It's going to sound ridiculous for a horse that came over from Europe. I think she really liked hearing her feet rattle down at Gulfstream Park, and I don't think this course was to her liking today. I think if you see her back on fast ground on off a dirtied up race like this, I want to bet her back without any moisture in the turf, because I don't think she was comfortable at any point. And Kendrick, I think Kendrick may have sensed that, because you and I were talking during the race. He dropped her over to the inside to try to save ground. I think he knew he might have been in trouble approaching the far turn, so he tried to give her every edge he could, going inside, saving some ground. Otherwise, he was going to wind up 4 wide around Higher Truth, around Virginia Joy, rather.
It was the number 4, Higher Truth, able to take them every step of the way, got very comfortable on the front end, and she wires the field in the Sheepshead Bay with Manny Franco aboard. They'll be heading out to Kentucky, a date with Hit Show in the Kentucky Derby tomorrow.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Sheepshead Bay is in the books. Manny Franco and Higher Truth take them every step of the way. And Anthony, I thought you brought up a very interesting point. You said she's not necessarily the most talented filly in this race, but she just had the run of it, and that's what we often talk about with short fields, and Manny was able to get her so comfortable in the front end, there's no catching her.
Yeah, she was just able to walk the dog on the front end. I mean, again, can't say this enough. He was the most aggressive rider left in the race. He was going to be in front, and he probably took the third best filly to the winner's circle today.
Higher Truth takes them every step of the way. Could be a big weekend for Manny Franco, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, guys, we just watched Manny Franco basically steal the Sheepshead Bay. Same fractions as last year, but on a course last year that was a bog. This year, they came home the last 8th in just over 11 seconds, so it wasn't the course. It was just controlling the pace. Manny, is that the slowest you've ever gone on a front runner in a race?
Yeah, definitely. I feel that I was so slow on the lead, so it's going to be tough to them to catch me because my filly was doing so comfortable and slow, so I knew that I got a lot of horse under me.
And the last 1/8 of a mile, finishing as fast as you had, the difference between going that slow, it must have felt like you were flying.
Man, I feel like she just break out of the gate again, you know, like she explodes in the stretch. She just level up and start running home hard.
Now, Manny, you're staying here through the day, and you're going to leave tonight for Churchill Downs for your mount in the Kentucky Derby hit show. What was the decision like not to go there early and kind of stay here and ride horses like this?
I leave it to my agent, you know. He booked. We don't have nothing for today over there, so he said we gotta stay today. We got a good business today, and that's what we did. I just go by the plan that he had for me.
And now you've got post one. Last time in the Wood Memorial, far outside. Now inside. What kind of trip do you need to get it done with him?
I'm gonna be able to save all the ground, I think, and in the backside, try to you know, find the right horse to keep moving forward. And when I'm ready to go, if I got the horse, and I would try to swing outside and try to make my move. Let's see what happens. Let's try to get lucky.
Well, Manny, you're making all the right moves. Congratulations and great job here. And guys, when you're riding as high as Manny is, good things happen, and I'm sure he's going to work out a good trip with Hit Show.
Confidence level at an all-time high. Richie, thank you. Manny Franco just making all the right moves. Turf, dirt on the lead from off of it, and he's so physically strong, too.
One of our most polished and accomplished riders here on the circuit, in the country, really. When I bet my money on Manny Franco, which I do often, I feel like I'm getting my money in the middle with the best. And I think that's important from a trainer and an owner to a horse player. It's very important, and I feel like I'm getting my money in as best as I can when Manny's on my horse.
Manny Franco, a date with Hit Show tomorrow in the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. Kentucky Oaks Day continues on over at Churchill Downs. We'll recap what took place a few moments ago in the 8 Bells Grade 2 event. It was a very short price on the undefeated Florida bred Money's Gold down on the inside. And then comes along Red Carpet Ready and Louis Saez. I gotta say though, Anthony, these two fillies made it exciting as Money's Gold came back. She really fought.
Yeah, fought back along the inside. That's kind of tough to do. You see Red Carpet Ready just can't put her away. Money's Gold's going to battle back valiantly as possible, but going to fall half a head, a little more than a nose, not quite a full head, half a head short, and post the mild upset at 5-1. She was your second choice, Red Carpet Ready. And if you're looking at it from a wagering point of view, that started the All Stakes Pick 5 down there today. You just saw a lot of money go dead as disco, beating the 1-5 favorite. She had won at 3 different racetracks, a couple of different pilots. Churchill Downs could have proved to be her undoing today.
Well, she's never been headed before, and this time when she actually had a foe next to her, she did dig in and fight Money's Gold, but was not enough as Red Carpet Ready gets the win. Still to come, the feature today, the 149th Kentucky Oaks. Wet Paint, your morning line favorite. She's been consistent. She won on a fast track last time out. She's one of 3 in the race for trainer Brad Cox. Talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the Kentucky Oaks field after this.
Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt, that the greatest of all time was a horse.
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Today, the 149th Longines Kentucky Oaks. The highlight today, beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs, 1 1/8 on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies, and Wet Paint, your morning line favorite. And Anthony, she's done nothing wrong in her last 3 races. She seemed, I remember towards the start of the career when she won that Martha Washington, like she was a filly that just took Flavien Prat a little while to get going. And then we saw her continue to improve in the Fantasy on a fast track, her best race yet.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, Acacia, because I've been singing her praises for a while, and that's a great observation. I wonder if it was the wet tracks.
Yeah, it could
because last time on the fast track, she did not need as much encouragement. She was a lot more fluid. So it's funny. She has her first 3. She's undefeated on dirt. She's 4 for 4. The first 3 came on sloppy, a wet fast track in the Martha Washington that I thought was more sloppy than wet fast, and then another sloppy track. And then last time on the fast track, she ran her best figure yet. It was her best effort yet. And like I said, her the fluidity last time was important. Now, I think her biggest rival is right here. And she's in the stall right next to her. I don't know where they are in the barn, in Brad's barn, how far down they are from each other in the Shedrow. But this filly, I got to tell you what, she's not only fast early, she was able to settle nicely behind a couple of runoffs in the Cincinnati Trophy 2 starts back. I think she'll be forward today, but she doesn't necessarily have to have the lead Botanical. If Flying Connection comes booting and scooting out of there, I think she'll just sit second to her. But I would imagine Chris Landeros, who's been aboard for all 4 of her wins, as she tries dirt for the first time today.
It makes for a very interesting layer to this race. She's been running on synthetic, and then her first 2 starts were on turf. And you say, well, why wouldn't Brad Cox run her on the dirt before she went to the Kentucky Oaks? And you look at just the sheer number of horses that Brad Cox has, including 4 in the Derby, 3 in the Oaks. When you have young fillies that are talented and owners send you horses with the hope of getting to the Kentucky Oaks or Derby, you have to try and keep your horses separate at that point.
Keep everybody happy. And most importantly, and I believe this about most trainers, but I've talked to Brad enough and interviewed Brad enough. He really knows his horses. Most trainers do, but it's calculated. He knows where he wants to send each and every one of his horses, and to keep them separate, like you said, they're on the Derby and Oaks Trail. You know, when it comes down to the stakes races later on in the year, he knows how to keep them separated to get to the Triple Crown races later on in the year, to get to the Breeders' Cup races. And it's I mean, when you're talking about a couple of hundred horses in your care, it's a tough row to hoe. But he does a good job keeping them separate. She took a liking to the Turfway Synthetic, so he left her there.
She was winning. Yeah.
She won 4 in a row. Who's going to question the guy? She won 4 in a row. And she galloped in most of those races, including the 2 stakes races. So one from well off the pace and one on the lead. How are you going to knock the guy? Her figures are faster than anything else any of these other fillies have run.
Yeah.
Botanical, and she's going to be forward.
We'll see how she handles the main track for the first time. She has been training at Churchill Downs, working at Churchill Downs as well. Tonight, you can get all the insight for tomorrow's Kentucky Derby. Catch the Kentucky Derby preview show tonight, 6 to 6:30 Eastern. Everybody's excited, dressed up for the event. I love it. Our team will give you all the insight on the Kentucky Derby runners, everything you need to know for tomorrow's Run for the Roses.
Got you covered over at Naira Bets as well. A ton of coverage, blogs up for everything, stakes races today, stakes races tomorrow, full picks for Oaks Day, Derby Day, full picks for Belmont tomorrow as well. We got that fantastic bonus today. It's $30 if you bet 200 or more at Churchill and Belmont tomorrow. It's $40, I believe, but we got full picks up for both cards. Fun card here at Belmont tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. 3 stakes to look forward to at Belmont as well. And, of course, all that exciting Kentucky Derby Day action. Back to today at Belmont, though. We turn our attention to the 5th race coming up next. We are off the turf in this 5th race. You note that the nightcap, the 9th race, will still be run on the grass. But this 5th race off the turf, New York bred maiden special weight, now to be run on the main track at 6 furlongs for 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. Pretty wide open board right now. Is there a lot of questions of who can handle the main track and Electric Stuff? Currently 3-1 on the board, as this horse did run a couple of nice races on the dirt before switching to the turf last out.
Yeah, ran into a ringer 2 back. 19 Oysters was ready to roll that day. Has not run well subsequently. First time out in the mud behind Dr. Kraft, who was 3rd in the Gander against some stakes horses back in March. So, yeah, another fun race. This is a wide open race. Starts our late pick 5. I put a ticket in. I spread in here. This was a little bit of a... I thought this was a little bit of a tough race.
Tricky race for sure.
Yeah, tricky race.
Got a nice view of that Belmont Park paddock. I said yesterday, getting a chance on opening day to see a sight for sore eyes.
Belmont Park. You know, Richie kept talking yesterday about the grass. We've been standing on pavers for so long
I know.
at the Big A.
Well, there's a lot of grass down there.
Well, you know.
Nobody's been standing on it for 10 months.
10 months.
Yeah.
When Andy said that to me on Talking Horses one morning, I forgot about Saratoga.
Yeah.
You kind of forget that you're not here for the 2 months, right? So, yeah, just on
July 10th, 2022.
July 10th, yep. So just under 10 months before we came back is Byron Hughes, longtime Todd Fletcher assistant in your shot right now. They have, who do they have in here? They have Launch Control, number 6 in here.
Back at Oaklawn Park, moving towards the starting gate for the 4th race today, $40,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. 2 scratches of the 3 scratches, excuse me, of 178 Carnivore, currently even money.
That is not you.
No, not me.
That's not you. It may have been named after me. I eat everything now, so carnivore, herbivore, everivore.
I just told you I had a kale salad for lunch, and you said, "What's salad?"
You know how there's a good way to make kale? You add coconut oil, so when you scrape it out of the pan and put it into the garbage pail, it's easier to get out of the pan.
Thoughts on this 4th race?
I like the number 5, Accidental Hero.
We're taking a quick pause to welcome in Regional Network. Stay with us. Oaklawn coming up next. Welcome to those tuning in on Bally Sports. Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the races. Acacia Clement and Anthony Stabile. We're loading in for the 4th at Oaklawn Park. Let's go right to Jim Byers.
A perfect line, and Schmooze is eager early on. Uncle Burley from the outside. He's using speed here, and Uncle Burley is going to take over the lead, cross over toward the inside, and Schmooze is going to have to settle in second here and switch out a path. Carnivore is third, Breadwinner fourth, Accidental Hero fifth. Outside of him is Mendelssohn Joy, and Get Through is trailing the field in seventh. Keith Asmussen has found the lead and the rail here with Uncle Burley, and they'll carry them onto the backstretch by 3 parts of a length to Schmooze and Carnivore. He's keen up on the outside. He's racing in third, while 3 wide. And then comes Breadwinner on the inside in fourth. And Accidental Hero in the yellow is in between rivals. Outside of him comes Mendelssohn Joy. Get Through is trailing the field with a half mile to the finish. It's still Uncle Burley. He's leading the way 3/4 of a length, and Schmooze continues to prompt him. Meanwhile, it's been a patient trip so far for Carnivore and Christian Torres. They're on the outside, a closer third now. There goes Carnivore. He is gaining now, and he is moving up here to confront within a half length Uncle Burley as they reach the top of the stretch. Schmooze is trying to go with them in third. Accidental Hero is fourth. And then comes Breadwinner on the inside, 3/16 to go. And it's Carnivore ranged up on the outside of Uncle Burley. Uncle Burley and Carnivore hook up. And then comes Accidental Hero. Uncle Burley as well from the inside rail. Carnivore is taking over a short lead. Accidental Hero on the inside is racing third. Carnivore, Accidental Hero trying to catch him from the inside, and very tight to the wire between those two. Uncle Burley was third, and Breadwinner was fourth.
Tight to the wires, you heard in the call. Coming up the inside, Accidental Hero for Steve Asmussen. Carnivore trying outside.
Yeah, you never thought you'd say coming up the inside around the far turn. The source was in a 5-path, and he just kind of dragged Isaac Castillo down to the inside. The favorite Carnivore and Christian Torres going to try and close the door, give Rachel Keithan her first win of the Oaklawn meet that's just about wrapped. Her first win of the year, too. You know what? I can't call that photo, Acacia.
I thought watching it live, it was inside. By the way, Acacia Clement, Anthony Stabile, glad to have you with us. Thanks for those of you tuning in. We've got the team here at Belmont and out at Churchill Downs as well. But we're taking a look at Oaklawn Park in this 4th race. Tight photo finish. Again, watching it live, I thought the 5 Accidental Hero got his head down first, but the 4 Carnivore might have gotten the best spot.
I thought where the mirror was, I think the 4 Carnivore might have got his head back down. I'm not 100% sure. A-Train, it's A-Train time, though.
That's right. We no longer take the A-Train. Taking the A-Train out to Aqueduct every day. Now I'm Long Island Railroad.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I have to drive 8.5 miles as opposed to 1.25 miles. Boo-hoo.
You could be driving the distance of the Kentucky Derby every day.
I could be.
Back
or
at
the Belmont Stakes.
Belmont Park, we have race 5 coming up next. New York Bred Maiden Special Weight off the turf. The 9th race today, still to come, will be on the grass. The other race is off the turf as scheduled due to some rain earlier this week. Sprinting on the main track for this 5th race, which makes it a tricky race. We welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us, fresh off the plane, back from Louisville. Glad to see you back here in New York, Maggie.
Well, luckily it's nice and crisp out here, so it's keeping me awake occasion, not working off of much sleep, having to catch the plane quite early this morning. But horses assembled here in the paddock for this off the turf event. Jocks up, and we might have a delay. There's a lot of shouting going on because the jockey has the wrong silks on number 4, but gonna start with the other Rudy Rodriguez trainee. That's number 2, factually correct in here. Now, when I first saw him, and even last time I wrote, so glad he's back on the turf, but The fact of the matter is his faster and better races have come sprinting on the dirt. He looks sensational here. Second off a little bit of a layoff. He's strengthened up having that race under his belt. I think he makes a lot of sense here, especially if he can get back to his 2 races in November and December. Moving on to your favorite, though, Electric Stuff. He ran credibly, although well beaten behind 19 Oysters, but that was a race in which two-back, when that pace kind of collapsed that day, and he finished the best of the forwardly placed horses, 19 Oysters coming from well off of it. He looks fantastic here. He's a bigger, good-looking son of Violence, and he feels like a horse that is just versatile, that he can run on kind of any surface, because I was questioning whether he'd be successful on the turf switch. He ran well, came up a neck short, but I think just with racing and progression, he's going to be awfully tough here, Acacia.
3-1 favorite now. Maggie, thank you. As you know, when you see Rudy talking with his hands, there's something going on down in the paddock. There is that number 4, Disarmed, for Rudy Rodriguez. Jockey Nick Juarez going to be aboard, and there's always steps along the way to make sure every horse has the right equipment, the right silks on the jockey, in the right conditions of the race, everything. There's always steps to check before they head to the starting gate.
My guess is he came out in Rudy silks.
Yes.
And they're supposed to be in Michael and Libby Imperio silks.
Yes.
You do not want to mess with Libby Imperio, president of the Belmont Child Care Association. We raised, and thank you very much for your participation Wednesday night in Dinner and Derby. We raised about $15,000 for the Belmont Child Care Association. John Embrial as well, who filled in for Ms. Wolfendale, who was called to duty down in Louisville. So thank you very much to everybody who participated. Everybody provided silent auction items. It was a fun night, and I think everybody had a blast, and hopefully we gave them some winners.
We'll meet the field for this upcoming 5th race, kicking things off at the 1, Creasa.
Creasa is going to be making his first start on the grass. Blinkers, Lasix, and a surface change.
The 2 factually correct up next will break from the rail.
The other Rudy, this horse's 1 dirt race going long wasn't good, but the other 2 races were really good. I think this horse is a player, and I can't believe he's 6-1.
Got some good notes from Maggie in the paddock on his appearance, too. Does have some fast dirt races. Here's the 3, Z Dancer.
Got beat a long way to Lifetime of Chance on debut, who came back to win a stakes race. Race last time wasn't that bad in the mud. Now gets back to a fast track. He's way too big of a price.
And as mentioned, the 4 with some issues with the silks. We'll check out the 6 next, Launch Control.
Ran well in the mud on debut, then was nowhere to be found in the 19 Oysters Electric Stuff race. Ran well turf sprinting last time out.
Speaking of Electric Stuff, he's up next.
Yeah, owned by the coach, Bill Parcells. A 3rd place finish in his debut behind Launch Control. 2nd in the 19 Oysters race. He just missed in the turf last time out, but he's run well enough on the dirt where he deserves a chance today.
Here's the 9, Scherzando, making start number 15.
Yeah, this horse has hit the board a bunch of times on the dirt, but he's much more of a turf horse, I think. I understand why they left him in, though.
First-time starter, willing to risk it all for Rob Falcone.
Yeah, this is more of a turf pedigree. This horse's dirt work tab's not bad. He's got a bullet back on March 12th, 59-3 out of the from the pole on the Belmont Park training track.
And from the main track only list, Eric Cancel will be aboard Newport Bridge.
Yeah, he's second time. Linda Rice, first time on the dirt. This horse didn't do a ton of running, but did take a little bit of money, just under 6-1 on debut.
And number 14, Uncle Marty Romero Mirage aboard.
Yeah, this was the other Linder in here. It was a much bigger price. Actually, not that much bigger of a price. Finished second in his first dirt start, but he has fallen off since.
And here's the number 4, Disarmed, in the correct silks now.
Those are Andrew Gurdon silks. They're not even Libby silks. Andrew and his wife own horses with Rudy. Disarmed. You know what, Acacia, I'm going to tell you what. Of all the horses we've talked about being too big a price in here, this horse at 14-1 is the longest shot on the board, and I don't get this horse being that big of a price. Maybe you want to argue that he's more of a wet track horse. He's only had 1 try on the main track. It was in a pretty tough field. I used him in my late pick 5 at that price.
Your favorite, though, continues to be Electric Stuff. Getting back to the main track, we'll talk more about this upcoming 5th race at beautiful Belmont Park after this.
Spun to Run.
In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. You can see the UBS Arena, the inner workings of some of the updates taking place at Belmont Park inside the turf course, that synthetic track to come in the future. But for now, we are on the main track for this off-the-turf 5th race. New York Reds in the spotlight. Let's check back in with Maggie.
And Acacia, we'll take a look at a horse who is coming back and making his 3-year-old debut. That's number 1 in here, Creasa. He is a son of Big Brown, out of a mare who is predominantly turf. And when he made his debut up in Saratoga, I wrote Total Turf Sprinter. I'm going to stick by that, but I will give Dave Dong some credit here, because this guy has done some growing, some lengthening at least in his frame, and he's just really well prepared coming back. He's really fit. He got a nice warm-up too beneath Jose Gomez, indicating to me, with the blinkers on too, that he should show some more speed, and he was very aggressive and eager in the paddock as well. So look for him to be more forwardly placed than what we saw in that 3-year-old form. Moving on to number 10, willing to risk it all. Rob Falcone, I know, is interested in this horse, does think there's some ability, but he's by a sire in which Super Estrella, that Rob actually owned and, just bred a few of his mares too. He's predominantly turf, and the only winner we've seen has been turf, and I feel like this is a turf horse, though not a bad looking type. Definitely has some size to him, and is a smart looking horse. He came out, he's taken everything in, he's gotten a little bit more on his toes, which you like to see, and he's well prepared, but I just feel like this is not quite the right surface for him, though he's a generous price of 10 to 1, is number 14, Uncle Marty. I've always thought that he was more of a dirt horse, though he's gonna have to definitely get faster, but he's second off of a layoff. He has gained some fitness, some strength out of that race that he came back in April, and I just feel like this is the right scenario for Uncle Marty to possibly improve and could pull a major upset, or at least to use underneath here, Acacia, at 20 to 1.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. A big price, and we always talk about how Linda Rice is crafty with those main track only entrants. She did it yesterday, 2 with a main track only runner, and she's got the 2 main track onlys today. And sometimes if there's some rain in the forecast, it can be a very, very smart move to enter your horse for the main track, and you have to run against a field of turf horses.
Yeah, the only 2.
Mm-hmm.
Only 2 main track. I should have made so much money in that race yesterday. I'm still kicking myself.
Was that Amanda's Folly? Was that the horse?
There were 3 dirt horses and 3 turf horses. The 3 dirt horses ran 1, 2, 3 at 3-1, 21-1, and 24-1. What an idiot!
That's the lesson,
I bet
right?
win. I bet it'll win, but I mean, the exacta paid like $39 for $1.
Linda sends out the 2 main track only runners, Uncle Marty, who Maggie was just talking about, and Newport Bridge. Funny enough, both of these horses actually ran on the turf, but Linda opts to enter them main track only in here, including that horse, Newport Bridge, who will be making actually his first start on the main track.
Kind of ridiculous that there's only 2 main track onlys, right, with the rain in the forecast and all the rain we had last weekend. But like you said, she is...
She does a lot with
She's crafty,
success.
yeah. She's crafty when it comes to that.
Who do you like in this race, Anthony?
I like the 7 Electric Stuff. I think.
Do you electric slide, by the way?
I can electric
you
slide.
Would, yeah.
I can electric slide. I kind of do it all. I'm a full service entertainer / date. I do it all. I'm a pretty good dancer. Fat guys can wear Hawaiian shirts and dance. I tick both boxes and eat. I take all 3 boxes. Yeah, I think electric stuff's going to be tough. If somebody else wants to go, I think Manny will just sit. But I think he'll leave out of there aggressively.
Randy Franco looking for another win today. Race 5, Belmont Park, off the turf. Maiden special weight up next. Here's Johnny I standing by.
Waiting for Creasa and Uncle Marty. There in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, factually correct. Electric Stuff is right there. And not far behind is Disarmed, who's running in 3rd. In between horses, Scherzando next in 4th. Moving up from the outside is Uncle Marty as they race up the back stretch. And the leader here is factually correct, with Electric Stuff racing in 2nd. Disarmed is down at the rail in 3rd. In the in-between horses is Launch Control next in 4th. That's Willing to Risk It All on the extreme outside in 5th. And then we come back to Scherzando in 6th. Along with Newport Bridge in 7th. A break of 4 to Z Dancer, who's down at the rail in 8th. Then Creasa, and the trailer is Uncle Marty in 10th. Quarter 22 and 2. The half in 46 and 1 as they come into the stretch now with Electric Stuff now grabbing a narrow lead. On the inside is Factually Correct, who continues to battle on. Disarmed is next in 3rd. Then the gray Newport Bridge in 4th. And there's a 16th to the finish. And it is Electric Stuff. And on the outside, Disarmed coming on late. Factually Correct at the rail. Disarmed got there. Disarmed getting up in the final strides to win it over Electric Stuff. Factually Correct was 3rd.
Well, good thing Nick Morris got the correct silks on, because he's getting his picture taken today. Disarmed, closing on the outside. Anthony, great call. You said this horse was too big a price, and you were using him in multi-race wagers, and he comes rolling outside for Rudy Rodriguez.
I believe he is the longest shot on the board at 17-1. Yeah, I actually bet Electric Stuff, but I'm not upset that Disarmed ran him down today, because in the pick 5, he plays 17-1 in the pick 5. He may play even higher. So sometimes you have to sacrifice winning the battle for taking the war. I don't mind that in this instance here. Rudy runs 1-3, by the way. After a quiet winter, Rudy's horses are starting to run considerably better.
Absolutely. 17-1. Not quite the highest price on the board. The 13 was 18-1, but still very generous price for a horse that had run some good dirt races. He actually had some dirt form where many of these others did not. As was to be expected, Electric Stuff was right there, ran a good race, just got a little bit tired late as Disarmed had the momentum closing outside. The other Rudy Rodriguez horse, factually correct, the 2 was on the rail.
The horses with the best dirt form ran 1, 2, 3.
A lesson once again.
How amazing is, I mean, can you imagine, our buddy Jude Feld used to say
And a
this.
main track only in 4th.
They did it to us. Our friend Jude Feld used to say this to me all the time. They did it to us again, Irving. They'll let the best horse win.
Rudy Rodriguez taking off the blinkers of his winner, Disarmed, in the 5th at Belmont Park. Back to Churchill Downs, the 149th Kentucky Oaks coming up a little bit later on today at just about 5:51 Eastern. They will spring from the gate to go a mile and an 1/8 for these 3-year-old fillies, and we have a field of 14.
Acacia and I, for those of you who don't know, started on HRRN. And I would host, and you would be my analyst. So let's flip the roles. Let's go back in the Wayback Machine. Who do you like, young lady, in the 149th Kentucky Oaks today?
I am going with Pretty Mischievous. She has the outside post to deal with this afternoon, going the mile and an 1/8. There'll be a little bit of time to get into position into that first term, and she does add the blinkers on. Trainer Brendan Walsh saying it's not necessarily to show a little bit more speed. It's more that she mentally hasn't figured everything out as of yet, and for a little bit more focus to have towards the latter stages of the race. I think given the fact that she's breaking from the outside, she'll be a nicer price than the likes of Wet Paint or Southlawn, and maybe we'll get a little bit lost in the shuffle and get some value on her. But I've liked her all along, Anthony. I've been a fan, and we'll take a shot in this year's Kentucky Oaks.
The horse named after me you picked, Pretty Mischievous.
I like that. I like that.
I think the A-Train's pulling into the station.
It's pulling into the station. I've been on since 10:30 this morning, so that'll do it for me. And you get all 3 hosts today.
I feel like King's Barnes. I can't keep a rider. I can't keep a track. Now I can't keep a host.
You got Greg, you got me, and you'll have Lafitte Pinkai coming up next. He'll step onto the desk to take you the rest of the way. There'll be more conversation about the Kentucky Derby, the Run for the Roses, tomorrow, the 149th edition. Who will be holding that prestigious trophy? More on America's Day at the Races after this.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The first time I ever entered the gates of Elapa, at first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the third grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire, and he said, oh, no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Ghost Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year, Good Magic yearlings this year, champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. Constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional time, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
More information, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. It's such a great program, such a great cause, and those stories making a difference in the horses' lives and the individuals' lives. As I'm joined by Anthony Stabile, Lafitte Pincay here on the second floor at Belmont Park. Happy Oaks Day, my friend.
I used this on Acacia, so the folks are going to hear it twice. You didn't hear it. I feel like Kingsbarns today. Greg,
undefeated.
Well,
undefeated.
Of course, undefeated. We all know this. But Greg, Acacia, yeah, I got all 3 hosts. I can't keep a host.
The most.
He can't keep a rider. I can't keep a host.
We divide up the time. I got the short straw. Kentucky Derby wagering. I couldn't wait to see this. What the wagering would look like early on. This is actually the morning line. It looks a little bit different, the field, than it did 24 hours ago. 9 Skinner, 10 Practical Move, 19 Lord Miles, 20 Continuar are out. All 3 also eligibles draw in Cyclone Mischief, Mandarin Hero, and King Russell. Anthony, 4 horses out, 3 horses in. How does that change the complexion of the race?
The big complexion, obviously, is Cyclone Mischief, because he's going to add a ton of pace on it here now, right? In fact, Corey Lanerie climbs aboard. He might be the speed of the speed now. And he's got
Dale Roman says, like, we're going.
And you want to know what? Dale Romans, when he says that, he said it a few years back with Promises Fulfilled. When he ran him in the Fountain of Youth, he came on the radio. He said, I'm running from the rip. He ran from the rip, and he paid $37 $37. I didn't listen, of course. Why would I listen? He paid like $36 or $37. Yeah, Dale doesn't go over there for the, especially now. Dale lost a bunch of weight like I did. He doesn't go over for the free lunch. He's going to let this horse run from the rip. I think it changes the physical complexion of the race in that way. Mandarin Hero drawing in, I think, changes the tote board a lot because a lot of people were waiting for him to get in, maybe get a Japanese bred exacta with Derma Sotogake. So, yeah, I think that, and you know what? The handle probably just went up a little bit more, too, now having two real Japanese runners in that field.
Son of Hillendale Stallion Violence, his name easier to say. Forte, 3-1 morning line favorite, highly decorated, reigning 2-year-old champ, 4-time Grade 1 winner, perhaps not as flashy as some Derby favorites, Big Brown, American Pharaoh, Justify Anthony, but all he does is win.
Yeah, you gave him an Apollo Creed-like intro just now. There's not enough good things to say about them. Yeah, the King of Sting, the Count of Monte Fistos down in Louisville. I can't say enough good things about him either. Two other horses have won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and then the Kentucky Derby. Street Sense did both at Churchill Downs. I thought this was interesting. Nyquist won the first Breeders' Cup Juvenile run at Keeneland. And then came to Churchill. So, like Forte, who won his Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Keeneland, the prior two have done the double in Kentucky. Well, he'll try to become the third one to do that.
Trying to become the 22nd 2-year-old champion to win the Kentucky Derby. We'll find out tomorrow evening, 6:45 at Churchill Downs. The Oaks this evening, right here at Belmont Park. Still have the Westchester coming up. And moments ago, who was this?
That is Disarm. Disarmed.
Disarm. Am I looking at the wrong thing right here? Disarm's running in third. That's Disarm.
Yep, Disarm got the job done.
For Rudy Rodriguez. I missed the race. What happened, Anthony?
Nice ride by Nick Wires. You see him in the green. This horse came out with the wrong silks on. He had Rudy's silks on. Rudy started yelling and screaming in the paddock. Went and put Andrew Gurdon's silks on. And Nick Juarez, patiently waiting, comes off the inside, is able to run down the favorite, the Electric Stuff, and Factual Content, the other Rudy in here. Rudy's horses, Rudy was on a 0 for 40 streak. He won 2 races Saturday, a race Sunday, and the horses are obviously running better.
$36.
I used this horse in the pick 5, too. I thought this horse was going to do some damage today. It's funny, we talked about this yesterday, Lafitte. There was the fourth race yesterday. There were 3 dirt horses and 3 turf horses. The dirt horses ran 1, 2, 3. The horses with the 3 best. The form on dirt for the 3 best horses in that race, they ran 1, 2, 3 in a little bit of a different order, but they ran 1, 2, 3.
Rudy.
Upset Belmont for Rudy.
Here in Oaklawn. This one here, the Arkansas bred, $12,500 claimer. This one's not pretty. 3/4 of a mile sprint, 3-year-olds and older, and you're going to have to concede 8-5 on Ozark, who at very least has been in the money in his last 4 races.
Yeah.
His last 4.
I can't do it, my man. I couldn't pull. Could you imagine somebody being 8-5 in this field?
I'm reaching this field and feeling just fine about it. If he beats me, fine.
It's not illegal anymore, but I would love to take book on this race. I don't know how you lose money on this race. If you
look everywhere else. All right, for example, second choice at 7-2 towards the outside. Kiss of the Nile. There's your 14 race maiden. There's your second choice.
Surprised there's not 4 of them in here, right? There's only 2. My Kind of Tenton is 13 over 13. You'd look for more. You know what's funny? If a lot of guys and gals who train horses down there, they have little farms.
Yeah.
Places they could put layups. You would almost think that you could find a little jewel here, a little diamond in the rough, because a lot of these trainers, I mean, where are they going to take these horses for the next 6 months, right? You almost look at I know, I'm not going to name names, but I know plenty of owners and trainers.
Don't sleep on that guy, by the way. Don't sleep on that guy. Go ahead. Don't sleep on Ike. Don't sleep on Ike, but go away.
That's Ike?
Go ahead. Ike Wazowski. Go ahead.
Ike Wazowski? I'm going to write that name down in case I ever send one down there. I want him to pony my horse. Seriously. That's important. If you're giving him the Lafitte stamp of approval, I'm in. You would think, I know plenty of trainers and owners who will take a look at this and, who have a little place to put them. You can find sit on him for a few months, especially with the waiver rules down there. It's only 4 months. You use the whole 6 months, but yeah. I thought the interesting horse in here at a price, I'm not saying he can necessarily win, although I do believe he can win, is the one Traffic Boss. Forget about the special weight start first time out. They dropped him for 16 last time. He had a much better effort. Third start of his career now. The barns had a little bit of a rough meet. But, again, I don't know if he can win. But if you want to mess around with a horse and some exotics in here, I would probably use him.
I'm going Ike Wazowski. Wikipedia says.
Was that Ike?
Yeah, that was it. It says like a Disney monsters character, I guess. The drop in class showed speed in both of his races, was bet in both of his races. A little will go a very long way here. And Kylie Jordan's been piling up the wins of late. So it's Ike for me.
Well, I'm shot. I thought you were pointing at the one of the Pony Boys. I'm so shot. I had turned the page just now and I saw Ike was out. Wow.
Pony Boy could probably outrun a couple of
Help.
Little go a long way.
Getting late early here
Jim
at the America's Day of the
We've
Races.
got a long way to go. Jim Byers standing by. Who graduates post-time race 5 Oakland?
Water to Wine moves in. Singing Groom. The Boogeyman. And Lake Hamilton has the outside post. Lake Hamilton, the last to load. Track good. It has been good all day. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Loud Boy is sprinting off early. Ozarks came out quickly. Money Strike is third. And then comes Singing Groom toward the inside in fourth. Kiss of the Nile fifth. Ike Wazowski is sixth. Traffic Boss is seventh on the inside. And then comes Lake Hamilton in eighth, followed by Water to Wine. And from between horses, Falconite. And then it's about a 4-length break to the Boogeyman. And My Kinda Teton is 12th and last. Into the far turn. Ozarks has secured the lead here. And he has the inside. And Money Strike has been a length back in second, and then to the outside, Kiss of the Nile third. To the inside comes Loud Boy. Loud Boy into third, Kiss of the Nile now fourth, with Singing Groom on hold there in behind horses and fifth toward the inside. Then Ike Wazowski and Water to Wine and Falconite. They're in the stretch. Ozarks is set down for the drive and put to the test here. And up to the outside, Loud Boy. Back along the inside comes Singing Groom racing in third. Then Kiss of the Nile and Traffic Boss, final 16th. Ozarks leads the way here. Good finish up the inside for Singing Groom. Ozarks wins it. Favorite comes through here over Singing Groom, followed by Loud Boy and Traffic Boss.
Handicappers zeroed in on the right one. Ozarks graduates in his 7th career start. Leading rider Christian Torres boots him home.
Do I dare write Traffic Boss's name down for my stable mail to wait for 6 months from now when he's back in for 12-5 off the waiver?
Right next to Ike
Alan
Wazowski.
Next to Ike, who I thought was a human. Winner gets the job done. This buck boy on the one ripped this horse's face off for about a 3/8 of a mile. And when he finally let him run, he got beat 4 lengths at 25-1.
Results when we come back. Horses in the paddock, 6 at Belmont. Time for the late pick 4. You're using him proper, right? 10-length maiden winner at Aqueduct. 2-1 morning line favorite currently, 3-1. We'll be right back.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to Take Charge Indy back.
Beautiful Belmont Park. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Maggie Wolfendale is back. Jet setting. She was in Louisville like 5 minutes ago, standing by in the Belmont paddock. Maggie, welcome back.
Thanks, Lafitte. It feels so good to be in this Belmont paddock. I always get so happy when racing switches over here to Belmont. It just feels like coming home, and it's just like a warm hug or a warm blanket. As we'll take a look, though, at the horses in this field. I have no problems with number 6 Improper in here, as he's your favorite, but some others caught my eye, or one other caught my eye, and that is number 1, Our Son Jake. Now, he's one of those rare horses that the extension blinker has actually worked. It didn't necessarily work first time around because, per usual, they don't break often when the first time you put it on. But since then, he has run well, and he looks like he's just thriving right now for trainer Mike Maselli. Great conditioning, excellent coat. So we'll see what he can do coming in off of that second place effort and turning back in distance, which I think is the biggest help of all for him. He is built so much more like a sprinting type, just very short coupled, very round hind end to him. So I think that's one of the biggest things he has going for him here in this non-2 for 40, despite stepping up in class. Moving on to a bit of a wild card. It feels somewhat of a suspicious drop in number 7, Warman Road. I mean, I know he did no running, but it looked on the surface of things that he just really resented being behind horses and getting kickback, and so therefore Kendrick Carmouche just kind of wrapped up on him, as Looms Boldly did take that field gate to wire. But he does drop in for a tag for the first time. He's a horse that the only other time I saw him was actually what was meant to be his first start, his debut up at Saratoga, and I liked him that day, but he reared up in the gate and was subsequently a late scratch. He really hasn't changed, though. He's still the same physical that I saw as a 2-year-old, so maybe this is just the right spot for him, as we do tend to get into some tougher company when racing switches over to Belmont and there after Saratoga. He does return wearing those front wraps, Lafitte, so we'll see what the tactics are with him. He's very quiet in the paddock, but I feel like he's a horse where the only way you can go with him is to the lead.
Some poker, perhaps. The wild card, Warman Road. We'll revisit his last race in a moment, but you knew it was Oaks Day, right, Anthony?
I heard.
Because you can celebrate the Kentucky Oaks with a $30 bonus by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $150 each at Churchill and Belmont. Park on the Kentucky Oaks and earn a $40 bonus. It sounds good. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in.
Yeah, we have
a pretty good deal.
We have full picks up for both Belmont and Churchill Downs over at the website, and plenty of blog action as well.
Very, very nice. How about Ozarks graduating in his 7th career start? Another win, Christian Torres. Next stop for Torres, Churchill Downs.
Yeah. Should be, I like the progression in this young man's career. I think he's an excellent rider. Gave Ozarks an excellent ride today to get the job done. 5 even. Boy, you are proud and you are brave to have taken 5 even on anybody in that field of caballos in race 5 at Oaklawn Park.
I mean, we were dialed into that one. Your traffic boss, my Ike Wazowski.
Not the outrider.
No, not the outrider. I might have been better off. I might have been better off. That's Oaklawn Park, race number 5. Leaving the paddock riders up. Race 6 Belmont. This $40,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime. 2-1 favorite in Improper. Who did you go with here?
Yeah, how are you going to get past that? He proved the best hop was a drop last time. He came in for the tag and he crop dusted those horses. I don't love the fact that he's been gone for almost 2 months. But it is what it is, and if he runs anything close to that race, it's going to be tough. I like him more than I like Warman Road because Warman Road's effort came on the sloppy track while he won on a fast track.
Yeah, we're going to revisit both of their most recent efforts. Improper, Warman Road at 4-1, and that suspicious drop Maggie touched on. Post Parade, Our Son Jake. Effective in both starts this year.
Fastest figure was when he stretched out to the mile last time, opened up a big lead, and did not close the door, getting me to half length.
Central Pride, first half of the claim, Randy Persaud.
Yeah, these are the races Randy wins. There's some chaos that can happen on the front end, and here comes Romero and Randy to run them down.
John's protege level might be a little deep for him.
Yeah, a little 2-month layoff after running okay for the lesser condition claiming race we run here in New York.
Juggler, a 1-for-18 lifetime.
Yeah, this horse did a little sneaky running late in the game behind Longren, too, who won like a good thing. We'll see if the class relief helps him.
Hatch, a second at this level in the mud.
Haven't seen him in over 3 months. He ran well in the mud. He had a couple of good fast track races back in October and November at Aqueduct.
Sheepshead Bay winning jockey Manny Franco, improper, put it all together at Aqueduct in March.
This horse will likely stalk whoever is the early pace and be able to take advantage of that.
Warman Road, who does not like dirt kicked in his face.
I agree with Maggie. I think Warman Road goes right to the front, crosses over, and I think Improper sits right off of him.
Jester's Song, somewhat competitive, facing similar at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he ran okay at Aqueduct off of a December layoff, just about 3 months, a little less than 3 months. He was in against much tougher before he went to the bench, second time for a tag.
Field for the 6th race, start of the late pick 4, 5 minutes out. These $40,000 restricted claiming sprinters. Another look at Improper. His latest, March 10th, Aqueduct, Anthony Improper, driving with Manny Franco and really about to pour it on.
Yeah, he's just going to run away and hide from 6 overmatched rivals at 3 to the nickel. Look, 3 to 5 looked like a gift from about I don't know, from the time they shook the overnight until the time he hit the wire. He's long gone.
So why can't he build on that and do it again?
If he builds on that, he's going to win this from here to Aqueduct. If, my grandfather used to say all the time, if, 2-letter word with such big meaning, right?
Yes.
Thought he was a philosopher.
Manny Franco in the saddle. Warman Road. And, yeah, his latest. Mid-April, Aqueduct. When we talk about, like, a racehorse resenting kickback, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah. He wanted to be anywhere else on the planet except where he wound up. And it happens right away. You could see it right away. He is just not happy down in there at all. Head's up there. Head goes up there. That's 2 already. We haven't gotten to the far turn yet.
It's about to get worse.
And now it's about to this is it. I mean, you see Kendrick scrubbing on him. Kendrick don't know what to do at this point. And, you know, it's weird. Common sense would tell you the further away he gets from the leaders, the better it would be. That's not the case. That kickback is almost better when you're closer to the horse's rump. And now it's just like,
get me out of here.
Now it's like everybody's taking their chance, putting mud in his eye, literally and figuratively. And he was just like, you know what, boys and girls, I'll see you next time in for a tag at beautiful Belmont Park. And once he gets outside, see, a lot of people say, oh, well, he got outside and didn't do any running. This horse, that was like having a bad that was a bad blind date that horse just went on. Give me the check, let me pay my half and let me skedaddle.
A bucket of sand for lunch.
That was brutal.
So the post is key. Draw the rail that day and towards the outside now.
The fact that there's not a lot of speed in here, I think, is even more key. No. Kendrick's just going to try and giddy up out of there and just try and open up, I would think.
Down to Maggie.
I just want to know, have you guys ever had bad blind dates? I luckily haven't. Nobody's ghosted me. As we'll take a look at number 8, Jester's Song, who I was on the fence with regards to his form, as he's actually just gone to favorite. Great. Pick the horse at favorite. But now he's second off that little bit of a layoff from December to March. And he did have a good setup. He looked to be in a good position in that last effort. And then he just kind of came up even when he tipped him outside, Jose Lezcano. And it just kind of spoke to the fact that he probably needed it. Now, I wasn't going to pick him until I saw him out on the track warming up. He by far warmed up best of anyone in here with Katie Davis aboard. Now, he generally is a good mover, but just his energy and his presence were on point today. And I think he does make a good deal of sense where he projects to be sitting right off of Warman Road and draws favorably to the outside. Like I said, I have no problems with Improper and think he could definitely win here. But I thought I was going to pick somebody at a better price, Lafitte, but I'm not getting it now.
2-1 Improper on the outside. Jester Song, Anthony, 2-1 as well. That good energy that Maggie was just talking about, he's displaying.
I want to know how she can compare me having a blind date to her having a blind. Who's going to be disappointed for a multitude of reasons with Maggie Wolfendale?
Leave it alone. I was going to leave it alone.
I have answers for Maggie's question. Maggie tries to sneak fastballs by. I hit him 480 feet out of the ballpark.
Our son Jake, drawn on the rail. There he is. Take a look at his most recent, March 18th, Aqueduct. This was at a mile, Anthony. Our son Jake, he opens up, builds a cushion, but he's not home just yet.
He looks home Jerome, doesn't he?
Right.
Right? Jason Weyes just kind of trying to dole out the rest of that speed.
Got a win from there.
And he knew right inside the 8th pole, he was in deep waters. And this horse actually held on pretty gamely. Cumberland Blues for Linda comes up the inside, and he fights back here. So, and I'm a big distance guy, right? I don't know if it was necessarily the mile was his undoing. He did it off a 10-week break.
But Maggie did point out, looking at him, like he looks like a sprinter.
He does. I mean, you can look at him right here.
So the cutback, I think, is key for him.
I do too. But he's going to have to deal with Warman Road, and Warman Road is just flat out faster than this horse.
You know what else is key?
What's that, buddy?
Not going on blind dates and experiencing the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now, get the $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Over 100,000 in the pick 4 pool, 107,000 in the pick 4 pool. Luckily, I did not have to re-engage like Maverick. I was already alive in the pick 4. Got to get 6s and 7s home here.
Maverick's re-engaging, sir.
Yeah, me and my man Joe Stewart, one of the peace officers here, say it to each other every day when we see each other. Maverick's re-engaging, sir.
Maverick's re-engaging, sir.
That stemmed from a bad date, by the way.
That
stemmed from a bad date. Yeah. I had a terrible date like 4 years ago.
Connecting the dots. See, now it makes sense.
3 years
Another
ago.
look at the favorite, and but price continues to plummet here. Katie Davis aboard Jester's Song, 9-5. That's a little surprising.
I don't get this horse.
I get him, just not at that price.
Yeah, I don't get him. I don't get this horse at this price. Right, that's a better way to put it. At this price. My other problem is this horse's best races in the past have come first time out and off a layoff. And this horse did not fire his best shot off the layoff last time. And I don't know. I think the field last time was probably around this level of competition, even though it's for the same tag. But I think he has two horses in here, an Improper and Warman Road, who could, quote-unquote, be ringers when this is all said and done, you know? Especially Warman Road. They kind of have license to cheat with Warman Road a little bit in here and drop him in for the tag because he ran so poorly last time. And it looks like he has those issues. Who wants to walk a horse over there and worry about not getting to the lead and getting kicked back and the horse pulling himself up?
Keep the dirt, the sand at your face. Warman Road, Improper, trying to go back-to-back. Jester's Song, that good energy Maggie touched on. Will it translate to a win on the track? About to find out. Johnny I standing by post time. Late pick 4, race 6, Belmont.
And they're off. And it is John's protege who shows first. Moving up now to challenge is Warman Road. Warman Road, John's protege. They are heads apart for the early lead. Jester's Song is on the extreme outside. The gray Hatch is next, followed by Improper, who races in 5th. Central Pride down at the rail in 6th. And then it is Juggler in 7th. Our son Jake. The trailer in 8th. A quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. John's protege by a head. Warman Road on the outside in second, and right behind the duo of Jester Song and Hatch. Then it's 3.5 lengths back to Improper, who runs in fifth, 6 lengths from the lead. Then Juggler and Central Pride and Our Son Jake. The field is at the head of the stretch, and now 4 of them across the track. The half mile in 46 and 3. And here is Jester's Song now ranging up to take the lead. Down on the inside is Hatch, who's running in second. Improper now gains into third. John's Protege is back in fourth. It is Jester's Song, who has a 3-length lead as they come on for the finish. Jester's Song and Katie Davis. Improper got up to be second, and Hatch was third.
At that price or any price, a mismatch in the end. Jester's Song, that good energy, feeling good, runs well, and strikes in the 6th at Belmont Park. First leg of the pick 4, 9-5 at post time.
They knew. They absolutely knew here. This horse was in the 5 path around the racetrack, ducking in 3 paths off the turn. And just, it was never in doubt. 9-5. They gave you 9-5 on this horse today.
Katie's like, see you, brother.
Congratulations.
Dylan Davis doing everything he can on Hatch.
Yeah.
Katie Davis, Jester's Song, Improper to complete the exacta. From the outside post, an easy win. 8-6-5-4. Jester's Song. He had 9-2 morning line, 9-5 at post time.
Scary. Bet this horse off the board today. And he won like he was bet off the board. Katie taking a peek to the screen.
Nobody coming, Katie.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Nobody coming.
How do you feel about that, Lafitte?
Doesn't bother me.
Peek to the screen. Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't bother me.
I'm a traditionalist. Bugs me.
You're more sentimental and traditional than I ever
imagine.
Than I ever understood.
You're such a gentleman. I tell people things. I surprise them a lot with some of the things I say.
I learned you're like German or something earlier.
Part German, yeah. Part German, Austrian. I said, you're such a gentleman.
Let's not go crazy.
That's what I get told a lot. They get surprised by things. After they make that comment, they get surprised by a few things I say.
First, Grade 1 of the weekend at Churchill Downs. Fillies and Mares taking center stage in the Grade 1 La Troyenne and Secret Oath. 8-5. Quick turnaround. Less than 3 weeks ago, the Grade 1 Apple Blossom for Dwayne Lucas. Tyler Gaffleone strikes the front, but you can hear like the Jaws theme as Clairiere starts to cut into her lead.
It's amazing. Look at Joel, head down, right?
Tyler's like, oh, God, I hope that's not Joel.
Eyes looking right at the withers. He ain't looking anywhere else. He's just keeping his mind on his business. Oh, my God. What a ride. She spotted Secret Oath, the home field advantage, the position early, a 4-length lead into the stretch, and she still got out.
Went out and personal incender. Like shades of Winning Colors personal incend. Secret Oath, and now the quick turnaround. We'll see. And then you have search results, right, for trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah.
And going back to the personal incend, this is another thriller on the undercard of the Travers. And search results, nobody happier. They shouldn't have to deal with Malathot. She got her in the Kentucky Oaks. She got her on that afternoon.
Yeah, Malathot, the champion, 2-time champion, just gets her late in the game. She had the layoff to the Breeders' Cup. She's had the layoff since the Breeders' Cup. You know, I wonder, Lafitte, if she might need one to get going.
We're on the same page.
You know, that's just how I feel about her. She always seems to be better with a little rust knocked off.
There was a race, which I think it was 6 months or so. The Distaff Handicap, she was 3-5 that day, and had it was the first race in several months, and clearly needed the race because we saw search results competing at the highest level later on, but defeated double digits on that afternoon. So you wonder if she can bring her best or something close to it off of the bench.
Yeah, she came back and won in the mud on Mother's Day. And I remember making a sideball. We took Phyllis out for a nice meal that night. We took all of that 3-1. Not that we weren't going to take Phyllis out for a nice meal, but it paid for the nice meal. And then her best race, I think, was the Phipps. She chased Latruska in that ridiculous pace and then got run down by Malathot and Clairiere. So, as a 4-year-old, she ran a giant race in that Phipps. And, we'll see.
First Grade 1 of the weekend, La Troyenne. $750,000 purse. The purse for this one at Belmont Park, not quite as lucrative, but a sharp win. Jester's Song, Katie Davis, winning pilot, standing by with Maggie.
Lafitte, Katie's first win here at beautiful Belmont Park. And Katie, I know you and your brothers and sisters pretty much grew up here watching your dad ride. How special is this victory?
Oh, it's amazing. Just my heart sank when I crossed the wire, and I was looking at the screen. I was like, wait, it's just me? Oh, how sweet. But, you know, it's for many more, and, you know, it's been a blessing to get opportunity, and thank you, everybody that's been supporting me along the way, and I'm just enjoying it.
I gotta say, you look tremendous in the saddle, A, and B, you ride very smart races. So for you, what's your preparation like going into a card?
I don't overthink anything. I kind of do my homework morning of. It works for me because I do have a life outside the racetrack with Ryan.
Mom.
So it's just something I don't want to dwell over all day. You know, I mean, it works for me, and if it works, why change it? That's what I've always thought in the racing business, you know.
Well, Katie, I also want to ask you about a greatest stakes mount you have, one that's kind of special to me. You're riding for my husband, Tom Morley, in the Fort Marcy Stakes aboard Tide of the Sea. Have you looked at this race at all? I'm telling you, I'm going to give you directions right now. Send them. Send them.
That's what I heard. So, you know, I was riding in the morning, helping out Ray Handel, and he goes, hey, Katie, I got you a graded stakes mount. I go, wait, what? Really? It was a surprise. And it was a really nice, common, cool, collective surprise. And didn't make me nervous, but it made me feel good about myself, knowing that, you know, I'm getting an opportunity, and, you know, hey, I hold no punches. You know, I tell them, too, I got a horse, too. Watch out for me. Oh, I love it, you know.
Well, Katie, your enthusiasm is infectious. Your hard work is admirable. So massive congrats here on this first win at Belmont.
Yes, thank you, and I'm looking forward to riding this meet. So I'm excited.
As she should be, a successful Aqueduct meet heading into this one here at Belmont and kicking things off with a nice winner with Jester's Song, guys.
How cool was that? You could feel her heart like beating through her chest. Anthony, first win at Belmont Park and a smile you couldn't wipe off her face.
Yeah, when she took a look at the tote board, she knew she was probably going to win it at 3 minutes to post.
And a mount aboard Tide of the Sea in the Fort Marcy. How great would that be if Tom Morley tells her in the paddock, take her back to last?
I don't think that's. I don't think he wants to sleep on the couch tomorrow
Maggie,
night.
send him, Tom. Take him back to.
She'll check tape. Want to check tape?
Katie, congratulations. Jester's Song in the 6th at Belmont. When we come back, search results. Not the only star returning for Chad Brown. Zandon, 4-year-old debut at Belmont in the Westchester, still seeking a first win since the Bluegrass.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit America'sBestRacing.net today. 7th race coming up, Belmont. We have live racing from Oaklawn. Post-parade race number 6, $50,000 allowance optional, claiming sprint older horses and a stakes type of purse, $106,000. Starting with Major General, a dull in his last 3 races at Oaklawn.
He has. It's been 2-turn races for the last year and a half for the son of Constitution. We'll see how to cut back. Get rich, bet Mitch.
Alvizu, third to Count Fleet winner. Skelly his latest.
Maybe he should be going long and Major General should be going short. It looks like he might need a little bit more ground, Lafitte.
Ike Wazowski deflated me. There's Deflator. 31st lifetime start at Oaklawn. 31st.
He's going to need to turn things around for sure.
Kairama, good colt, hasn't won in over a year.
Just missed it. Sam Houston ships in off about a 10-week break.
Wheelan Springs, the John Ed Anthony homebred.
Yeah, this horse won the Bachelor here at Oaklawn last year, and the wheels have come off since.
Yeah. Vulcan, on paper, overmatched.
Yeah, he might need to get beamed up after his last 2 races.
You're not a Trekkie, are you?
Not at all.
I'm not a Trekkie.
4-1 on Vulcan. Those people betting the money from just the song.
See? Nate's Way off the board, 5 straight this year, and then 4 left. Ramsey Zimmerman in the flying Pea-Hot Pink.
The Rogues badge. The blinkers go on. This horse was a Grade 1 winner at one point in his career.
That's the field. This 6th race, Oaklawn will step aside. And when the La Troyenne is official, and then maybe 15 minutes after that, we will recap. We're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Belmont Park. America's Day at the Races continues. Still have the 2nd of 2 stakes races coming up. Belmont a little bit later on. The Westchester return of Zandon here at Oaklawn. And this really good allowance sprint. $106,000 purse. There is Vulcan, and we're trying to figure this out. Walter De La Cruz has triggered some upsets. I don't know that this would be considered an upset. From the morning line, it would have. 20-1 on the morning line. You got to. Can you piece this one together? What are the handicappers seeing on Vulcan that he's 5 to 1?
I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. But we're going to take a look at Kairama, I believe.
Kairama. Yeah, his most recent. Late February, Sam Houston. This was at 7 furlongs, this particular race, Anthony. Kairama. And what you're going to see is him. It's a good ground-saving trip, rounding the far turn, angles out, and does come running. It's a good effort.
Yeah, it's a good effort. He just falls a neck short. And that's it's an okay effort to bring in here against this bunch, I think. Dean's List came back to win a game. Dean's List, a former Todd Pletcher horse, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds right.
He makes a big run at him, too. But he's just going to...
Keeps coming.
Run out of real estate. Yeah. Now he's got to cut back to the 6. You know, I would like him more if I thought there was more confirmed speed. And ultimately, with WW Scouts Honor coming out, I wonder if that's why they're gravitating to Vulcan. Maybe we answered the question.
Lone speed?
They think he's lone speed. I would imagine 4 left with the blinkers going on is going to force this issue from just outside of him. So, you know, does that set enough?
The scratch is big, yeah.
Yeah, the scratch is big. Does it set it up for Albizu? I don't know if it sets it up for Albizu.
The strength of schedule for Albizu, that third DeKalb Fleet winner, Skelly, who's favored in a stakes race tomorrow, I believe, at Oaklawn. The presence of Christian Torres, that makes sense, 7 to 5.
Edge to Edge as well. Edge to Edge had a good winter for Chris Hartman, along with the Tejano Twist. He had both of those horses. One was speed. Tejano Twist from off the pace. He had a good winter with both of those horses, but he's gotten plenty of pace meltdowns, and he's just not able to get the job done. Maybe a smidge of, again, same condition, but you kind of feel like he's been running against ringers in those conditions all winter long, and now maybe he found the right bunch. You know, 4 left looking to refine his form. Vulcan inexplicably getting bet off the board, and now, you know, he's calmed down a little bit. Kairama shipping in from Sam Houston.
Needs to remember how to win.
Albizu's already handled him. So maybe they found the right favorite in here.
You saw Wheeling Springs, Gabe Saez in those former Lob Lolly, now Shortleaf colors for John Ed Anthony. What's the first horse that comes to mind when you see those colors?
I was a big Prairie Bayou fan. Tommy Bohannon. Pine Bluff obviously is up there as well.
Both Preakness winners.
Yeah, a couple of Preakness
winners.
First
Derby I attended. Lob Lolly had the favorite. Demons Be Gone.
Demons Be Gone.
87 bled
bad.
Before you have Van Landingham, some really good horses over the years, and many that have been on that Triple Crown trail, and then the 2 Preakness wins that we just touched on. And yeah, we've familiar colors, lots of history, and lots of damage done at Oaklawn over the years. Wheeling Springs trying to pull off the upset. The favorite, Albizu, post-time race 6, live from Oaklawn.
4 left is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Looked like Albizu may have broken outward some. Vulcan is dashing off to the early lead with 4 left on the outside. Nate's Way is prominent with them in 3rd. Wheeling Springs 4th. Albizu 5th. Kairama is right with him to the outside in 6th. Length and a half then to Deflator and Major General. Into the far turn. They've got to catch 4 left. He is off the rail, but leading Wheeling Springs by 1 length. Wheeling Springs just had to steady very sharply there. Moving into 2nd is Vulcan. It's 4 left and Vulcan. Then Wheeling Springs, Albizu on the inside. Up on the outside, Kairama is 3 or 4 wide in the black coming for home. The back group is Major General, Deflator, and Nate's Way off the turn and into the stretch. And it's Vulcan sweeping to the lead. Kairama farther out. And right on the inside, Albizu, the favorite, is driving through and going to the lead. And a furlong out, Albizu takes over here. Right to the outside, Vulcan is giving him a good test. But it's Albizu and Christian Torres, another one for Torres. Albizu, clearly best here, over Vulcan. Major General came on for 3rd. Kairama, non-threatening 4th.
Didn't win, but they knew. Vulcan runs big, Albizu runs bigger, and a terrific ride.
I'm going to tell you
Christian Torres, what else is new?
I was telling you a story about to honor and serve, making this big bet and putting some money in the church box. If you bet a 2-6 in here and didn't have the reverse, you should put some money towards your favorite charity. We got a bunch of favorite charities around here. You should put some money in your favorite charity because Walter De La Cruz ripped Vulcan's head off when 4 left went to the lead. He had to go 3 wide. He re-rallied, made the lead, and then had to hold this steamroller off. What a race. Boy, that money was right, but they did not get a good ride. Those guys are flipping out right now.
They are not happy. They are not happy. Wheeling Springs got sawed off entering the far turn. I'm not quite sure who the culprit was.
It was 4 left.
Was it
4 left? 4 left, yeah. 4 left gave him the business a little bit.
Ramsey
he made the lead.
Zimmerman, if you see Gabe Saez, go the other way.
Ding, ding, ding.
Go the other
ding,
way.
ding, ding.
Albizu, Christian Torres, right to the winner's circle again. Robertino Diodoro, leading jock, leading trainer, putting up big numbers at Oaklawn Park. And just really excited to see what Torres does at Churchill Downs. And it's a very similar pattern with David Cabrera. He won a riding title at Remington, went to Oaklawn. He was tearing it up, and then had that injury towards the end of last season, wound up in a tie with Francisco Arrieta, still a share of the riding title.
Which was amazing.
Which is amazing in itself. That's how big of a lead he built. And now Christian Torres, leading rider Remington, leading rider Oaklawn, but he's going on to Churchill Downs.
It's not exactly E equals MC squared, but it's a pretty good formula so far, right? I mean, this is what you do. This kid Karate started his career in South Florida, and he could just flat out horseback. And when you get an outfit like Robertino Diodoro behind you at what's essentially become that barn's premier meet with all the money available, predominantly dirt horses, you're going to build a full head of steam wherever you go. He's got to deal with with Gabe Saez. Oh, no, Ramsey Zimmerman has to deal with Gabe Saez. He has to deal with Tyler. He has to deal with Tyler Gaffalione. He has to deal with Louis Saez at Churchill. After that, he should find himself a nice little home.
Very good colony as well. Brian Hernandez, certainly one that comes to mind. But, and Christian Torres closing in on those 100 wins in an individual meet, only accomplished by Pat Day, the Hall of Famer. He's getting closer and closer, is Torres. And another win. We'll have the results from Oaklawn when we come back. And horses in the paddock for the 7th. Maggie's down there somewhere. Stay tuned.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Inside jokes between the crew and Anthony. I'm not part of it. I don't know what they're talking about, and it's bothering me. It's really bothering me.
Believe me,
it's really bothering me. Race 7 is disappointing because it was such a good race on paper.
Yeah.
Off the turf now on the main track, 6 furlongs for these $35,000 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime. Same distance, 6 furlongs, and a 1-5 favorite to contend with in Daufuskie Island. 1-5. Wow. Yesterday, we had a situation you could take advantage of one of these races. You pointed out there were, 3 grass horses, 3 dirt horses. It was off the turf of the main track, and the dirt horses ran 1, 2, 3 and paid.
The next time I see you, I'll still be complaining about what I did yesterday. 3 dirt horses, 3 horses who had never run on the dirt.
Yeah.
Were 7-5, 3-1, and 3-1. The other horses were 3-1, 21-1, and 24-1.
Like it was still on grass. Being played like it was still on grass.
It was so sickening. I just bet the horse to win. And the other 2 horses, and they beat the rest of the turf horses by 3-4 lengths.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't even close. $39 exacta for $1 in a 6-horse field. Maybe more than that. And the triple was $500 for $2.
I don't know that we have that same type of opportunity here. We'll go through the field, the post parade. Voliero, not great last in his last 5 races.
0 for 7 on the main track in his career, beating a combined 120 lengths in his last 5.
Suit of armor, Jackie Davis in the saddle.
Yes, little sister just got the job done in the 6th. She'll try and emulate in the 7th. This horse hasn't run since January at Penn National.
1-9, doesn't get much lower. Daufuskie Island, the thing is, he's won at this level by daylight, but disqualified. So here he is.
Disqualified, voided claim because of the disqualification that day. Tried him over his head a little bit in the state bred allowance ranks over the winter. Couldn't get the job done back in for the tag.
Not betting a horse named Marathoner in a sprint, Anthony. I can't do it. Not doing it.
For different reasons. I'm never betting a horse named Marathoner. I entered the 2020 New York City Marathon, but they disqualified me. And everybody, they canceled it.
You have your claim voided?
I was a dead heat for a win. They canceled it. So
claim voided?
I had my bib. I think I ate 3 slices on it after they decided to cancel the marathon.
Daufuskie Island 1-9. I promise you this: the Derby favorite, wagering available, wagering open, is not 1-9. This is about 25 minutes old. So let's see where the money's going. 2 fills, single digits, 9-1. Tabit Trice, second choice in the morning line. That's the same, 5-1. Angel of Empire down a couple of points, 6-1. Forte is overlaid, 3-1 on the morning line now, 5-1. The favorite Forte early on. Derma Sotogake at 10-1. Japanese Invader, Cyclo Mischief, Mandarin Hero, King Russell, all drawing in, all cold on the board. So was Rich Strike. Is anything? What grabs your attention here?
This
Anthony?
2 fills money is stunning. They know they're running this race on dirt, right?
Fastest buyer speed figure.
Yes, it is.
Synthetic.
I love it. Bet him and the Japanese horses, please. Bet early and often over at Naira Bets. Give you a $25 free bet tomorrow. Bonus code Derby25 when you sign up for a brand new account. Get in there.
Look, I know the Derby's not for 27 hours or so, but don't think these odds are going to change dramatically. We've seen it year in and year out. My boy Jack, he's not going to be the second choice tomorrow. Yeah, he was. The money you see now,
right. Oh my God,
it continues
my boy Jack.
to trend in the same direction. And we have an offer for you. What do you know? Here at Naira Bets, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby. Naira Bets, join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NairaBets.com, for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Forte at 5-1. I thought this felt like a Sarlin Derby to me. Sarlin was, I think, 6-1 the favorite, one of the highest priced favorites ever in the history of the event. That's what this one felt to me, and I thought 9-2, maybe even 5-1 for Forte at post.
Sweet Southern Saint
favored over Barbaro. He was 5. Barbaro was 6-1. A truckload of money on.
It was like
Sweet,
580 or something.
Sweet Northern Saint.
Northern Saint. There was Southern Saint was the year before, the year after.
The Illinois, a truckload of money showed up on Sweet Northern Saint, favored over Barbaro.
Made that move up the inside, remember?
Yeah.
And he faded it around the 3/8 pole. He came back. He hit the board in the Preakness, I think.
Second, behind Bernardini.
Hemingway's Key was third. If Hemingway's Key got second, they'd have still been paying me 18 years later.
Maggie, how'd you get back so fast?
3 hours sleep, Lafitte. That's how I got back very quickly. I feel like you did that first, day at Arkansas and Oakland the weekend before. But yeah, it was fun being down there. You know, it really helps, I think, at least for me, to be able to watch these horses and observe them. Look, I don't know them as well as their trainers and their team behind them, but it does give you a clue as to who's doing well, at least over the racetrack. And I'll admit that maybe of the 3 Pletcher horses, that Tapit Trice looks best. No problems with Forte, but Tapit Trice looks and is moving best of his 3, like what I've seen from Confidence Game. And yes, Two Phils has the unfortunate circumstance of having a person's name. And it's just, it goes to show how much value can be found in the Derby, because you're dealing with such an inflated pools, because people are betting that that handicap based off names. And I'm not going to hate. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's what happens a lot of times in the Derby. I do want to talk about 2 horses in undercard races. I was in the paddock yesterday, and there was this horse, and he looked like an absolute Adonis. And it took me a while to recognize him, but then when I saw Al Stall standing and watching this horse, I was like, oh, Masked Parade. He looks sensational as he'll make his 5-year-old debut off of a long layoff. Yes, that does concern me, but the blinkers going back on after an abbreviated 4-year-old campaign that did not have blinkers, but he's going to go out in the overnight restricted Knicks Go, like him back to a 1-turn mile. He has grown up and done so well, even from 3 to 4, 4 to 5. He looks sensational. And then Big Invasion, I thought it was telling that Christophe Clement decided to send him down to Kentucky when he could have kind of ran him in his backyard, so to speak, in the Twin Spires Turf Sprint. He looks great. He's settled in so well. And for turf sprinters, turf sprints can be the most chaotic races that we have in America, because just so many things can happen. For the fact that he's also a closing turf sprinter, and the fact his record is 7 of 9 starts have been wins, the other 2 hitting the board, screams of his consistency. And 2, I love his record at this 5.5 distance, where he was opting to go in the Elusive Quality as an alternative, but sent him down there, and I think that's very telling. So those are just my 2 horses on undercard races, guys, and 1 to 5 on Daufuskie Island. I couldn't see around it.
Great stuff, Maggie. And she's right. Nobody ever figured out, where did all that My Boy Jack money come from? And it kept pouring in, 2nd or 3rd choice behind Justify. And that Two Phils, the name thing, it sounds asinine, but there's something to it. And the money that pours in for the Derby, foreign in the sense of a lot of people wagering that normally just don't. But for you, the handicapper, it creates real opportunity. If you love Forte, you're feeling real good about what you're seeing early on in the wagering.
I'm ready to take the rubber band off tomorrow at that price. At that price, they're going to pay me. They're going to pay the Big A. I'm going to tell you, I don't refer to myself in the 3rd person.
But when he does,
they're going to pay the Big A tomorrow if that horse is 4 to 1. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you another thing. I'm not too happy with Maggie right now. Remember I told you there's a bunch of blogs up? Mm-hmm. One of them's a live long shot blog. It was Masked Parade. Which the price. Thanks, Max.
You got blown out of the water.
Just buried me alive.
Because she'll
feel like Kane in a match with the Undertaker from Buried Alive from the pay-per-view 25 years ago. Stick my hand up out of the dirt tomorrow. Buried me just now.
I'm not a wrestling guy. Is he the one that pops up out of the coffin? That GIF. The GIF is the GIF. I know nothing about wrestling. That GIF is the best.
That's the Knicks Go, by the way. I think it's race 6 on the 14 race extravaganza at Churchill tomorrow.
Manana. I think it's the only stakes race
not graded.
Yeah,
it's a restricted race.
Yeah.
Correct.
This is not. I just looked down. I see La
This
Troy.
isn't graded
I
either.
just saw La Troy, and I'm like, that ain't Class A edition. We're at Belmont. We're off the turf. We're on the main track. Daufuskie Island. Odds on. It's post time. Here's Johnny I.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bobbling beginning there for number 1, Volieto. And he is the early trailer. Dufusky Island is the early leader, getting away quickly to lead by 2 lengths. Marathoner on the outside, running in second, now getting a bit closer. Then comes Suit of Armor in third, 5 lengths, back to Volietto. And it is the big favorite here, Dufusky Island in front here by a length and a half. With a Marathoner giving chase in second. Suit of Armor is next in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Big break back to Volietto. The opening quarter, 23 seconds as they race around the far turn. And it is Dufusky Island in front by 2. Marathoner remaining in second. Suit of Armor looking to advance down towards the rail in third as they hit the quarter pole. And it is Dufusky Island in command here. Opening up on the field now. Ran the half in 46 and 2. It is Dufusky Island who is going to win here by as much as he wants to win here under Ruben Silvera. Dufusky Island now has built a 12-length lead and is going to win by more. Dufusky Island at 1-5 wins by the length of the stretch. Marathoner was second, then Suit of Armor and Volietto.
Second time he's won at the level. I don't think they can take this one away from him. Dufusky Island rolls as expected. It looks like a horse breezing in between races.
I picked that one.
Well done. You are some kind of handicapper.
Walk it off, buddy. We're going to walk it off.
Is this what our Naira bets customers, is that what they're getting?
Please. Man. Content producer is the preferred nomenclature.
Like a tremendous machine.
Yeah.
50-year anniversary.
I heard.
You hear that?
I did.
Deep dive into research. Deep dive. Dufusky Island, 6, 10, 5, 1. He rolls.
Yeah. Common gallop. That's what a common gallop is.
Yeah. Paid workout.
Yep.
So he can't run at the level again.
No.
Onward and upward, Dufusky Island. Ruben Silvera, Harley Baker, and a third lifetime win. Dufusky Island. At 1-5.
Yes. Not a man alive paid the mortgage at 1-5.
No.
The old adage goes.
6, 10, 5, 1.
Silk's nice and clean. Jocks room don't even have to wash them.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Again, it looks like a horse breezing in between.
It's like a breeze show.
Yeah.
He's not going to the sales, though, at Timonium in a couple of weeks. He was not at OBS in March or April. He does not eat green eggs and ham.
Checks the rear view. Nobody coming.
Did Ruben take a look at He looked inside?
Not at the board. He took a peek under his arm.
Like a tremendous machine.
Like a tremendous machine. That stuff. Mig just shakes his head.
Mig hates it.
Mig's
like me. I used to flip out over it. I had a former rider when I was at the New York Post 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. I had a guy who used to be here. He did it twice. He blew 2 rides on 2 Pat Kelly horses. We used to have a mid-double before the wagering menu was as extensive as it is. And I ripped him both times. And he actually wanted to fight me. Actually challenged me to a fight.
Brave man.
Well, he hid behind 3 of the valets down in the jocks room when I actually went down there.
That's one of those. There's 3. Yeah, somebody separating you.
Telephone.
They better not let me get to you.
We call him a telephone tough guy where I'm from.
It's a Twitter tough guy now, my friend.
Exactly.
Up with
keyboard
Up
killers.
With the times.
It's Bobby Messina in the winner's circle, longtime assistant to Charlie. Bobby was a leading rider at Finger Lakes and rode on this circuit for a while. Brooklyn born.
Good film.
Thanks.
250. Dufusky Island over Marathoner.
Mookie makes $250 a week.
Do the right thing?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Classic.
That was Spike Lee's first movie.
What's that? It was his first
movie. Yep.
So far, not that, again, that still freaked me out when I saw Disarmed. Disarmed, $36 was the tough one. A Jester Song and the free bingo square there, Dufusky Island in this late pick 5.
Yes, sir. So my ticket is defunct because of Jester's Song. What are you going to do?
Yeah. So still have the Westchester coming up a little bit later on. Zandon looking for that first win since the Bluegrass, his 4-year-old debut, and the 3-year-old fillies later this evening at Churchill Downs taking center stage. We were just looking at the Derby wagering. Wet Paint is the morning line favorite for the 149th running of the Kentucky Oaks. Coming off that big fantasy win, You like her coming in.
I do. I like Wet Paint and Botanical. I think she's just done everything right, undefeated on dirt. I think the fast track race was better than the 3 wet track races.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be tough. I don't love that running style at Churchill Downs, especially the way the track's been playing, where she has to come from so far off the pace. I think her main danger is right to her inside in her barn. Botanical. Chris Landeros can be forward. I would imagine the outside runners are going to they're going to try and lead for some position in here. Pretty mischievous, namely, and she leads for position. Botanical sets up camp right off of her, and we'll see if Wet Paint, not West Point, Wet Paint can come and run them down late.
I'm sure West Point would like to own
Wet Paint.
Wet Paint.
I don't think Godolphin's selling.
Probably not.
No.
Brad Cox looking for a third. Earlier on in the wagering, those were morning line odds very early. I saw Wet Paint around 6-5.
I'm not surprised.
And there was some very sharp handicappers that thought that was going to happen.
She should be 6-5. She's undefeated on the main track. If I think her main rivals never stepped foot on the dirt, what can you think about the rest of the field? I think that Julia Shining would have given her fits, and she never got into the race. Hoosier Philly was a 2-year-old filly who got a ton of attention coming into this year. She was the 17, so it's left with you get 2 main contenders 5 months ago were on the outside looking in and didn't draw in.
You and Acacia touched on something today that I had not heard or thought of. While everyone was labeling her like a mud freak, she's just that good on a wet track. Maybe the opposite, you guys pointed out. Maybe she wasn't that good on a wet track. And when we saw her on fast ground, that much better. And overall, collectively, just on paper, looking that much stronger.
In horse racing, the word choppy has bad connotation. But she went different than she went on the fast track. She was a lot more fluid on the fast track. And she was able to extend. It didn't take Flavien that much time to get her going. She just kind of answered her cue a little bit better, and maybe that just came with maturity and with more experience. But I think it was the switch from the wet tracks to the fast track, which makes her that much more dangerous today.
Going with Wet Paint, the favorite in the Kentucky Oaks this evening. A pleasure as always, my friend. Best of luck the rest of the afternoon.
Have a great weekend. Good luck.
See ya.
All
Good
right,
stuff. The Big A stepping aside. Richard Migliori joining me the rest of the way. Still have the Westchester here at Belmont Park. 4-year-old debut of Zandon. Excited to see him come back. And after the races at 6 o'clock, the Kentucky Derby preview show this evening. But the Westchester a little bit later on. Zandon and the great horses that have won this race over the years. A key prep for the Met Mile. That's the Westchester, the feature on this Friday afternoon.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
Cody's Wish heads for home with the lead. Sound Money in second, 3/4. 108 and 4. It is Cody's Wish clear by 3. Now by 4 lengths. Sound Money in second. And farther back, it is Zoomer, Informative, and Greatest Honor. Cody's Wish splashing through the slot to win the Westchester. Cody's Wish by 4.5 lengths.
And he hasn't lost since. Cody's Wish, 4 straight wins, starting with that Westchester on the wet track. It defeated Jackie's Warrior in the Grade 1 Forgo. That memorable scene at Keeneland, Cody's Wish capturing the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, that emotional scene. As I welcome in champion jockey Richie Migliore on the second floor here at Belmont Park. Richie, happy Oaks Friday to you, my friend.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Great day of racing here in New York and actually all across the country.
Great racing, great racing. Cody's Wish, what a story. What he's done since the Westchester, actually defeated in the Challenger prior at Tampa Bay Downs, and that brings us full circle to this race with Zandon coming back a little bit later on. And aside from the really good horses that have recently won, Palace Malice, the significance, what makes the Westchester so important?
Well, it's become a key component or a key prep for the Met Mile. You know, you think about the timing of it, basically 5 weeks between the Westchester and Met Mile, same distance over the racetrack here at Belmont Park. The Westchester, listen, it was a coming out party for Cody, right? It really kind of was his jumping off point. He didn't run in the Met Mile, but to me, it has become the key prep for the Met Mile.
Met Mile, the stallion maker, one of the bigger races on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes, and we'll see how impactful this year's Westchester is and what Zandon does in his first race since the Cigar Mile, last year's Bluegrass winner, third place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. White Abarrio is out, so 7 of them. Zandon, 4 to 5 currently in this upcoming Westchester. Repo Rocks, he was the 3 to 5 in the Grade 1 Carter. He's up there at 8 to 1 in the early wagering, but understandable. Zandon, the name recognition for Chad Brown, and what an opportunity for Dylan Davis.
Yeah, big opportunity. And listen, Dylan's made inroads. He's won some stakes for Chad, and you know, so many guys. The focal point this weekend's the Derby. They're down at Churchill Downs. Dylan been riding well, gets a big shot.
Cats away, the mice shall play. Dylan Davis, Zandon, Westchester next, Belmont. Post-Parade Brewing, Oaklawn, $10,000 claiming event, 1 mile, 3-year-olds and older. The entry looks tough here. Liars Club, Powerhouse Connection, leading jock, leading trainer, Christian Torres, Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, drops in class, was claimed for 16, now runs for 10, was competitive there.
Jolly Tommy pictured.
Precipitous drop in class here. I mean, he ran for 50 last time, was competitive. Tough post, though.
Blinding is fake noise. 8-year-old Gelding, improving of late, actually.
Yeah, made a good effort last time with a big middle move.
At a party, first after the claim, Michael Hewitt.
Yeah, it was claimed, moves up and stretches out.
Toma Todo, the Asmussens in Bloom Racing.
Yeah, just a dismal performance last time, and he'd have to turn it around in a big way.
Major Kong, number 5. There he is, California bred, 6th race this meet.
Yeah, adorable sort, but he's going to have to find a bit more in the tank to be competitive here.
6 and 7 are out. Georgia Deputy, Oklahoma bred.
Yeah, just poor recent form. You know, what little form he did have, he's kind of tailed off.
Higher Authority, best one involved early.
Yeah, and good connections here. You know, you get Brad Cox, Isaac Castillo. He should be forward.
Brad might be a little distracted today. Zafa, off the board in all 5 races this year.
Yeah, not only does he look like his form has to turn around, he also gets a tough post. He's not the last one in the gate, but the second to last one in the gate.
Generator, Flowers for Lisa are out. The field for the 7th at Oaklawn, this $10,000 claiming event, circling about, and it's tough to get past the entry. Richie, Liars Club, Jolly Tommy, 2 for 1. You're having to concede 3 to 5.
Yeah, and one thing about, you know, we've seen consistently with Robertino Diodoro is he runs horses where they can win. Not only is he a good horseman, he's a good manager. So he's not afraid to drop horses down and get that W. You're going to get the lion's share of a $27,000 purse, the claiming price. And this is how you're successful at a major level like Robertino Diodoro is. Be aggressive. Run them where they can win. Put your horses in a position to succeed, not fail.
And he's won training titles at Oaklawn in the past, sitting on another. We were just discussing Christian Torres, Anthony and I were, the fact that he's closing in on joining Pat Day as the only jockey in a single season to win 100 races at Oaklawn. Amazing that Day did it when there were far less racing dates, but still, anytime you equal something that Pat Day ever did during the course of his Hall of Fame career, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting yourself in some lofty company there, right? Now, it is incredible that Pat Day did it with less dates, right? You know, it's a little bit, listen, Johnny Velasquez, all-time leading rider at Saratoga. But Angel Cordero led for an awful long time when it was only 24 days of racing in Saratoga, 24-day meet. You got there in August, you left in August. Now it's the summer place to be, not the August place to be.
24th day, we're just getting warmed up.
Yeah, it used to be a sprint. Now it's a marathon. Now you got to pace yourself a little bit more.
See if Torres can get another one here. Having a big afternoon out at Oaklawn Park. They have reached the starting gates. They'll have the stakes race a little bit later on. Race number, it's the $104,000 race at Oaklawn, race number 9. This one here, these $10,000 claimers going a mile. The entry Liars Club, Jolly Tommy. Jim Byers standing by. Post time, race 7, Oaklawn.
Meanwhile, Georgia Deputy Major Kong and Higher Authority have loaded. In goes Toma Toto. Zaffa, and that leaves just the outside runner, Jolly Tommy. All in line. Major Kong is misbehaving in there. Settling down here, all set. And they're off. At a Party is moving out forwardly. Here comes Jolly Tommy from the outside. His teammate Liars Club is going to take it up from the inside. Toma Toto is racing in third while 3 wide, and fanned out farther is Jolly Tommy. He's in 4th. And Higher Authority has secured a spot next to the rail in 5th. 3 lengths back to Make Noise, the very light gray. He's running in 6th of a very well spread out group as Liars Club is drawn off by himself. And behind Make Noise are Zaffa, and then it's way back to Major Kong and Georgia Deputy. They race up the backstretch here. And it's Liars Club with the lead. Toma Toto is racing in 2nd, and now Jolly Tommy is going to hustle up from the outside, 3 or 4 wide. At a Party is 4th on the inside. Length and a half to Higher Authority. He's in 5th. 2.5 then. And Make Noise is yet to make a big impression. He's racing in 6th. Followed 2 back by Zaffa, still far back to Major Kong and Georgia Deputy. The finish line, the 16th pole as they round that far turn. And Toma Toto going to a short lead. Right up to the outside is Jolly Tommy. Liars Club on the inside is settled just back a bit in 3rd. Followed to the outside by Zaffa. He's starting to make an impression as they swing into the short stretch. It is Jolly Tommy who's ranging up. Farther out, though, here comes Zaffa. Meanwhile, right down on the inside, Liars Club still in it, and Major Kong from between horses. Here comes Major Kong, and Major Kong is going to win it at 16-1 over Zaffa, followed by Make Noise in 3rd.
You saw the 1A Jolly Tommy take a spill after the wire. As soon as we have an update on his condition, we'll pass that along as an upset ensues here with Major Kong at 16-1 in the 7th race at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, horse that we talked about. I thought he needed to find more in the tank. He did, adorable sort, and you just hate to see that. It looked like Christian Torres jumped right to his feet.
Saw the rider
though,
get
and
right back up.
We'll see if we can find out more about both horse and rider.
All right, so as soon as we have information, as soon as we receive an update, we will pass that along. Back at Belmont Park, you see the updated odds for the Friday feature. And Zandon off the bench, even money. Unbridled Bomber, some support, 4-1. Weyburn, 6-1. Repo Rocks, again, the odds-on favorite in the Grade 1 Carter at 8-1 up there, but Zandon, even money. Earlier today, Sheepshead Bay, right here at Belmont Park. And another win for Manny Franco. Higher Truth, what was the key to victory aside from the dawdling pace.
Yeah, glacially slow pace. And, you know, people say, well, we had some rain or what have you. It had nothing to do with the ground. Look at the way she quickened. You're not seeing a lot of cut in the ground. You're not seeing a lot of clods fly up. And they came home the last furlong in just over 11 seconds flat. Horses can't quicken on demanding ground the way she quickened. She went the same fractions they went last year.
Yeah.
And ran 7 seconds faster in the final time than last year.
7 seconds.
It was a bog last year.
That's right.
They went, you know, 3/4 and 20 and change, just like they did in this running, this renewal. But you didn't have that demanding ground with Virginia Joy so relished last year. And this filly just sprinted home. Manny said he felt like he was flying. You know, because when you go so slow, and then they accelerate that way, it accentuates it, right?
You hear us say it, re-break. He said it was like starting all over again. It was like she literally re-broke at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, just to go that slow at these kind of horses, just incredible. And you know you're going to have something to finish with. And interestingly enough, I thought when I was watching the race live, start spreading the field, start kicking on. But I think he had so much confidence in her acceleration, her turn of foot, that he waited till they straightened out, and then she just pinned her ears and sprinted home.
In an instant, gone in the Sheepshead Bay. Higher Truth for Chad Brown, Manny Franco. Chad Brown here in New York, not done yet with Zandon down in the paddock, getting ready for this Westchester. There he is. Always been a stunner. Bluegrass winner, third in the Kentucky Derby. Has not won since the Bluegrass Stakes. Maybe that changes in about 12 minutes.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Gorgeous spring afternoon, beautiful Belmont Park. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Gearing up for the Westchester. Key prep for the Met Mile. Zandon, even money. They're in the paddock. Maggie hasn't raced since the Cigar Mile. What are you noticing? What's different about Zandon out there?
Well, you always hope to see a difference in the way they look physically, Lafitte, when they go from 3 to 4. And I am seeing that with Zandon. He has filled out, he's gotten stronger. And towards that latter half of that three-year-old season, he really wasn't carrying the same weight and conditioning that he once was before. Looking at him here in the paddock, now he is one that, despite being this big, rangy horse, he has these tiny, tiny feet. And as the old adage goes, no foot, no horse. I wish he kind of grew out a little bit. He has this kind of clubby foot. They 3/4 it, meaning that the inside of that aluminum shoe isn't there. So it's only 3/4 of a shoe just to alleviate some pressure on that inside of his sole. He looks incredibly and impeccably well prepared. But I've always been under the impression, and now he has one going short, obviously one going 6 furlongs first time out. But I've just always felt as though longer is better. So a mile's a good place to start. He could be successful here, but I think better performances to come, maybe going a bit further than this, but really touting himself well, especially since he's been saddled. Let's take a look at number 6, Wayburn, and this will be the last stakes starter for Jimmy Jerkins before he does head overseas to train in Saudi Arabia. But he's done great work with this horse whenever he's had him under his watchful eye, including the Sir Shackleton Stakes last time out. He's a back-to-back winner of that race down at Gulfstream. He looks sensational here, and I love the mile. I love the one-turn mile for him. I think he's best at the 7 to this. Looks incredible here. He's such a big, long, rangy horse, dappled head to toe. It's got nicely on his toes with the leg up from Jimmy to Trevor McCarthy. Number 8, Repo Rocks. We have seen him wanting to get out in his last few starts, and a extension blinker has been applied here along with that ring bit. As I always say, I feel like it's a bit of a Band-Aid. Sometimes the Band-Aid works, but often it doesn't, Lafitte.
Yeah, you're trying to figure out how to fix that problem, that issue with the extension blinker here, and Repo Rocks, who came in with all kinds of momentum heading into the Carter, and still he did run second in a Grade 1 race.
He did, but it wasn't nearly the effort that he had given, particularly going back to the stymie. And he was given Andrew Wolfson, his rider, last time. He gets Ruben Silvera today, fits down the backstretch. He was really trying to bear out. Now, the conventional wisdom behind an extension blinker is that horses won't run to where they can't see. I am here to tell you that's a complete fallacy. Haven't ridden them.
Well, we'll continue. That's an interesting point. I know you think Expressman is live today. There he is, the 3. This is the Grade 1 Carter, and Repo Rocks trying to get his momentum going and take a shot at the leaders.
I think Expressman can be very tough today because I think he's going to make the lead, and I think he's going to get in a very good rhythm and get very comfortable. He get outrun by the horse that came back and won, Today's Flavor. Is that it? Yeah, Today's Flavor on the inside. Yeah. And they had a steady, and then he took some kickback and he backed up, and then he's rallying again in between horses. Repo Rocks made his run again, trying to bear out, and I think Expressman's going to get very comfortable on the lead today. And his best effort was when he broke his maiden at Saratoga, 7 furlongs on the lead.
Take a look at him at 9 to 1 in a moment. There's Bourbon Calling. What a claim for 32,000.
Antonio Arriaga does really good work. His horses look good. They run to their works. His horse has really improved.
Expressman, not the most important horse Todd Pletcher will saddle this weekend.
No, but he's speed, and he gets the right rider in Kendrick Carmouche who knows how to take advantage of speed.
This New York bred is some kind of sharp. 6 straight, Dr. Ardito for Chad Brown.
This horse just finds ways to win. And when horses win consistently by short margins, it's because they want it. They'll fight for it.
Unbridled Bomber, a versatile 4-year-old. And when he wins big.
Came back off the bench with a big effort, facing tougher today, but a very honest sort.
Number 6, Wayburn. We'll hear from Jimmy Jerkins in a moment.
Good-looking son of Pioneer of the Nile, Trevor McCarthy gets him out. Gave him a sensational ride in 2021 to win the Gotham by a nose.
All eyes on Zandon. Big opportunity, Dylan Davis.
Man, he just looks like the guy that's at the beach kicking sand on the guys that are smaller than him right now. Look at him. He's a picture of health. Yeah.
Even I can see that. There he is, Repo Rocks, second at 4 to 5 in that Grade 1 Carter. 2-time, the toboggan win was huge, and the stymie with trouble.
Yeah, listen, he's talented. I think he was going in the wrong direction. He gets that extension blinker. I agree with Maggie. It's more of a Band-Aid. It doesn't fix the problem. And I just don't think it works.
We see, yeah, and they're trying to address it in one way or the other with Repo Rocks, who was 7 to 1. But circling back to Wayburn, who is trained by Jimmy Jerkins in his last stake starter before heading off to Saudi Arabia. Jimmy Jerkins with Maggie.
And so pleased to be standing here in the Belmont paddock with Jimmy. Jimmy, let's first talk about Wayburn, a horse that left your stable, came back so successfully. Talk a little bit about the key to seeing this horse in the winner's circle.
I don't know. He just, we got him at the right time. He had a break. He had kind of a hard year. He's not the best campaigner in the world. He's hard on himself, and he gets upset about a lot of things. So he probably had one race too many last year, and then he got a nice rest at the farm up in Canada, and we got him down to Florida, and he just started picking up right away.
Jimmy, I love you saying that he takes things hard, and I think that speaks to you as a horseman. You've always been able to read your horses so well, and just spending so much time with them. How is that, as Laffit mentioned and I mentioned, going to Saudi Arabia? How nice is that going to be to know that you're going into a barn where you have your set horses, and just know that you can spend the time that you need and want with them?
No, that's good. That was probably the reason why we decided to do it, because here things have been slow. I haven't been able to get new clients, and it's been hard to make a living the last few years, and I just thought, before I get too old, this opportunity comes. I'm 64, which they weren't really thrilled about, but then they looked us up and looked up past record, and then they expressed a lot of interest. So then we flew over. Me and Shirley flew over there on Easter, left on Easter Sunday and stayed 5 days. It'll take some getting used to, that's for sure. But I think I can. The people were nice, and the horses looked beautiful. So I couldn't believe how great flesh they had and muscle tone. So. It looks like I'll have something to work with.
Oh, that's so exciting. Jimmy, though, not to be too sentimental or reflective, standing here at Belmont is such an iconic place, a place where you've had so much success. Yeah. Best memory?
Probably Artie Schiller winning the Breeders' Cup. It was all my family was here, and it was just amazing. It just almost passed out when he crossed the wire. I just couldn't believe it actually happened. But that was definitely it.
Oh, he was such a special horse. Jimmy, wishing you the best of luck here with Weyburn, and always thank you for your time. I will miss it.
Thanks, Mag.
All right, Jimmy Jerkins here sending out Weyburn for his final stakes start here at Belmont.
Kind of hear his voice crack. Appreciate the honesty, the sentiment, the candor from Jimmy Jerkins, and I circling back to Artie Schiller, Richie, I know you were supposed to ride him in that Breeders' Cup Mile here at Belmont Park.
Yeah, I was going to say, I almost passed out when he hit the wire, too. I was on crutches with a cast up to my knee. But I was thrilled for Jimmy, and I was thrilled for the ownership, the Walshes and obviously the Entenmans, who had been a huge part of my career from the time I was an apprentice jockey. Me and Jimmy Jerkins go back to when I was 14 years old at Hialeah. And every day the Alan Jerkins crew would go by us to go play touch football up in the quarter pole chute at Hialeah. And I was too shy to ask, and I wanted to play. And I would stand there, and they'd go by me. And after about a week, if I was 14, Jimmy was 20. He threw the football to me and says, "You want to play football?" And I played football with them every single day. And me and Jimmy became fast friends. And it was great to get to ride for him when he went out on his own, rode for his dad. People that don't know Jimmy Jerkins or not familiar with the Jerkins name in New York, it's horse racing royalty. And the main reason for that is they're true horse people. They're there to feed them all their meals. They see how they cleaned up. They'll go to dinner and come back and check who ate, who didn't eat, tailor each horse's diet to that horse, not just a set pattern or a formula. Truest sense of the word, horse people.
Jimmy Jerkins, and headed to Saudi Arabia. Weyburn here would be a sentimental win with a former Gotham winner. It's kind of underrated, I've always felt. Weyburn has been.
Yeah, he's a horse that, has always been on the cusp, like really breaking through. But even what Jimmy said, maybe had, probably ran him once too many last year. Being honest and analytical about it, and in hindsight, what you need to kind of tweak to do what's best for your horses.
But he has that monster standing in his way. Jeff Drown's Zandon, the last win, the Bluegrass. Cigar Mile, all right, wet track prior the Pennsylvania Derby, late September at Parks in Bensalem. And it ran well, finishing in front of Cyberknife, and just couldn't catch Taiba when Taiba had a really good performance on that afternoon.
Yeah, listen, Tabor, sensationally talented as well. And Zandon went just a cut below the very best 3-year-olds last year. But I always thought he looked a little bit light, a little bit immature, a little bit boyish, if you will.
You were nodding when Maggie was describing what he looks like now versus then.
And then getting to see him now, and he's filled out in all the right places, and he's matured. He looks like he developed into the 4-year-old that you expected him to be.
Yeah, here's that Pennsylvania Derby for Zandon. Chasing Tabor, sitting mid-pack. That's about where you expect him. Flavien Prat, sensing the pace was too fast in the Derby, took him back, further back where he should be, came running to finish third behind Rich Strike, Epicenter. And here, finding his best stride, saving ground inside a horse is Zandon.
Yeah, and this was
that's Rosario.
Yeah, Rosario broke his maiden, actually, but Rosario got the mount back. And he ran on well. Now, I've always of the opinion, and sometimes it's different on Pennsylvania Derby Day, that you're better off being outside at Parks. He never had that opportunity. He was always inside of horses because he broke from an inside post, right? And he ran extremely well. He came up second best on this day. And then they said, well, maybe the mud, when Mind Control beat him in the Cigar Mile, he was only beaten 2 lengths. And I almost wonder if he just wasn't a bit of a tired horse at
by that time. I always felt in the Derby with that pace, where he was when he unleashed his rally, if Zandon was who we thought he was, he would have won. I was expecting him to run by everybody in the Derby.
Yeah, and listen, it looked like a 2-horse race until Rich Strike upset the apple cart.
Blew up the whole party. Derby tomorrow night for Zandon here a year later at Belmont Park, ready for his 4-year-old debut. Final thoughts here, Richie.
I'm going with Expressman to take him wire to wire, but I think Zandon's going to be pretty tough.
And for Jimmy Jerkins, last starter here in New York before heading off to Saudi Arabia with number 6, Weyburn. The favorite, Zandon, odds on. It's post time for the Westchester local prep for the Met Mile. Here's John Embrial.
And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start there for number 1, Bourbon Calling, and he is the early trailer. Repo Rocks on the outside, Expressman down at the rail, and the two of them are heads apart in the early going, with Weyburn racing in third. Dr. Ardito is next in fourth, then Unbridled Bomber, followed by Zandon, and the trailer, Bourbon Calling, in seventh as they move up the backstretch. It is Expressman leading here by 3/4 of a length in the opening quarter. 22 4/5 seconds. Repo Rocks tracks in second. It's a length and a quarter. Back to Weyburn, who's sitting in third, followed by Unbridled Bomber in fourth. Zandon is fifth, 5.5 off the lead. Then comes Dr. Ardito, who's down at the rail, and alongside is Bourbon Calling. The half mile was sharp, 45 4/5 seconds. Expressman on the inside, and Repo Rocks on the outside. Repo Rocks pokes ahead in front. Expressman down at the rail, now running in second. Weyburn is third. Zandon is being asked for more in fourth, 3.5 off the lead. Then Unbridled Bomber and Dr. Ardito with Bourbon Calling. They are at the head of the stretch, 3/4 in 1:10, and it is Repo Rocks with the lead. Zandon is driving up on the outside. Repo Rocks in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Repo Rocks has opened up by 3.5 lengths. Zandon giving chase in second. It is Repo Rocks, a sharp winner of the Westchester. And Repo Rocks completed the 1 mile in 1 minute, 34 4/5 seconds.
Just too much. Repo Rocks in the Westchester by daylight over Zandon. Losing ground on the far turn, already under a ride, but no match for Repo Rocks in the stretch.
You knew Repo Rocks was going to be a handful midway through the race when he was basically head for the lead with Expressman, but traveling much better than anybody else. And I always scanned back through the field, how are the horses behind him traveling? And he was always going easier than everybody else. Kind of what I was talking about with that blinker. You saw him drift steadily through the stretch anyway, so I don't really think the blinker had any kind of big desired effect. Probably getting a Belmont wider sweeping turn that Ruben Silveira can play with him a little bit more, but another big performance from him. Everybody else was just running for second because he was decidedly best today.
I can't imagine there's been too many situations where you have a horse exiting a Grade 1 race who was 4 to 5 in that Grade 1 race, ran second, and in his next start, he's in a Grade 3, And he's 5 to 1.
5 to 1.
And it's like this going away. A wave of the crop from Ruben Silvera, Jamie Ness, Repo Rocks, that 111 Beyer speed figure in the toboggan. Good effort in the Carter and back to a mile today on the Repo Rocks. Is that good enough, that performance, to compete with some of the heavy hitters he'll see in the Met Mile?
Well, I certainly think he earned his right to give it a try. I mean, the good Repo Rocks, the Repo Rocks capable of what he did in the toboggan, certainly his race today should get a very strong figure. You'd have to think he's going to be competitive in a race like the Met Mile.
Zandon on the comeback. No match for Repo Rocks. Double B Racing Stables. Jamie Ness, Ruben Silvera. Repo Rocks delivers in the Westchester here at Belmont Park. Results as our coverage continues. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual unusually well. And stare at those images, Richie, all day long. So cool.
I love when I see young horses roughhousing in the field and allowed to be horses. They're not hothouse flowers. They're going to be, tough and competitive, and that's where they learn those lessons.
Yeah, it's where it all starts, and this is where you hope to see them eventually. A winner's circle. Even better, a winner's circle at Belmont Park. Even better, a winner's circle at Belmont following a stakes win. The Grade 3 Westchester, onward and upward. Repo Rocks. What did you make of Zandon's performance? Remembering this is his first start since last December.
I think it was useful. Certainly a good stepping off point. Repo Rocks was very good, and we've seen when Repo Rocks is good, he's a handful. And, Maggie said something that I think really kind of pointed out that this was true, that he's probably better going a bit further because he was kind of grinding a little bit one pace.
In the Carter 7 furlong.
No, I'm talking about Zandon today in the mile.
Zandon, I think you meant Repo Rock.
I think he'll be, Maggie said it, he's a little better probably going further.
Odds on in a Grade 1 run second, $12 in a Grade 3 for the win. Gotta love it. One left in this late pick 5, the nightcap, New York bred maidens. This one is on the grass. Fillies and mares 1 mile on the Widener turf course. We'll have that for you coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We were just talking about Zandon finishing 3rd in last year's Kentucky Derby. This was a year ago, first Saturday in May. A horse by the name of Rich Strike and drawn in. Who is he? Who cares? He's got no shot, right? The favorites up front battling. Epicenter Whitecap. Zandon outside Whitecap as well. Sunny Leon Rich Strike, one of the best Derby rides you'll ever see. Second biggest upset in the history of the event. 80-1. Who the hell's number 21?
Phenomenal.
Who's number 21?
Phenomenal ride from post 20 to get down to it. Now we've got 3 horses that got in late, you know, on the cusp of the Kentucky Derby. Pace made this race, though.
Supersonic pace. Yeah. Pace perhaps a little hotter than anticipated with the changes over the last 24 hours. With Cyclone Mischief drawing in, Mandarin Hero is in as well. King Russell, you had the defections. Skinner, that was this morning. Practical Move yesterday. This was about 10 minutes ago. And you have 2 fills. The money continues to come in. 8-1. Tapit Trice, second choice morning line, 5-1. He's 6-1. Angel of Empire, Arkansas Derby winner, 6-1. And Forte, right around where he started at 7-2. But we talked about the changing dynamics of the race and the 3 new faces. One of them from Japan, Mandarin Hero, 27-1 currently. And a lot of handicappers that for a couple of weeks have been saying, we really hope we see Mandarin Hero make his way into the Kentucky Derby starting gate.
Well, his Santa Anita Derby pointed him out. I mean, he was beating a nose to Practical Move, who's basically been on a tear, has done nothing wrong for Tim Yaktina. Shame for those connections that he had to, defect so late. But that horse is another horse that wins, right? He finds a way to win. He won races by small margins in Japan. And sometimes horses just run to the level of their competition, and I think he stepped up in the Santa Anita Derby.
It's a question of how good you think the California horses were. He came from a lesser circuit in Japan, not considered to be as good as Continuar, who is now out, of course, or Derma Sotogake. So they were talking about this today, how the owners were called in the middle of the night, like woken up in the middle of the night, get on a plane. They're trying to figure out how to get everybody out here now, like this mad scramble, not thinking they were going to get in, 3 scratches, and now everybody trying to make it out to Churchill Downs and see what Mandarin Hero can do tomorrow afternoon.
Hey, he's a lovely mover, huh? Just the way he gallops, very light on his feet, floats over the ground, really nice mechanics to his stride. And I never hold against horses that win on perceived lower circuits. Horses can only defeat what's put in front of them. It's not their fault if the competition is, supposedly less than. He's doing what he's being asked to do. He's doing his job.
It's interesting because Practical Move at one point before the final round of preps, he was thought to be the early second choice behind Forte. Mm-hmm. He wins the Santa Anita Derby, and then the stock continued to drop. Mike Welsh, salute. He had pointed out for several days that he's not doing that much in the morning, and insinuating something might be off, and a defection for Practical Move, the Santa Anita Derby winner. Ron Moquette has been here before, and he's going to get a chance to run King Russell, who completed the Exacta at a huge price in the Arkansas Derby, chasing home Angel of Empire. Ron Moquette, and based on what we saw last year, sometimes it sounds trite. Sometimes in this race, anything can and will happen. His 3rd Derby starter.
Listen, maybe people laugh at me. I really think that this is, it's preordained. If you got a Derby with your name on it, it's going to happen. And, if the racing gods are smiling upon you and your horse is doing good, and then you work out the trip. And I will say this, watching video of his horse training, his horse could not look any better, Ron Moquette. I mean, this horse is really making a nice impression.
He exceeded expectation in the Arkansas Derby, and everyone at Oaklawn has to be so proud of this, and that half the Derby field at one point or another raced at Oaklawn Park.
It's pretty interesting. Oaklawn's become the kind of go-to place in the winter. Imagine if they ever had a turf course, they'd have to build like 20 more barns.
and we see Smarty Jones back in 2004. Curlin, 2007, a 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, but eventual Preakness winner. We've seen how productive it can be, and maybe just a better dress rehearsal. The Arkansas Derby, when you have 60-some-odd thousand people there, considering the crowd these 3-year-olds are going to be exposed to tomorrow. Much bigger, but still a better rehearsal from that perspective. If you
that
subscribe to
atmosphere,
that sort of thing.
You know, saddling in the infield and the whole pomp and circumstance. It is. I think you're right. I think you hit on something there. A very good dress rehearsal.
You're going to stick around for the Derby preview show because I ain't doing it by myself.
Oh, of course. I can't wait to talk Derby.
Maggie, Richie, and myself after the races, 6 o'clock Eastern, Kentucky Derby preview show. Post-parade Oaklawn, Lakeside Rumble, first-time starter. Cold on the board. The even money favorite, whose name I can't pronounce, is the even money favorite with Christian Torres.
Yeah, this horse ran really well on debut and could take a step forward. Son of California Chrome. Japan bred. Not many we see. Yeah. And now we're seeing several of them, right?
And I was trying. I was trying to listen to the race and couldn't get internet, so I'm taking no blame for that. Cravensworth and Martin Garcia. Of course, I could do my homework when I'm supposed to the night before as well.
Come on.
Husker Butch would be an upset 17-1.
Would be an upset. They ran okay at Prairie Meadows. Does that stack up with what he's going to face here at Oaklawn?
Debater. John Court won that Arkansas Derby with Line of David, beating Super Saver back in 2010.
Well, Debater is an Arkansas bred, and he is stakes placed against Arkansas bred, still a maiden.
Tolson, Isaac Castillo aboard.
Brief speed in both his starts would have to improve.
I'm going to go with Puck Glenview, first-time starter by Preakness winner Shackelford.
Out of a mare that's a producer. She's had 4 winners, but no debut winners.
Congrats on 50, debuting Colt, 9-1, all right.
We're taking a little bit of money in nibbles compared to some of the other first-timers.
A little funky in the post-parade. April Fool's Andy and Francisco Arietta.
Ran well last time behind your favorite. Are we going to try this at some point, his name?
No. No. We'll say Zambezi Overlay, 9-5 in the morning line for the Asmussens, up there 7-2.
Yeah, another one that ran very well on debut.
Manta Ray, Walter Dela Cruz, who's triggered upset after upset the last few weeks.
Yeah, rider that rides hard, puts horses in position. This horse turns back in distance. Would be a bit of a surprise to me, but we got to take a swing. Camarabino Amwad.
What the MIG said. What the MIG said. I'm usually willing to give it this one. Yeah, it's the California Chrome 2-year-old. Bred in Japan, as Richie alluded to. This was his debut where he was on the inside here, operating in tight quarters, and still a bang-up effort coming through in a small crease for a first-time starter to be brave enough and to still keep fighting on the inside. He showed me more in a loss than he did if he would have won.
Yeah, I mean, he was game to try to go through there. You could see he wasn't the most comfortable. He wound up having to switch out the path to the outside of that horse, but he ran on. And you know, it's unusual to see a horse be that game first time. No matter how much you work horses in company, and it's a controlled environment and you have a job, it's like sparring, right? You're going to work on certain things. It's so different than the afternoon when the riders you're riding with in the afternoon aren't working with you. They're working against you. The kickback's different. It's twice as hard as in the morning, even if you school horse behind horses. Getting put in tight like that. In the morning, you're going to say to the other exercise, all right, give me a little more space. Again, it's so much more controlled and easier on horses in the afternoon.
When for an NFL game, a defense is trying to simulate what it's going to be like to face Lamar Jackson, and they have a quarterback who they believe has a similar skill set, a poor man's Lamar Jackson, but you're going to run the offense in practice this week. Great. And it may look the same.
Yep.
When you face Lamar Jackson on Sunday, you realize, yeah, the formations may look the same. You can anticipate it ain't the same.
No, it's not half speed. It's full speed. And it's going to come at you in a completely different manner. And, you know, I've heard people say, well, they school this horse in the kickback in the morning. You're going off in 24-48. The dirt comes back a lot different when you're going 22-45.
I've never watched a horse race in my life. Somebody asks you, Richie, what is that? What would you compare that to when you hear kickback? How would you describe what that feels like when you're taking a lot of dirt behind a big field, like the jockeys who are on closers will do in the Oaks today and the Derby tomorrow?
Well, I mean, we can show people. We go out there, put a pair of goggles on you, and I'll stand in front of you, and I'll just keep chucking dirt in your face as hard as I can because the horses throw it back probably harder than I can throw it.
Yeah.
Just to give me an
example.
example.
Doesn't look like a lot of fun. We saw an example of that horse here at Belmont earlier today who couldn't, wanted to be anywhere else on this planet except behind those few horses.
Yeah, it's interesting. Good horses get hit with dirt. They get mad, and they want to go after the other horses. Less accomplished or less talented horses get hit with dirt, and they go the other direction. It's really an interesting thing. Back at Aqueduct in the winter, you would have a turtleneck and an Under Armour thing and your silks, and the kickback would break all the blood vessels in your arms. Now, horses are equipped with like a windshield wiper almost. They have like a membrane, a lens
right,
that's like a natural goggle for them. But some horses just don't handle it.
Stay right here on the desk where it's safe. Put my makeup on, do my job, and smile and be happy. Post time at Oaklawn for the 8th. That horse's name I can't pronounce is the favorite. Number 2 with leading rider Christian Torres, leading trainer Robertino Diodoro. Jim Byers standing by 8th race live, Oaklawn.
April Fool's Andy. Husker Butch heads forward. We have not had an April Fool's Andy load yet. Now he's moving forward. Next pair will be Debater and Zambezi. And the last in will be Manta Ray on the outside. Now it's up to Manta Ray. He steps in. All in line. And they're off. Zambezi, and congrats on 50 out well. Manta Ray the far outside. Husker Butch from between with Miller's right toward the inside. Debater is placed in about the 3rd flight, 4 lengths from the lead. Comorebino Amoide hugs the inside in the yellow. He is about 5 lengths off the lead. From there, it's Tulson, Mr. Pook. Then on the outside comes April Fool's Andy, and it's a huge break back to the back pair. Lakeside Rumble and Cravensworth. Around the turn they go. Congrats on 50 leads the way here, and Zambezi is chasing along with Miller's right toward the inside in the pink cap. Then comes Debater and Manta Ray. Comorebino is buried at the back end of the field, way back, as they come to the top of the stretch. Here is Zambezi up on the outside of Congrats on 50. Those two will go head and head here, but Zambezi takes over. Zambezi is just drawing clear. Zambezi comes past the 16th pole with a 4-length cushion, and then comes Miller's right. Up the inside, Mr. Pook is making a good rally into 2nd. Miller's right 3rd, and April Fool's Andy was 4th behind the romping Zambezi.
Romping Zambezi is right. Finds another gear right around there. Takes off. Keith Asmussen, Steve Asmussen, father and son, another win together at Oaklawn Park.
Keith has really improved steadily throughout the meeting, and I talked about it yesterday. What's impressive about it to me is he never had the opportunity to ride as an apprentice jockey. He had to ride as a full-fledged journeyman from the jump. Now, of course, he had support from his dad, but you can visually see how he's improved in leaps and bounds.
Straight to the pros.
Yeah.
Baptism by fire. Get off your phone, you're on television. Awaiting the field for this 9th and final. New York-bred maidens in the paddock. We're on the turf course here. Fillies and mares going 1 mile. Maggie Wolfendale down there somewhere. Maggie, a 2-to-1 favorite in Robin and Eli. What are you noticing?
I'm here. I'm standing into the shade because if I stood in the sun, I would be squinting and blind by the sunshine that comes up over the saddling stalls here in the beautiful Belmont paddock. But yeah, Robin and Eli coming back off the bench. Lafitte, the jury's still out on what is her best distance based upon her form, but based on her frame and her conformation, I do think that longer is better. I mean, last time I saw her, I said does not look like a turf sprinter, but yet she was only beaten half a length. Dappled head to toe, really strong. But the fact of the matter is that Chad Brown is one of those trainers that the more starts they have as a maiden, the more likely they are to stay a maiden. But I can't fault her whatsoever here looking at her in the paddock, as we'll check in with some that are, whoa, number 6, first-time starter, Silent Melody, a little green. But taking a look at some that are trying the turf for the first time, that includes number 2, Big Hazel, daughter of Big Brown. The dam, while she did not set the world on fire on the racetrack, she did produce a 3-time turf winner, albeit a modest one, but still, Big Hazel looks like a turf horse. Big, kind of scopy daughter, Big Brown, your typical Big Brown that you see. And she comes in here fit off a bit of a freshening. Feels like it was purposeful to get that one start under her belt during the winter. And now she's got the experience and should really relish the conditions today. As we'll also take a look at number 8 for John Terranova, Be Best. Love hard spuns on the turf. Half Sibling was a 2-time turf winner. Looks good here, like the aforementioned number 2 in here. Be Best looks as though she should relish this mile and a 6 mile, on the turf. She's getting on her toes here as well. But again, at least she does have the recency, Lafitte, and the experience where I think she could make an impact on this field.
If we have a moment, Maggie, post-parade coming up, 2 questions. First, I wanted to get your thoughts on Zandon. What did you make of his effort in the Westchester?
Like I said in the paddock report, Lafitte, I really truly think he is a horse that is best around 2 turns, or at least with a little bit more ground to work with. He's just so long, so scopy. I think it was a miracle and / a reflection on the field that he beat first time out. But there's no doubt about it. I feel like it was probably a useful effort to get his 4-year-old campaign started, and bigger and better things to come.
And finally, Repo Rocks, do you think good enough to compete with the heavy hitters he'll see in the Met Mile if he goes that route?
That is a great question. I think it depends on what other speed shows up in there as well. So we'll see. The Met Mile's a stallion-making race, Lafitte, but he's a gelding.
Good point. Very, very good point. Great stuff, Maggie. The stallion. Why do they call the Met Mile the stallion maker?
Well, it's where 2 worlds collide, right? You get horses turning back in distance that have more stamina and horses that have sprint speed stretching out. So you're getting the best sprinters and the best routers meeting in the middle. And horses that can run a strong mile at Belmont Park tend to have all the qualities you want in a stallion.
One of the greatest training feats I have ever seen. I'm a little bit biased, but Woody Stevens, 84, 82 Met Mile, Conquistador Cielo, winning the Met Mile on a Monday. The Belmont Stakes 5 days later. Incredible.
Incredible feat. We'll talk more about that after this post-parade.
Post-parade, Sharice and Kendrick. Carmouche pictured at 14-1.
I think she'll appreciate stretching out to the mile for Mark Hennig.
Big Hazel here, and Maggie pointing out, it looks like a turf horse.
Yeah, out of a mare that was definitely more of a turf mare. Big Brown, more of a turf influence.
Good Celebrate, outsider, 54-1.
Yeah, the mare actually won her turf debut. Actually won on turf, excuse me, not her debut.
Just talking about Conquistador Cielo, here's La Conquistadora.
I think she's a player and way too big a price here. She showed good speed last time and hung on gamely, I thought. And it showed to me that she really wants to be on the turf. Maybe got more out of that effort than any of her dirt starts.
Too big a number, 11-1. La Gulu at 16-1. Eric Cancel, who won the first 2 races on the afternoon.
Yeah, started off the day with a hot hand, is going to have to improve off of what we've seen from her on the turf so far.
The first-time starter settled down now. It's a Silent Melody.
This is the first fall out of a mare that won on debut, her first start on the turf. And you get Nick Juarez came in, won a race here today.
Manny Franco as well won the Sheep's Head Bay. There he is on Robert and Eli.
Yeah, horse looks great. Chad Brown runner. But Chad Brown's horses usually win right away when they have ability. This filly found a couple ways to lose.
Be Best to make the rider Jose Gomez.
Mare was very good on synthetic. Broke her maiden on the dirt at Aqueduct. Eventually went to Bobby Franco on the West Coast and ran on synthetic during that era.
She's a natural towards the outside, 18-1.
Ran okay last time, you know, at a big price. Now stretches out. Is going to have to take another step forward.
Succulent, 12-race maiden for David Donk.
Yeah, the 13th time be the charm. Certainly his run race is good enough to be competitive here.
4-1 contender. Northway here with Katie Davis, who earlier today, her first ever win at Belmont Park.
Yeah, nice to see it. Katie rides a good race, smart race, positions her horses well. I don't see an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree here for this horse. Love when we hit the Northway, though.
Sisters will break side by side. Burning Honor draws in and make the rider Jackie Davis.
Yeah, a couple of her races as a 2-year-old were pretty good on the turf. And if she can step forward as a 3-year-old, improve on those turf numbers she ran as a 2-year-old, 30-1's too big a price on her.
Ninth and final, New York-bred maidens on grass. They'll be loading into that starting gate in just a few moments, so you still have time, of course, with the Oaks today. Derby tomorrow. Experience the excitement of the Derby with NYRA Bets. So join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Kentucky Derby preview show right after the races at 6 Eastern. Maggie, Paul from Churchill Downs, Megan, myself. Look ahead to the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. But first, this nightcap, and there's Robin and Eli at 7 to 5 here. And let's revisit her last race last October from the start. What are we looking at here, Richie?
Yeah, I mean, she broke. She was hustled along here and kind of got out-footed, right? Kind of backing up more than you would expect. She looked like she could have held her position a little bit more. Gets put in very tight here. I think she's had her opportunities to win, Lafitte. You know,
pretty clean so far, but that's going to change.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're all bunched up. She's jammed up. Now, this first Steady's in front of her, and this is where she basically, you know, you think about when you're in traffic, right? You're on the Belt Parkway, and the car in front of you taps on the brakes, and you run up behind him. You don't have clearance to change lanes. You've got to check or steady with them, right? Hit the
you
brakes
follow
with
them all the way home is what you do.
Yeah, exactly. You know, now, if you can anticipate that horse or that car is going to stop in front of you, but you don't always have that opportunity. You can see she wants to lug in a little bit too, and she finally gets on track and she comes running along.
Puts in a nice late run once she's not, you know,
yeah, I mean,
bouncing off of other horses and in traffic and getting sawed off, finding her best ride late.
It's also turf racing, and horses that have trouble in turf can overcome it better than they can on dirt. It's harder to get going again on dirt.
Hopefully, Maggie, clear sailing today for Robin and Eli for those backing the chalk.
Yeah, for all the chalk players. I went with number 2 in here. I just feel like this is a move that we've seen Dave Donk, historically speaking, be successful with with Big Hazel. But let's talk about the 2 for Jorge Abreu. I find it interesting that the 5, and it's just, you know, it's a thin margin between the odds, that the 5, who has experience, is a bigger price than the first-time starter, because I actually like the 5, and I liked her even more once I saw her out on the racetrack. And I think a mile here on the turf should suit her quite well. She's been participating in some open maiden special weight races down at Gulfstream. So she has the fitness, she has the recency, and she is moving really fluidly and great energy too out on the racetrack. I think she's one that will outrun that 18-1. Now, TT's other horse is a first-time starter, Silent Melody. As always, his firsters are really well prepared from the physical sense. This gal is fit as you could possibly ask her, and well spotted. The Dam did win her lone start on the turf, although it was a slow effort. And this is her first full. She's by Tonalist. I've seen Tonalist take to the turf quite nicely. She's pretty green, though. So it feels like she needs this start just for the mental experience of it all. Lafitte?
Taking it all in for the first time, Silent Melody, the debuting filly, 16-1 as they file into the gate. 6 o'clock Eastern. Paul from Churchill Downs, Maggie, Richie, myself. Kentucky Derby preview show. Looking ahead to the 149th Kentucky Derby tomorrow night. From Churchill Downs, 19 of them vying a mile and a quarter. 3-year-olds, $3 million purse. Last we checked, Forte, 3-1 on the morning line, 7-2 favorite. Wagering opening earlier this afternoon for tomorrow night's Kentucky Derby. Final thoughts here, Richie?
I'm going with the 4. Conquistadora, I liked her last race. I think she could take us another step forward. And I think from a fitness standpoint, she probably got more out of her one turf race than she did any of her dirt starts.
She's a good price, the favorite, having to concede even money if she can find a clear path today after encountering all that traffic in her last start last October. Can she shake off the rust? Can she find a clean trip with Manny Franco? Won the Sheepshead Bay earlier this afternoon. Franco bound for Louisville later this evening, tomorrow, to ride in the Derby. One left to load to the far outside. Burning Honor with Jackie Davis. Johnny I standing by 9th in final from Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Succulent was away well, but a bunch of horses now moving up. Charisse is from the inside, and right there, Big Hazel is a close-up second. La Conquistadora is next and third, and on the outside is Be Best, who is racing in fourth. Then comes Silent Melody in fifth. Alongside is the favorite, Robert and Eli, who is in sixth position. A break of 3 back to Good Accelerate in seventh. In between horses is Succulent, who is next in eighth. On her outside is a Burning Honor, who runs in ninth. Farther back is La Gulu, along with Northway. And trailing the field is She's a Natural in 12th. The quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. On the inside, it is Big Hazel leading by a neck. La Conquistadora on the outside is running in second as the field heads for the far turn. It's Big Hazel and La Conquistadora with Be Best, who's running in third. Charisse is down at the rail, and gaining ground on the outside is Burning Honor as the field comes now for the top of the stretch. And going for the lead there is Burning Honor. Burning Honor is in front now. La Conquistadora back in second. Big Hazel is down at the rail in third. Then Robin and Eli, who is now getting close to Burning Honor. Burning Honor, Robin and Eli. Here is Succulent, and She's a Natural, who was last, is advancing out in the middle of the course. Here is Succulent now to grab the lead. Good on the inside is Burning Honor, and on the outside is She's a Natural, but it is going to be Succulent to win the finale and break her maiden, and drew away at the end, 1/4, and it's a photo finish for second.
Trevor McCarthy, Succulent in the nightcap, graduates in a 13 career start, 3-1 at post time.
13th time is a charm for this Candy Ride filly out of that nice mare, Ouchie Knight, Edition Farm, Vivian Malloy, the breeder. Steve Christ, Phil Gleaves get the money. This filly was taken down in what some people thought was a controversial disqualification last summer in Saratoga, but she had a roadmap to the winner's circle, right? She was the only one that actually finished first in the race, although she was subsequently disqualified. But everything perfect today under Trevor McCarthy, who's been riding extremely well, particularly on the turf.
How about Jackie Davis and Burning Honor, I think, held on for second. And another outsider, She's a Natural, from off the pace at monster prices. In the, I think the 10 was 37-1, and I think the 12, around 40-1 or so for the horses, I think, completed the exact of Jackie Davis on the outside, Burning Honor.
There she is talking to her brother-in-law, Trevor McCarthy, probably giving her a piece of her mind, like, I thought I had it won. She was second at 46-1, the 10. She's a Natural. Jalen Samuel, 37-1. We get big payoffs.
20-1 on the 6 to complete the superfecta in case you need her. In Silent Melody, the first-time starter. 3-1, though, on the winner, Succulent. Results when we come back, plus the Kentucky Oaks this evening. Can they beat that filly? Getting crushed. Wet Paint, victorious in the Fantasy South Lawn Fairground Oaks winner. What a story that would be for trainer Norm Cassie.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual-surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
"50 years. Secretariat. 73 Triple Crown winner, the statue in the gorgeous Belmont paddock. Welcome back to the show. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up at NairaBets.com or download the app. Trevor McCarthy here, and Succulent breaking through in her 13th career start.
Yeah, gets it done. Worked out a nice trip. Was always poised to pounce and gets it done at 880 over 46-1 Burning Honor. How about the 11-13 exact, the 121 for $1?
That'll work. That will work. The pick six, a shade under 6,000. Yeah, Jackie Davis riding a good race on Burning Honor, trying to keep her together and was able to save second. Bombs away for the horses underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. Jalen Samuel with a big price third. And we saw Katie Davis win earlier in the day. Now her husband Trevor wins, beating his sister-in-law. Could be a little tense at the dinner table tonight.
Exciting. Fun day of racing here at Belmont Park. 9 up and 9 down. And we get closer, of course, to the Kentucky Oaks a little bit later on. In fact, in about 15 or so minutes from Churchill Downs. Right after we're done here, we have the Kentucky Derby preview show at 6 Eastern. Finest 3-year-olds in the country, vying 1.25 miles tomorrow night at Churchill Downs. Updated odds for the Oaks, first things first, for the ladies. Yeah, wet paint. There was some discussion yesterday from very respected handicappers saying, watch the price, watch the wagering. The price is going to plummet on wet paint, and there she is, 8-5 from a morning line of 5-2 for the fantasy winner.
Yeah, I mean, she's undefeated on dirt. I mean, how do you not like her? And then she showed a different dimension last time, making more of a long, sustained run as opposed to that quick, broken field kind of running that she had been doing.
Then you have Botanical. So trained by Brad Cox. Comes in with the fastest Beyer speed figure, despite the fact that was on a synthetic track. Botanical, if the talent transfers to dirt, never raced on dirt, but if she is as good or better, look out.
She has a pedigree that suggests she should be even better on dirt. I think she's worked sensationally at Churchill Downs. She looks like she gets over that surface very well. Her dam, Daisy, was a stakes winner. She won the Tempted Stakes over at Aqueduct. And so there's dirt pedigree there for this daughter of Medaglia d'Oro.
Medaglia d'Oro, sire of Rachel Alexandra. Things worked out for her pretty well the first Friday in May back in 2010. Botanical, from a style standpoint, race shape, what does she need to happen in order to be effective?
Well, I think she's going to be forward, and I'm seeing a tremendous amount of speed in here. So I think, Flying Connection probably goes. I think Pretty Mysterious is going to be in that kind of first group of horses, and I think Botanical sets up shop for stalking.
Botanical for you?
Yes.
Maggie, your Oaks pick. What do you like?
Well, that would be Pretty Mischievous here. It's a little bit of a head and heart pick, as my husband and I are very good friends with Brendan Walsh. But I like the fact that we had blinkers. Actually, I'm not the biggest proponent of making equipment changes heading into Grade 1 events and on a big stage, but she needs them. If you watch her Fairgrounds Oaks, she hits the front and she gets lost out there to only be run down by Southlawn, who I also like in here. And the Fairgrounds Oaks, while the Louisiana Derby has not been that productive when it comes to Derby winners, the Oaks has been, as in modern times. And I think both of these fillies, watching them train in the morning, have been getting over this Churchill Downs surface with aplomb. I mean, they were definitely the best moving duo that I observed down there. So I do like Pretty Mischievous. Gonna have to work out a trip from that outside post, Lafitte.
I'm not saying she's Monomoy Girl, but Monomoy Girl did win the Kentucky Oaks from the 14 post. Maggie, circling back to the boys tomorrow, just on looks alone, from what you watched in the mornings, training, what 3-year-old, what Derby runner impressed you the most over the last couple of days?
Confidence game. He's moving really, really well. I know Richie's intrigued by Disarm. He looks fantastic, especially when schooling. And I mentioned this earlier. Of the 3 Todd Pletcher horses, I thought that Tappet Trice was the one that just really kind of touted himself, at least with regards to morning training. So I still like Two Phils. I love this horse's personality to boot. They took him to the gate, to the chute to warm up, and he just stood there for 10 minutes. And then he got him to walk to where the chute joins up with the main track. He stood there for another 10 minutes. And then the pony came over and he said, okay, I'll go. That's fine. So Two Phils then, and just kind of got into a nice canter. I know, I feel like this is a polarizing horse for people. People say, I don't want any part of him because his biggest performance came on the synthetic. And I talked to trainer Larry Ravelli, and I was hoping I'd get a response, Lafitte, that, you know, gave me a little bit more confidence, because he said if he runs his previous races that he ran on the dirt, we don't have a chance. But he said, I'm just hoping that he's a horse that's improving, because that's all he's done. He's a little bit of a late developer. So I am of the positive viewpoint on Two Phils.
First starter for trainer Larry Ravelli. The money's coming from somewhere. Single digits, 8-9 to 1. Is it a My Boy Jack situation that it's everybody named Phil on the planet unloading? I don't know, but in the early wagering, and normally that is a trend that continues where you see the early money, it is consistent over the next 24 hours. Two Phils, a lot of support early on.
Well, that's one thing you see a lot of, particularly with the Kentucky Derby. People that aren't wagering every day, they're going to, go with hunches, and they're going to go with names and colors if you have, or their favorite trainer or jockey. But he's a horse that has shown a lot of ability as well, so maybe he's going to justify the money he's getting.
Such an oddity for the Oaks and the Derby, both of the highest buyer speed figures on horses coming in on synthetic performances. Two Phils in the Derby Botanical for the Oaks. Do we have the updated Derby odds? Maggie was discussing Tappet Trice, how much he impressed her watching him train. And the most expensive horse in the Derby field, $1.3 million. Here are the updated Derby odds. He was supported, the morning line, very close to what the odds were when we last checked. Number 5, Tappet Trice at 6 to 1, 5 to 1 on the morning line. Angel of Empire, 6 to 1. Who else? Two Phils at 8 to 1. 8 to 1, Two Phils. Angel of Empire, 6 to 1. Forte, 7 to 2. Tappet Trice, though, the Tampa Bay Derby winner. Richie, the Bluegrass Stakes winner. Not just that he won the Bluegrass Stakes, but how he won it, and showing us the style, getting away from the break cleaner. So much more impressed with that one than we were the Tampa Bay Derby.
Even the way he extricated himself out of some trouble on the first turn, he was more nimble about it. He was able to jump over heels. Now, he does seem like a horse that's more comfortable when he gets in the clear, a little bit of that bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. But I think he took a big step forward from a mental standpoint in the Bluegrass.
Big opportunity for Luis Saez, of course, the jockey who's won a Kentucky Derby, only to be disqualified after crossing the wire in front with maximum security, and what a Derby would mean to him, having gone through that entire experience.
One ripped away from the clutches. I mean, I can't even imagine. It's amazing how he's overcome that disappointment. I mean, he's really just handled it extremely well.
Injury aside, is there anything worse that could happen to a jockey than being disqualified after winning the Kentucky Derby?
And particularly for years, anything kind of went in the Derby, and then all of a sudden, no, it's not anything goes anymore.
God, what his reaction would be incredible. Again, stick around for the Kentucky Derby preview show that's coming up at the top of the hour.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run. standing at Gainesway.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They've become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once, and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Inspiring stuff, Acacia. Just really encouraging seeing how much of an emphasis there is now collectively throughout the industry regarding thoroughbred aftercare.
Absolutely. It's incumbent upon all of us that derive our livings from it or just love these horses to make sure they have a dignified, respectful retirement.
This is normally when we say goodbye. Don't go anywhere. Not you, Richie, not the viewer, who we know are not watching the Kentucky Oaks. because we have the Kentucky Derby preview show coming up at the top of the hour with the Run for the Roses just over 24 hours away. Have a great night, everyone. America's Day at the Races. We'll see you again tomorrow, bright and early, 10:30 Eastern. Oh, that's early. Derby preview show is next.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on the Kentucky Derby preview show. Churchill Downs, that building going to be packed tomorrow. Which 3-year-old will wind up in that winner's circle? Find out around 6:45 Eastern. About 150,000 expected